slumping exhaustedly down onto her bed. Isabella Montgomery pushes back the tears pooling in her eyes that are threatening to fall any moment now, contemplating how her life had come to this. As a 6-month-old baby, she had been abandoned on the steps of the pack she now called home. Alpha Jax pitied her and brought her in, caring for her like one of his own. Alpha Jax already had 3 sons, Axel the eldest and future Alpha, Riker the middle son, and Finn the youngest son. When Alpha Jax took Isabella in, Finn was 7 months old, and they thought both children would be incredibly close. Like twins. Both the Luna and Alpha loved their 3 boys immensely but had been yearning for a little girl of their own. Especially the Alpha. Just as God seemed to answer their prayers, a baby girl was left for them to care for as their own. However, since Alpha Jax's untimely death 2 years ago, any protection Isabella had was gone, and her life had gone downhill. Now, Axel, the eldest son, was the alpha of the pack. As he climbed the ranks of the pack, Isabella was forced down to the bottom. There had always been claims of favoritism from the former alpha toward Isabella, so everyone seemed happy to see her now at the bottom of the food chain. Isabella had been forced to move out of the only home she knew at the pack house and relocate to a cottage, 2 miles away. Situated at the edge of the pack's land, she was also now made into the pack cleaner, without the alpha's protection. Everyone treated her poorly. People often liked to remind her that she didn't naturally belong in this pack, while she simply tried to live her life with what she had been handed. Even though she drew the short straw, today had been particularly hard for Isabella. After setting off from her home at 5 a.m. to make it to the pack house on time, she had to clean every room in the pack house. It wasn't until she had this job title that she realized how disgusting some werewolves could be. But she dared not complain out of fear of the consequences. Throughout most of her time in the pack house, day in, day out, Finn, the youngest brother, found pleasure in ridiculing her and making every single second of her time there much harder. Isabella had learned the hard way to ignore his verbal punches and even physical ones, evidenced by her scars. The one good time of the day was when Isabella could go and tend to the horses. She felt at peace with animals, particularly horses and cats. Having a love for cats was practically unknown for werewolves, even though most werewolves wouldn't like to admit it. They were distant relatives of the dog and seemed, for some reason, unable to gain an attachment to cats like many dogs. Despite this, Isabella was different. One day on her long walk home from the pack house, she had come across a small kitten crying out in the bushes. Despite only planning to nurse the cat back to health before setting it free, the cat, now named Tobias, had simply stolen her heart and was now her escape. As if on cue, when Isabella's head dropped into her hands, she felt a ball of fluff circle through her legs with a comforting meow. "Hello. You," Isabella says, forcing a smile before scooping Tobias up into her arms and cuddling him close to her neck. She felt a rough lick on her neck, which made her giggle slightly. Once Tobias was placed on Isabella's knees, he gave an appreciative yawn at the back scratching he was receiving and curled up. His favorite place to be. "You're the only one I need, Tobias." Isabella grinned slightly. Pushing away the escapee tear running down her face, she lies down, bringing Tobias to her side, and curled herself up into a ball too. She hadn't changed her clothes from the day or even locked the front door, but she very quickly fell into a deep slumber. Her final thoughts were about how she needed someone to love her. She didn't know how much longer she could cope. Despite the pack hating Isabella, they were not willing to let her leave. But then she was unsure if she wanted to, wondering how she would cope being rogue. Being rogue would mean she no longer belonged to a pack, and rogues were categorized as untrustworthy, dangerous, and killers by most packs. Despite Isabella being 18 years old, her small body curled comfortably on the single bed she slept on. Food was usually an afterthought for Isabella, so her small frame resembled a 4-year-old rather than the size she should have at her age. But Isabella had no one to impress. She was continually told this, so she never had to worry about it. Isabella couldn't help but notice that for the past week there had been an excited buzz around the pack. She didn't know why, but there was no mistaking that something was happening soon. However, She could never get close enough to anyone to hear what it was because, as soon as Isabella would walk into a room, usually everyone walked out. As Isabella walked into Finn's room to clean it, she made eye contact with him, sat at his desk on the other side of the room, quickly lowering her eyes and holding her breath without even realizing it. She got on with her jobs. Isabella prayed that he would let her get on with it. But 9 times out of 10, this was wishful thinking. This was confirmed to be one of these times when she heard his chair legs scrape across the floor as he stood up, still avoiding eye contact. Isabella continued as she had been doing, but she soon felt her scalp on fire as a fistful of her hair was pulled, causing her to lift up. Isabella is thrown onto the freshly made bed while Finn crawls up her body until he is straddling her waist. He finds joy in watching her recoil in pure fear. "Listen here, you little." He starts, grabbing her cheeks tight in one hand so she has no choice but to look at his face. "We have a visitor today, and I don't want muck like you around." A hand is thrown around Isabella's neck, instantly cutting off most of the oxygen supply, making her thrash around. Isabella knows not to panic because she will waste her limited oxygen. But remembering that he said he doesn't want her around makes her fear that he is really going to hurt her. And survival mode kicks in, seconds before Isabella is due to pass out. Finn releases his grip with a bark of a laugh while Isabella gasps, sucking in the oxygen she needs. A single tear slides down her face, which she angrily rubs away. She knows more than anything never to cry in front of him. And luckily, he seems happy with his warning because he climbs off the bed and leaves the room, going into the ensuite. Isabella can already see the purple marks forming around her neck, but nobody would question them. They all thought she believed his version of events. And yet she self-consciously pulled her mid-length hair closer to her neck to try and cover it up until her fast werewolf healing could heal it, getting on with her day as best as she could. Isabella had started tending to the horses. She was told she had to muck them out and feed them. There is a commotion outside, but Isabella barely pays attention to it until it comes time to feed the horses. When she realizes that the carrots she had set out on the kitchen counter to bring for the horses were still there, she had completely forgotten to pick them up. Isabella glanced out of the door of the barn to see what must have been every pack member stood on the grass verge at the back of the pack house. They were all facing away from her. And yet fear still pounded through her heart as she thought about running back into the kitchen, getting the carrots, then running back again. After eventually managing to build the confidence to do it, Isabella runs quicker than she ever had to get the carrots before doing the same back again. She can't help but slide down onto the floor when she gets back. It appears nobody saw her. Across the field stood just like Isabella predicted every other member of the pack, staring at the most important man in the werewolf community, the Alpha King, whose name was Hunter. He was, of course, the previous king and queen's son, age 28. Most werewolves find their mates before the age of 25. But once Hunter hit this age, they were unsure if he ever would. Due to his father now being unable to effectively run the werewolves, he passed the position over to his only son. It had now been 3 years since Hunter had been made Alpha King, and he had quite the reputation. He had this reputation because right from the start of his reign, there had been many who didn't respect him as king. They didn't believe that he deserved to be king without a mate, short for soulmate. It was tradition for new kings to visit every single pack of werewolves. At first for Hunter, it was simply a part of his new role. But now he found it an opportunity to find his mate, whom he longed to find. The Moonlight pack that he was now visiting was the last on his list, and he had almost given up on the thought of finding his mate. His stomach turned at the thought of his mate being rogue, but he ordered every pack member to be there when he arrived. Nobody in this pack of people in front of him was his mate. He shook his head sadly at his beta and best friend, Jackson, to tell him that she wasn't here. Without a mate, how was he going to create a rightful heir to the throne? Hunter tried to answer questions and smile politely at those in the pack, but his patience was growing thin with the blonde girl hanging on his arm. She had purposely worn a low-cut top to show her rather large cleavage and had about 6 inches of makeup on her face. Hunter thought that was never something he found attractive as he peeled himself from her grasp. As he steps away from the girl, it's like he steps into an alternate universe where the most amazing smell fills his nose, making his jaw drop and his eyes widen. He couldn't get enough of it. It was almost intoxicating. and he needed more of it. Now looking over at Jackson, Hunter widens his eyes further, which Jackson mirrors in shock. But he knows exactly what is going on. Hunter walks over to the alpha, who looks nervous as he shifts from foot to foot. "You have horses, one of my favorite animals. Do you mind if we have a look?" Hunter says, posing it rather as an order than a request. Despite Axel knowing that Isabella could be in there, he nods in agreement. He couldn't refuse the request of the king of all werewolves. Hunter was known to kill people for less than that. Hunter eagerly walked ahead of the pack of people following him towards the scent that he already loved so much. Could this really be his mate after all? Isabella spends a couple of minutes feeding the horses their carrots and playing with them before she hears the quiet buzz of talking getting closer to her. Her heart starts beating incredibly fast as she begins to panic, wondering if someone had seen her, instead of allowing herself to accept being found when she was meant to be keeping a low profile. Isabella looked wildly around the room before jumping into one of the empty stalls where the horses stay. She sinks to the floor and is instantly covered in dirt. But she is almost glad for it, hoping it would cover her scent so they wouldn't believe she was there. By the time Isabella has done this, Hunter is pulling open the heavy door to the stables with ease. He walks in, his eyes flying around the room to look for the owner of the scent, with everyone else following closely behind. Despite Isabella being covered in dirt, that would never be able to cover up her scent from her soulmate. Although it was slightly dampened, Hunter could still smell his mate and would search this whole barn until he found her. Although he couldn't see her, Hunter knew she was there somewhere. "Where is she?" he growls impatiently. "I told you. I wanted everyone outside waiting for me when I arrived." "Who, your majesty?" Alpha Axel stutters. He shrinks back further in fear when he sees Hunter's eyes going darker due to anger. Hunter punches out his hand and wraps it around Alpha Axel's throat, cutting off his air supply like Finn had done to Isabella. But Hunter is getting increasingly tighter, allowing Axel's face to start turning purple. Everybody stood around and watched. They felt loyalty to their own pack Alpha. But they also felt more loyalty to the Alpha King. Not to mention, if they even tried to go against the king, there would be severe consequences. Knowing this made Hunter smirk. Meanwhile, Isabella was listening to this fearfully. Even though the thought of those who hurt her being hurt made her lips turn up slightly in a smile, she was panicking. This man was clearly very powerful and angry that she hadn't followed his orders. And this made her stay exactly where she was. Isabella reaches into her pocket and pulls out the necklace given to her by Alpha Jax before she could remember. She just remembered always having it, and it was her most prized possession. But she never wore it because she was scared that Finn would take it away from her. The necklace was a heart-shaped purple stone with a silver outlining with leaves on. She runs her fingers over the smooth gem, causing her instant relief. One thing she used to do as a child was swing the chain on her finger when she was bored. And Isabella started to do this as a distraction to ignore what was going on a couple of meters away from her. Yet the chain flings off her finger across the stall she is hiding in. Despite fear filling her whole body at the thought of being caught, Isabella can't leave the necklace without going to collect it. So she gets on her hands and knees and tries to silently crawl over to the necklace to collect it as it sat twinkling in the sunlight coming in through the open door. Hunter finally lets go of Axel's neck and starts to walk forwards further into the stable. He runs his eyes around the room and backtracks when he sees something sparkling in one of the stalls at the back of the stable. He nearly misses it, but it seems to call out to him, so he narrows his eyes on it. Hunter walks closer to the sparkling object but quickly stops when he sees a small ball of messy, chestnut hair coming into view. The owner, a slim girl on her hands and knees creeping across the stall. Hunter walks forward until he is directly next to the girl, who turns her head when she sees his shoes in her view. Slowly, she looks up through her long, dark eyelashes with pure fear in her eyes. Isabella instantly feels captivated by the handsome man in front of her. She secretly knows that this is her mate. But doubt niggles into her brain after everything Finn had told her about how she was never going to have a mate because she didn't deserve one, how nobody would ever love her. Even her own parents couldn't. Oppositely, Hunter was certain before he even saw Isabella that this was his mate. But it confirmed it further when he looked into her big, brown, doe eyes that almost seemed too big for her slim, dirty face. Hunter couldn't help but think that she seemed too fragile and small. Her small frame reminded him of a young child of around 13. But he knew she wasn't. Although he couldn't explain why, he just knew. Hunter reached out his hand and helped a shaking Isabella to her feet. He was filled with raging anger at how clearly undernourished his mate was. She was their queen. And something wasn't right here. "I'm Hunter," he says, smiling gently as he raises her hand to his lips. Looking completely past the dark circles under her eyes, telling tales of sleepless nights and the dirt coating her body. "Isabella," she whispers out. If Hunter didn't have werewolf hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. But he did. And it melted his heart instantly. "Do you know who I am?" Hunter asks. Meaning, did she know he was her mate? He had forgotten himself that he was king, or that there was a group of people around them waiting with bated breath. "I'm not sure. I think so." "Yes." She stumbles over her words, fearing Hunter's looming figure and yet feeling comfort in him at the same time. "Would you like to go to the pack house and sort your things out?" he says, his grip on her loosening only slightly. "I don't live in the pack house. I live a couple miles away on the edge of the pack," Isabella says just as quietly. But the sparks running through her hand fill her with a small amount of confidence. "Why, my princess?" he says, swiping the back of his hand against Isabella's dirty cheek softly, making a shiver run down her spine. She always did act as a lone wolf, so she asked to be away from the pack house, and of course, we granted her this wish. Alpha Axel interrupts. Hunter watches as Isabella's face crumples slightly, and he knows that Axel is lying. "Isabella," he says, silently asking for the truth with furrowed eyebrows. It takes her a shaky minute to think about her reply. She was too caught up in wishing he would say her name repeatedly. It rolled perfectly off his tongue, filling her whole body with such warmth. And it was the opposite of how she felt when anybody else had said her name. "Yes, it's true. I wanted to be on my own," she says. This confirms for Hunter that this is a complete lie because Isabella can't even look him in the eyes. But he doesn't want to push it further. "Well, you're coming with me, so we will take you home to pack up your things. We can leave tomorrow," he says, sounding slightly like an order but saying it softly to help her not fear him. "You're staying at the pack house tonight. It wouldn't make sense to come all the way out to take me home to come back again. I will go on my own," Isabella says, at first confident. But then, as she looks around and sees the shock on people's faces at her defying the king, she suddenly feels nervous again. "I will be staying with you tonight, so it's okay." He grins excitedly, baring his sharp teeth as he runs his large hands over Isabella's face while rubbing one of his thumbs across her bottom lip. Isabella takes a sharp intake of breath, half because of the electricity coursing through her veins at the touch of her skin, but also as she realized she had Tobias waiting at home. What would Hunter do if he saw Tobias? Surely he would never let Tobias come along. But Isabella couldn't leave him to fend for himself. "I would like privacy," Isabella mutters. Now it is everyone else's turn to take sharp intakes of breath at Isabella outright denying the king of all werewolves. Isabella is sure she will be dead any second now as her body shakes nervously. Although Hunter removes his hand from Isabella's face, he does nothing but bows his head to his princess in allowance to do as she pleased. "Okay, my princess. You stay alone tonight, but as a compromise. I am taking you home." He smiles, this time taking her hand back into his to kiss the back of her hand like he had done earlier. Isabella did what she knew best, and that was to do as she was told. She nodded back to Hunter as a silent agreement to his proposal of taking her home, then started to walk out of the stables. The people she once tried to avoid were now parting like the Red Sea to get away from her and Hunter. But for once, they were not moving from her as if she contained a contagious disease. They were moving out of fear of what would happen if Hunter found out about how they treated her. Waiting at the front of the pack house was a black SUV ready to take Isabella home. The excitement of the whole situation was very quickly wearing off, and anxiety was taking over her body, especially concerning what she was going to do with Tobias. Clearly not noticing this, Hunter opened one of the black doors and guided Isabella into the leather seats. Not caring about the dirt transferring from her clothes onto the seats, nobody said a word in the car. Hunter was itching to ask Isabella everything. His head was buzzing with questions that he wanted to ask. but everyone in the car felt the blanket of awkwardness surrounding them. So he thought better of the 101 question interrogation. But surely one or two couldn't hurt. Right, so. You have no parents then, he questions, looking at his hands as if it was the least important question in the world. Yet as soon as the words left his lips, he was internally cursing at himself. Hunter wasn't sure if he liked this new feeling that he got around Isabella. It was nothing like he had ever felt before. He second-guessed everything he wanted to say. Whereas before he never cared. He was the king after all. Yet here was this girl who just one look at caused his heart to swell and break all at the same time. Isabella knew a question about her parents would come up eventually. But her mouth dropped open at the personal question. Isabella found that she couldn't look Hunter in the eye. She felt shame rear its ugly head within her. The circumstances around her parents had always been a sore spot. But more so since Finn liked to use it as a torture device to remind her that her own parents didn't even want her. They left me on the doorstep of the pack house. No letter. No reason. I was just unwanted. Isabella shrugs, pretending like that word didn't sting, like the tears pooling her eyes. Unwanted. Hunter repeats. He reaches out and takes Isabella's small hand in his. At first, she flinches, making Hunter furrow his eyebrows. But he chooses not to address it. Both could feel the heat and electricity passing through them. But neither of them said a word about it. I'm used to it. I expect nothing else. Isabella says, trying to use a joking tone of voice. But her voice wavers. And Hunter sees straight past the fake smile. He once again doesn't say anything but squeezes Isabella's hand slightly as a comforting gesture. He also brings both of her hands up to his mouth and kisses the point where they join. Isabella can't help the gasp that escapes her lips at the intense sparks shooting through her hands. I want you. He whispers into her hands but looks straight in her eyes. Every one of his feelings pouring out through them, so unused to this. Isabella starts to panic and forcefully pulls her hands out of Hunter's. Once they had finally gotten to the cottage, Isabella's anxiety levels were through the roof. Isabella led Hunter straight through to the kitchen, where there was a tiny two-person table with chairs for him to sit at as she found herself trying to clean up without him noticing. Nobody ever came here, so it never mattered what it looked like. And only now that Hunter was here did Isabella realize how, despite spending her life cleaning other people's homes, she had failed at keeping her own home tidy. Isabella also did a scan around their surroundings and found that Tobias was nowhere to be found. This was strange for Tobias because it was so unlike him not to greet her when she first came through the door. But he was smart and must have known that something was happening, knowing that for now Tobias was a secret. It felt like for the first time she could take an actual breath. She hadn't even realized she had been holding her breath. Despite this, she couldn't totally relax because she knew this topic would come up eventually. Isabella wasn't going to abandon her best friend. Can you explain something for me? Hunter asks. This is the first thing either of them had said since getting out of the car. Isabella simply nods with her back to Hunter as she is trying to compose herself as best as she can. Finally turning around, Hunter looks at her for a second before shifting to the side with an uncomfortable look on his face to reveal the most relaxed-looking ginger cat. Tobias clearly didn't have a care in the world. Tobias. Isabella scolds. But Tobias simply looks up at her lazily. If cats could grin, he would have been doing it. Isabella walks over to Tobias and picks him up and sits down with him on her lap. He instantly snuggles up into a ball while Hunter just looks on shocked. I found him by chance one day and he was tiny with no mother, so I started to care for him just until he could look after himself, but then I fell in love, and he's still here. Isabella explains, not taking her eyes off Tobias, silently pleading with Hunter to let her keep him. You want to bring him, don't you? Hunter asks. Anybody else there wouldn't even be a discussion about the cat. But just watching how utterly in love Isabella was with Tobias was enough for him to suck it up and accept the cat. Even if he wished that was how she felt about him. But he would have to wait for that. Oh. Can I? Once you get to know him, you'll love him as much as I do. Isabella says in a high-pitched, excited voice that Hunter could only smile at. We'll see. Hunter says apprehensively. Isabella starts to scoot closer to Hunter with Tobias in her arms. But Hunter scoots further away, torn between wanting to be close to Isabella but wanting to be away from Tobias. Here. Give me your hand. Isabella says, almost in a whisper. Her voice alone is enough to put him in a trance-like state. So he does what she says and puts his hand in hers, allowing her to put his hand on Tobias's back. She places hers on top and starts to slowly move their hands back and forth, causing Tobias to purr happily. See? He likes you. She grins, her eyes shining brighter than they had since Hunter had met her. I tell you what, one kiss on the cheek and you can bring him. Hunter smirks. This instantly fills an almost relaxed Isabella with fear and nerves. But she would do anything for Tobias. And this was her mate. After all, it wasn't like it was just some random guy, just one kiss on the cheek, she asks. She wasn't ready yet for anything other than a kiss on the cheek. She wanted everything to be perfect with her mate when the time was right. Yes. That's all I request for payment. Hunter grins, turning his head, bending down slightly, and gently tapping his cheek where he wanted the kiss. Payment, Isabella scoffs. She didn't want to pay for the right for her beloved cat to live with her when it was happening right here. I'm just fooling around, Isabella, but you know you want to. He smiles, cheekily sticking his tongue out, continuing to tap his cheek. Although Hunter had leaned down slightly, she still had to sit right up to reach his cheek until she managed to land a small kiss upon it. But before she knew it, Hunter had gone back on what he had requested and turned his head to kiss her on the lips. The thing was, Isabella was kissing him back. Eventually, the realization hit Isabella, who came to her senses and pushed Hunter away with her hands splayed on his chest, clearly not expecting this. Hunter stumbles back a few steps. If he hadn't wanted to move, he wouldn't. You said just the cheek, Isabella splutters, wiping her lips aggressively as if trying to wipe away the memories of the kiss they had just shared. Even though she secretly never wanted to forget a second of it, not that she would tell Hunter that. Isabella turns on her heel and stalks into her room, slamming the door shut behind her with as much force as her small body could manage. Hunter follows closely behind but soon finds himself on the wrong side of the door. Isabella slides her back down the door to sit behind it while Hunter knocks on it softly from the other side. After a couple of moments, Isabella hears Hunter growling softly in annoyance. But after hearing Isabella's heartbeat increase out of fear, he stops. Open the door. Princess. No response. I'm sorry. No response. You're a great kisser if that counts for anything. He yells with a big grin on his face, which slides off when he hears Isabella scoff. On the other side of the door, Isabella doesn't even realize she is smiling until she brings one of her hands up to her swollen, smiling lips. Thinking Alpha King Hunter thinks I am a good kisser. A small meow and scratching on the door brings Isabella back to her senses. Tobias was clearly trying to get into the room, and Hunter thought this would be a perfect opportunity to get Isabella to open the door to him. He clearly underestimated her intelligence. Can you hear that, the cat? I mean, Ginger is trying to get in, he says in more of a questioning tone. Isabella frowns at his attempt at thinking of Tobias's name, but she is soon smirking. Isabella stands up, and hearing this, Hunter is smirking just like Isabella. Thinking the cat might not be such a bad thing, it was clearly Isabella's weakness. Yet Isabella's smile was out of cunningness as she opened the door just wide enough for Tobias to contort his body in through the small gap before the door was slammed shut again, giving Hunter barely the time to realize what was happening. Real nice, Isabella, he growls, slamming a fist on the wall beside the door, leaving a crack in the wall, which he instantly regretted. He was supposed to be making her forgive him, not make the situation worse. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? Hunter calls out, growing ever more impatient. Get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness, she yells back, still smiling, although it wasn't how she had planned her first kiss with her mate. Isabella wasn't truly angry at Hunter. It wasn't like it was a bad kiss. You have got to be kidding me, Hunter says with a barking laugh. But the silence tells him otherwise. So for the first time since being a small child, Hunter did exactly as he was told and got onto his knees. Please, princess, let me in, he pleads. Hunter once again hears Isabella moving closer to the door, but he doesn't move. She was going to want to see him with her own eyes on his knees, begging before she believed him and let him in again. Although what he didn't expect to see when the door opened was a phone camera in his face before a bright flash momentarily blinded him as a picture was captured of him begging. "You didn't," Hunter simply says. Still not moving. "Gotcha," Isabella shrieks. Grinning in victory, Hunter lunges for her, making her half scream and half laugh as she ran into her bedroom, completely forgetting to shut the door behind her. Hunter follows closely behind and narrows his eyes at her, his eyes flicking from her to the at least 4-year-old phone in her hand. "Now, my little mate, delete the picture," Hunter orders. But he doesn't use his alpha voice like he would on anyone else. He never wanted to do that on his mate. Isabella was almost his equal once mated. They would be complete equals. So why would he ever want to control her? He already liked her free mind. Decisions, emotions, and thoughts. It is there for future reference. The big bad alpha king isn't so big or bad. She smirks, sliding the phone into her back pocket. "Not to mention you deserve it for what you did. I wanted my first kiss to be special." Isabella mutters. It wasn't really her first kiss. But she liked to pretend it was because of the other times with Finn, the worst times of her life. "That was your first kiss," Hunter says, his voice catching slightly. She had no practice. And that one kiss alone already had him under her spell. He was ruined. "Yes, and I wanted it to be special," Isabella says, looking away as she blushed furiously. "I am really sorry, you know. I never want to hurt you emotionally, physically, mentally, everythingly," he says with a lopsided, cheeky grin that Isabella can't not smile at. "I believe you." "Damn. Look at the time and I got no packing done," Isabella mutters as her eyes get continually heavier as a big yawn rips its way through her body. "Let's get to bed." Hunter smiles reassuringly. "We can work together tomorrow to sort it all out." "Thank you, Hunter." She grins sleepily, forgetting about the plan of him going back to the pack house. After taking a shower, Isabella allows Hunter to lead her to the bed. He starts to gently unpeel her dressing gown from around her body, despite having clothes on underneath. Isabella hung onto the dressing gown with all her might. It didn't go unnoticed by Hunter, who was instantly hurt that she thought he would ever try anything. "I already said I was sorry for taking advantage before. I'm just getting you ready for bed now. I won't do anything, I promise." He smiles. The mate bond lets her know that he is telling the truth. She isn't really sure how she knows. But she does. And she trusts him. Hunter lifts the sheets up that have been messily made. The bed was lumpy and uncomfortable. But just having Isabella in the bed to cuddle with made it seem to Hunter like the best bed in the world. Hunter put Isabella into bed before undressing himself to his boxers. He slid into the other side of the bed beside Isabella, who moments previous had been nearly asleep. But feeling the bed lower as Hunter climbed into it made her freeze with fear. "I need to be here so we can get all the work done early tomorrow. Don't worry. Like I said, I have no intention of trying anything apart from..." Hunter slides over to sling an arm over Isabella's chest to keep her close and safe while they slept, despite only doing this for a couple of minutes. Hunter then moves to kissing her neck and ear while whispering sweet nothings into her ear until he was sure she had fallen asleep so he could also fall asleep. Although Isabella wouldn't tell Hunter this. She had to admit that she had just had one of the best night's sleep of her life. She woke up feeling more refreshed than she had in years. There was a feeling of calmness in the air. And it actually took Isabella a couple of seconds to remember what had happened the day previous. With a content sigh, Isabella peeled Hunter's arm from around her waist and silently slipped out of bed. She walked into the kitchen to notice a scorned-looking Tobias sat on the kitchen counter. Was he glaring? "Sorry, Tobias. I know you couldn't sleep in my bed last night with him in it, but it looks like we have no choice but to get used to it." Isabella shrugs, trying hard to fight the smile off of her face at the thought of waking up next to Hunter every morning. Isabella reached over and scratched Tobias behind the ears as an apology, making him purr happily and quickly forgiving Isabella. Isabella made herself a cup of tea and settled down in the middle of the living room floor. She had always been under the impression that she didn't have many possessions. But it was only when you had to pack up your whole life did you realize how much you had. Just as she was finishing packing up the items in the kitchen, Hunter seemed to materialize at her bedroom door in just boxers, with sleep-filled eyes and messy hair that looked simply adorable. Isabella couldn't help the blush that made her skin hot. "You should have woken me up. I would have helped." He smiles, rubbing his eyes tiredly before yawning dramatically. He walked over and placed a soft kiss on the top of her head. "I'm done now." Isabella shrugs with a small smile tugging at her own lips. "I am going to sort my bedroom now. You're awake, though." A shiver ran through Isabella's body as she took a second to soak in the situation she was finding herself in. Isabella was incredibly nervous around Hunter. He was incredibly powerful. And recently, people in power hadn't exactly been kind to her. So, even though Hunter had been nothing but polite and gentleman towards her, she knew how quickly this could change. So she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. "I will help." "Have you eaten?" Hunter asks, grabbing a hold of her hand and pulling her back towards him with a cheeky grin on his face. She was now facing him. Once again, her face betraying her as it blushed furiously. "I'm usually at the pack house by now. I don't eat breakfast," Isabella replied, trying to somehow forget that she was in Hunter's arms with one hand pressed to his large chest to stop herself from falling. Shrugging herself out of his grasp, Isabella turned on her heel with a hidden smile and walked into her bedroom. But she could hear heavy feet behind her, so she knew Hunter was following. "I don't understand." Hunter starts, leaning against the frame of the door as Isabella made a start on sorting the room. "You live so far away from the pack house, but you have to be there so early. You have to leave at the crack of dawn and are not back until late at night, and you miss the most important meal of the day." "Is there something you're not telling me, Isabella Montgomery? You think I'm keeping a secret from you because I don't eat breakfast," Isabella says, scoffing slightly. But it was not convincing at all to Hunter, especially since she couldn't even look him in the eye. "I don't know what it is, but..." He starts again. "Please, Hunter." "Can we drop it?" Isabella sighs, turning her back on Hunter so he couldn't see her red cheeks. It wasn't until the bedroom was almost all packed that Isabella allowed herself to look at Hunter again. Seeing his perfect face was enough to dampen her mood further, if he knew everything about her. She believed he wouldn't be interested in her like everyone else. "I made you breakfast," Hunter says quietly. He holds out his hand for Isabella to take so he could pull her up. "I told you. I don't eat breakfast." Isabella sighs, looking from Hunter's face to his outstretched hand. Finn had played this joke many times where he would start to help her to her feet before letting go of her hand, sending her crashing back down to earth. Hunter isn't Finn. Isabella had to remind herself, "We need to build your strength up, my very skinny but beautiful mate." Hunter says quickly to confirm what he meant. The last thing he wanted to do was offend Isabella. Without another thought, Isabella put her small hand into Hunter's and allowed him to pull her up, clearly misjudging his strength. Hunter pulls her up and sends her flying into his chest. But luckily, he manages to catch her. "Point proven." He chuckles, looking down at the perfect girl in his arms. Hunter can't help but lean down, looking from Isabella's eyes to her full lips. He feels her tense up in his arm, making him inch away. But when she doesn't protest, he leans back down again and presses his lips hungrily to hers. But soon enough, he pulls away despite the protests of his wolf. He knew that he had to take it slow with Isabella. She was too important. So no matter how he felt or what he wanted to do, he knew he couldn't. "Come on. Food time," Hunter says, slightly breathless as his lips continue to tingle. When the time came to leave, the first instance of how much independence Isabella would lose was shown. Isabella reached over to pick up one of the lightly packed boxes, but Hunter pulled her back and forced her to watch guiltily as others from Hunter's pack did it for her. Isabella knew that for once it would be nice to not be working so hard. But she was so used to doing everything on her own that she didn't think she would ever get used to living this sort of life with Hunter. It was only as Isabella took a moment out of her thoughts that she noticed the position she was in, with Hunter being so tall. He had sat down on a chair, and even stood up. Isabella was still leaning just against his chest with his chin on her shoulder. Hunter could already read Isabella like a book. It was almost as if the cogs were turning in her brain and he could see it. A rare smile tugged at his lips as he soaked her in. She was finally his. The years searching for his mate suddenly melted away. And he didn't care anymore because she was finally here and he was never letting her go. I know this isn't normal behavior for you. To stand back. Watch and not help, but this is your life now. Hunter whispered in Isabella's ear. Feeling his soft lips brush against her ear was enough to make her shiver and a blush creep up her neck. A small part of Isabella wanted to argue back that she would never get used to this life. And yet the years of being conditioned by her old pack made her keep her mouth firmly shut. Come on. It's time to go. Hunter starts. He looks around the room until his eyes stop on something. He pauses, then sighs. Grab the cat. There was a clear look in his eyes that showed the last thing he wanted to do was to spend time with a cat he couldn't even say its name out loud. Yet Hunter knew Isabella would never leave Tobias behind. This cat was the deal breaker. And not only would Hunter do whatever it took not to lose his precious mate, but he also wanted nothing more than for her to be happy, and if that meant having a cat living with them, then he knew that's what he had to do. Isabella scoops Tobias up into her tense arms. The unfamiliar tight feeling against Tobias causes him to try to scratch and fight his way out of her arms, causing Hunter's dislike of him to grow even more. Tobias, please. Isabella begs into his fur before looking up at Hunter, whose face was full of disdain. He isn't usually like this. He's not used to experiencing changes like this, so he doesn't know how to react. Isabella mutters, stumbling over her words awkwardly, not even able to meet Hunter's eye. Hunter shakes his head without saying a word and walks out of the room towards the front door. They all walked out to the car in silence. It was now made aware to Isabella the sheer number of people Hunter was traveling with. There were rows and rows of cars parked up along the road waiting to go. When Isabella walked outside, everyone waiting were giving her Tobias and even Hunter strange looks due to the whole cat situation and the fact that Hunter was allowing it. It was a well-known fact that Hunter was a stern, unforgiving man who had strict rules that nobody could break. This was also due to the fact that he only traveled with werewolves with no mates. Those with mates were involved in protecting the castle that Hunter lived in. But that was a far less dangerous job than bringing them on his travels with him. He didn't want yet another person relying on him to keep their mates safe. Hunter also never wanted to tell another woman or man that their mate wasn't coming home. He had seen the destruction that had caused too many times. This meant that all the men he had traveling with him couldn't understand the pull he had to do anything to make his mate happy. They couldn't even begin to imagine what lengths Hunter would go to. The only person that could come the closest to imagining how he felt was Hunter's best friend and beta, Jackson, although he was unmated, even since they were children. Finding a mate was all Jackson ever spoke about. And, at one time, Hunter would tease him about it. Who wanted to be tied down to one partner for the rest of your life? Especially when you were the king's beta. Having women all over you all the time, and yet, in that moment, having found his mate, Hunter had never felt freer. Once they had climbed into the car, Jackson, who was sat in the passenger seat of the car, turned round to face them. Hello, Isabella. I am the wonderful Jackson. I'm sure you've heard lots about me. He winks playfully with a kind smile that made Isabella smile back, much to Hunter's annoyance. Ready to go, Jackson asks, which Hunter nods back curtly. Jackson had never been happier for his best friend. At one time, there had been a rift between the two friends. Hunter couldn't understand why Jackson would rather be searching for a mate than out drinking and partying with him. There had been playful teasing from Hunter, too. He couldn't understand what he was doing wrong. He would ask Jackson what he would do if he never found his mate, not realizing the real pain Jackson would feel at the thought of spending the rest of his life alone. As Jackson sat there and thought about all those times, of course he felt a pang of longing as he still hadn't found his mate. But he was happier just that his friend finally understood, oppositely. As Hunter thought about his past with his best friend, he couldn't help the sinking feeling in his stomach at how he had let his friend down and how much he had hurt him because Hunter finally understood what Jackson had been yearning for all those years. Hunter rests his head against the glass window, preparing for the long journey ahead, while Isabella sits in a completely rigid position with Tobias lying a little more relaxed now on her knee. The soft lulling of the car was enough to make Isabella's eyes feel heavy. And as she struggled to keep them open, Hunter clearly had no worries about falling asleep because soon enough his heavy breathing filled the car. You can go to sleep if you like. Jackson smiles comfortingly, turning around in his seat to look at Isabella. The nerves seemed to be radiating off of her. I'm okay, thank you. Isabella says in a meek voice, although this girl was the complete opposite of what Jackson expected to see when he first saw Hunter's mate. He had the feeling that she was going to be perfect. Jackson looks from Isabella to Tobias with a fake smile on his face despite trying to cover it up. You can barely keep your eyes open. He smirks teasingly. But Isabella knows there is no malice behind it. And Isabella still finds him comforting like a big brother. Something she never had the pleasure of experiencing. Of course, she had thought she had found it back in her old pack. But it had all been lies. So it was nice to see it in him, especially since she didn't have any concerns about him not being genuine, maybe just for 5 minutes. Isabella says, letting out a yawn almost instantly before doing the same as Hunter, by leaning her head against the window before letting her eyes flutter shut. For the rest of the journey, all is quiet apart from Hunter's heavy breathing. There isn't a sound from within the car. Jackson knows better than to talk too loud and to wake Hunter up. A lesson he'd learned the hard way. Hunter wakes up just as the car is pulling up the long road towards the huge house-like castle that the Top Pack members live in. Although Hunter is king of all werewolves, he had his own pack, which was the inner circle that he trusted above all else. Hunter looks down beside him and can't help but let the smile tugging at his lips win. Isabella is sleeping soundly, curled up into a ball beside him. Even in her sleep, she looked completely adorable. Hunter could only think about how lucky he was to have her as his own. He would protect her and make her happy at all costs. At that thought, Tobias makes a small meow as he stretches out his legs. Hunter stares at him with disgust written all over his face. Noticing Hunter was awake, Jackson turns around in his seat and notices the look on Hunter's face. It really was a good job Isabella was asleep, so she didn't see it. Now do you understand? Jackson smirks with an "I told you so" look on his smug face. Hunter drags his eyes away from his sleeping mate to look at his best friend, making sure his hand never leaves Isabella's back where he was making comforting circles with his finger. I really do. Hunter sighs happily, his smile faltering for a moment. What's wrong, buddy? The cat really isn't that big of a problem, Jackson teases, trying to put a smile back on Hunter's face. It was such a rare thing that Jackson wanted to savor it. It works. But then, as quickly as the repeat smile came, it disappeared again along with another sigh. I don't know how. I never understood the mating pull, but I already know I love her, and yet I also know she is keeping something from me. It's like an itch that I can't get to. I know it has something to do with that pack. I just know it is. Not to mention it scares the hell out of me that before I met her, my full attention was on the pack, and now I'm thinking to hell with the pack. I need to protect her, Hunter explains, knowing that his trust in Jackson was a secure one. Hunter could tell Jackson anything in confidence and know it would never go further than the two of them. You just found her. You've never known what it was like to love something or someone with your whole body. I'm sure it's normal that while you're getting adjusted to this huge change, things are going to feel strange and take some getting used to, but soon enough your wolf will balance things out, including your love for Isabella and your commitment to the pack. Jackson shrugs with an empathetic smile. When did you get so smart? Hunter grins, reaching over to punch Jackson softly on the arm. What was that? Jackson laughs but stops when he sees the look on Hunter's face. Okay, it's just that I've been waiting to hear that leave your mouth for ages. We're talking years here, pal. The car finally comes to a stop and Hunter jumps out of his side of the car, eager to show Isabella around her new home. He waits for his sinking feet to get adjusted to the pebble driveway before walking round to Isabella's side of the car. Hunter opens the door ready to catch her if she fell, which she starts to do. But he simply scoops her up in his arms, not even waking her up, despite it not waking Isabella up. The move startles Tobias, who jumps from Isabella's lap and runs off in the direction of the dark woods. Hunter curses under his breath as he holds Isabella closer to his chest. He looks around to notice everyone waiting for his and his mate's arrival are stood around, not doing anything with awkward looks on their face. Cats don't mean anything to werewolves, so they don't think that Tobias was important. But he was important to Isabella, meaning he was important to their queen. Go after him. Bring him back safely, Hunter finally yells, knowing they weren't going to do anything without direction from him. All but one person scurries off towards the forest to go and look for Tobias. Hunter notices one man from the lower end of the pack, with his feet firmly placed on the floor with no plan to move. Hunter could almost feel the anger making his blood boil. How dare this nobody disrespect his orders? You knew that meant you too. Go, Hunter growls, trying to control his anger so he stays quiet for a still sleeping Isabella. I'm not going to chase a cat that doesn't matter to me. He smirks cockily, not moving an inch, even when Hunter squares up to him. If Hunter hadn't been holding Isabella, he would have been in front of the man in an instant, with one of his hands wrapped around this insolent fool's throat. It matters to me. You're Alpha and your future Luna, so I suggest you get running, little boy. Hunter yells. In a quick second before anyone can even see what is happening, Hunter kicks his leg out powerfully against the man's knee, sending him tumbling to the floor with a whimper. I suggest you go now, Hunter says in a scarily quiet voice. The man nods, his now white, shaken face before limping off in search of Tobias with the others. Decided there were people on the job. Hunter doesn't wake Isabella to tell her about Tobias. He simply carries her to his bedroom. This would now be, of course, their joint bedroom. Hunter lays Isabella down, and she instantly relaxes as she curls up into the soft duvet. Sitting down at the desk across the room, Hunter starts to catch up on some work, but not without regularly looking up to make sure Isabella was okay. When Isabella stirs from her refreshing sleep, Hunter is almost instantly by her side, smiling comfortingly but with a nervous look on his face, which she picks up straight away. Despite not knowing what is wrong, Isabella finds herself looking around the room she has never been in before. It takes a couple of minutes, but she quickly sees what is wrong with this picture she is finding herself in. Where is Tobias? Isabella asks, trying to sound calm but her voice wavering slightly. Isabella jumps out of the bed and gets to her knees to look under the bed where he liked to sometimes hide at home. But he isn't there, which makes the ball of anxiety in Isabella's stomach grow even bigger. When I picked you up from the car when we got here, he got scared and ran off, Hunter explains, biting his lip, which Isabella finds incredibly attractive. But she is so blindsided with the fact that he lost Tobias and didn't wake her to tell her the horrible news that makes him momentarily look like the ugliest man in the world. Why didn't you wake me? She yells, scrunching up her fists angrily. You were so sound asleep, and well, I have a big team out looking for him. You or I couldn't do any better than what is already being done. He shrugs with a smug smile on his face, feeling proud of himself for even doing that. Isabella understood that he could not totally understand that this was Isabella's best friend and that she needed him. But she still felt hurt. Hunter might not have known the extent of their friendship, but he knew that Tobias was incredibly important to Isabella. He won't come out for strangers, she says, softening only slightly, looking past Hunter's shoulder out of the large window that faces the forest and the now very dark sky. He'll be so scared. Isabella heads towards the oak door of the bedroom, but Hunter grabs a hold of her hand and pulls her back. Where are you going? I already told you there were people already out looking for him, he questions, raising his eyebrows to look for Tobias. Isabella says, like, Hunter is stupid, while she wriggles out of his grasp quite easily because Hunter was too scared to hurt her by holding tight. No. It is too dark, Hunter explains, walking over to the curtains that he closed to show the dead of night, even though she had already seen it. I don't care, and don't follow me, she yells, going back to being angry at him again as she flings out the door to walk out of it, hoping that her senses would kick in and lead her towards a door out of this maze-like place. Our first fight ended about that stupid cat, Hunter thinks to himself with a sigh. Isabella didn't even have any shoes on so quickly. Hunter packs a backpack with shoes and a jacket for Isabella, then quickly runs downstairs to get food and hot drinks, as it could be a long night searching, no matter what Isabella said about not following. He was always going to. Isabella stands still for a moment when she gets outside, not sure where to go. But as soon as she sees an opening in the forest, she runs barefoot towards it as fast as her legs could carry her. She needed to find Tobias. This would be so much easier if I could transform, Isabella thought to herself. One thing about Isabella that she didn't like to talk about was the fact that she had only ever shifted once on the full moon of her 13th birthday like all other werewolves. But ever since, it had not happened. Even though everyone else around her turned on every full moon afterwards like she should have done. In some ways, Isabella was glad she didn't have to keep going through it because it was the most painful thing she had ever felt. But she never felt normal or included when everyone would go out as a pack to hunt every month. She would be left at the pack house with all the people too ill and weak to transform, so that's what she became known as, weak. Alpha Jax would try to encourage her every single month, as if telling her enough times she could do it would make it happen. But it never did. Isabella had a good sense of smell and relatively good balance, just like the other werewolves, but couldn't turn like everyone else. Soon enough, it was accepted that Isabella was simply different. But Alpha Jax never treated her any different because of it. He would simply tell her that she was his special girl whenever she was feeling down about it, just as Isabella was coming to terms with being different and that maybe it wasn't a bad thing. Alpha Jax had died, and suddenly Isabella was not welcome in the pack anymore. Isabella was teased mercilessly about it, being told she wasn't a real werewolf. She was an embarrassment, and nobody wanted her around. Tears had been streaming down Isabella's face since she had run from the bedroom, half because of the fear of never seeing her best friend again. But the image of Hunter's shocked face kept flashing through her mind. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. And Isabella was terrified that she had already ruined the best thing that could happen to her. As the adrenaline was starting to wear off, Isabella realized that she was running barefoot on twigs, leaves and mud, which made things painful and much harder to run when she was already becoming increasingly worn out. After some time, it felt like forever to Isabella, but she couldn't be sure. Isabella started to lose hope. She had been running around in circles and still had seen no sign of Tobias. She could no longer smell his trace anywhere, so had nothing to go off to find him. Isabella slumped against the nearest tree before sliding down it to sit down. She brought her knees close to her chest and rested her cheek on her knee as she cried softly. Everything around Isabella is eerily quiet, with the only sounds being her heavy breathing. That is until she hears the stereotypical horror movie snap of a branch close by, which brings Isabella to attention, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up on end. Isabella stands up and steps forward to see where the noise is coming from. Even though she couldn't fight anything off if there was something dangerous waiting for her, Isabella isn't sure if the yellow eyes deep within the bushes are real. So she goes to get closer, even though her inner wolf is screaming for her to move away. For some reason, she doesn't feel scared. As Isabella takes another step, there is rustling behind her. So she quickly turns round to see Hunter walk through the trees with anxiety in his eyes, which turns into relief when he sees that she is okay. Isabella spins back around in the direction of the eyes, but they are gone, making her think she had imagined it all. Isabella, Hunter says softly, not walking closer until he knew how she was feeling. I said, don't follow me. Isabella sighs. It wasn't an angry sigh anymore, as she knew he hadn't realized how important Tobias was to her. Not to mention, Isabella knew he would eventually follow her no matter what she said. He was the king after all. You knew I would. Hunter starts as if he's reading her mind. I brought us some things so that we can have a stakeout until we find the cat. Tobias. He quickly corrects himself with a nervous smile on his face. Isabella hadn't even noticed the backpack he had with him full of things. 1 minute she was thinking how sweet he was, feeling her tummy warm with happiness. But then she started to cry again. What if I never find him? Isabella asks through her tears. It was at this moment that it truly made sense to Hunter how much Tobias meant to Isabella, which meant that he would do anything to find the cat and let it live with them. Even if he thought it was the oddest thing he had ever seen, Hunter knew he would do anything to ensure his mate's happiness. Tobias was to Isabella what Jackson was to Hunter. They were best friends and would feel like they were missing a limb if the other was gone. If Jackson went missing, Hunter wouldn't rest until he had found him. And that was exactly what Isabella was going to do. So, as her mate, Hunter would be there throughout it all. Werewolves were pack animals, so it was very rare to find a werewolf within a pack who didn't have any friends. But Hunter knew that something wasn't right with the pack that he had found Isabella in. But now wasn't the time to question that. Hunter pulled Isabella into a hug. She flinched at first but very quickly settled into it. Neither Hunter nor Isabella could stop themselves from smelling the other person. It was the most addictive thing either of them had experienced. You will find him. I promise. Look. About a 5 minutes walk is a lake. It's my favorite place to go and sit while I think about things. Why don't we go there? There is no point in running around, getting upset but never finding him. Let him come to us when he is ready. Hunter explained. Isabella, who was still pressed against Hunter's chest, a place he didn't really want to move her from, nodded. Isabella took a deep breath and started to walk in the direction Hunter pointed. But he noticed that she was uncomfortable walking as she was limping. So he went behind her and lifted her bridal style into his arms, making her squeal in surprise. Hunter catches a glimpse of the bottom of Isabella's feet, which are covered in scratches and cuts, which makes him angry. He isn't even sure who or what he is angry at, but knowing that his mate is hurting angers him. Hunter carries Isabella with ease until they reach the lake. Even in darkness, it was one of the most beautiful, relaxing places he had ever seen. Hunter gently placed Isabella on her feet, telling her not to move as he didn't want her to have further damage to her feet. Isabella watched as Hunter reached into the bag and pulled out a blanket which he lay on the floor and told her to sit on. A blanket, really? You really did think of everything. Isabella teases playfully with a small smile on her face, but Hunter could still see the anxious lines on her face as she looked around, hoping to see Tobias. Hunter sat down next to Isabella and pulled her close to his body to keep her warm. He kissed the top of her head, never wanting this closeness to end. Of course, he wanted to make her happy by finding Tobias, but he was glad of him disappearing just because he could experience this moment. This could be a long night, so I thought I'd make it as comfortable as I could. Hunter shrugged as if it was nothing. Both Isabella and Hunter fell into a comfortable silence. All of Isabella's thoughts were about Tobias, as she felt like thinking about anything else would make her head explode. Hunter's thoughts were whirling around so quickly, he barely had time to contemplate each one. But it was mainly due to his new mate, his pack, and the prospect of life never being the same again. Considering they were in a deep, dark forest that most people would be terrified of, Hunter finds drifting off to sleep incredibly easy. On the other hand, Isabella was scared out of her wits. Every single noise, whether that be a branch snap or an owl hooting, made her practically jump out of her skin. Isabella's neck was getting sore as it kept snapping in the direction of every noise. She wasn't sure if this was because she expected Tobias to suddenly appear or a giant bear. Are there giant bears in these woods? I should have asked if there are giant bears. Isabella thinks to herself, looking down at his relaxed form. He seemed so settled. He also looked much younger when he was asleep, just like he did when he smiled. Isabella so wanted to reach out and touch his face, but even she knew that would probably be creepy if it woke him up, so decided against it and decided to rest her head against the tree she was leant up against. Isabella takes a deep breath and closes her eyes, trying to relax and push all scary thoughts out of her head. Sure, she was technically a werewolf, but she knew she would probably be useless if faced with real danger. It was a good job Hunter was here. Isabella took a moment to make a wish, pleading for anyone who would listen to return her beloved cat. She knew nobody understood it, most of all Hunter. But that cat was her best friend. Tobias had always been there, the person who listened to her cry and comforted her the way nobody else had been willing to do since before Alpha Jax had died. Hunter's head lolled on Isabella's shoulder, making her jump slightly. She almost reached to push his head away, but instinct, and maybe the mating bond already forming, caused her to stay still. The contact, no matter how small, was somewhat comforting to Isabella, something that she had also not experienced since Alpha Jax, particularly around men. They had been demonized to her in the past few years, but she could already see that being around Hunter, and even the little contact with Jackson, that not all men were the same. It allowed her to believe that maybe one day she could be confident around men again. Isabella is pulled out of her deep thoughts by another rustling sound, making her head turn to her left. She watches with narrowed eyes as the rustling gets louder. Seconds pass in bated breath, and Isabella, feeling a newfound confidence, inches away from Hunter. But as the noise gets louder, she starts to feel terrified and is ready to shake Hunter awake when a familiar ginger cat pops his head from around the bushes. Without thinking, Isabella jumps to her feet with tears in her eyes, causing Hunter to fall flat on his face on the floor. His eyes flutter open with a groan as he rubs his now aching head. Isabella heads towards Tobias, ready to pick him up. But at the last second, he turns on his heel and runs in the direction he came from. Isabella starts to chase close behind, and Hunter jumps to his feet to follow. Bloody cat, he grumbles angrily. The chase continues until Tobias reaches a fallen tree. He nimbly climbs straight onto it with confidence, Isabella weighs up her options. The tree is surrounded with thick, dark mud. But the longer she stands at the base of the tree, the further Tobias gets. She simply can't lose him shakily. Isabella climbs onto the tree and starts to try to walk across. Halfway across the tree, Tobias sits down, patiently waiting for his owner to reach him. He somehow has a hilarious look on his face. Isabella could have sworn he was smiling at her. But now was not the time to think about that, as every extra step Isabella took, the shakier she became on her feet. Werewolves often have incredible balance, but a lack of training or practice meant this skipped Isabella. She was the complete opposite, usually falling over her own feet, let alone trying to balance on a tree trunk. It wasn't long before Hunter caught up with Isabella. He watched her with an amused look in his eyes. There was some concern, but he was pretty confident that even if Isabella fell from the tree, apart from being very muddy, she wouldn't come to any harm. There was absolutely no chance Hunter was going to climb onto the tree himself. He told himself that he wasn't going to do it because one of them needed to be on dry land if Isabella happened to fall into the mud. Hunter watched on in confusion at how shaky Isabella was. It was basic training that most pack members did for balance. You built the basic foundations after shifting for the first time, usually 13 over 14. But it was something you were supposed to dedicate time to for the rest of your life to ensure something like this didn't happen. As much as it was endearing to watch Isabella, he had never seen someone with so little grace when doing such a simple task. Even some of the youngest werewolves would have already managed to reach Tobias by now. As Isabella gets closer, Tobias stands ready to turn around and go further back along the tree trunk. "No, Tobias," Isabella yells in a panic. "Stay where you are," she begs, waving her arms around to show Tobias to stay still, but mainly to help with her balance. "Be careful, Isabella," Hunter shouts, biting the inside of his cheek nervously. On her next step, Isabella completely loses her balance. One leg goes up and her arms flail around before she crashes down to the side, falling spectacularly into the mud with a splat. A small scream leaves Isabella's mouth. This time Hunter has to bite his lip to stop himself from laughing. She wasn't hurt, and honestly, she just looked adorable. When Isabella managed to resurface from the mud, she has a smile on her face before breaking into laughter, which is music to Hunter's ears. Hunter lets out a laugh too as she struggles her way trying to get out of the mud. Tobias decides he has worried her enough and makes his way across the trunk towards Hunter with ease. He sits at Hunter's feet with a look of, "Hurry up. What is taking so long?" toward Isabella as she squelches her way out of the mud. Hunter finally takes pity on her and reaches his arm out for her to grab onto, misjudging his strength. Hunter pulls too hard, causing not only Isabella to come flying out of the mud, but she lands right against his chest, leaving an Isabella-shaped mud patch over him, leaving them both laughing again. Heavy with mud apart from Tobias, of course. The three of them head back to the huge pack house divided by castle, now wide awake and happy. Isabella finally can appreciate the beauty of her new home. A cold shiver spreads across her body, not only from the mud but also because of the thought that this was her new home. Hunter pulls Isabella closer to him to share his body heat. He was like a permanent hot water bottle. Isabella and Hunter take their shoes off at the door, but it is almost futile as they still manage to leave a muddy trail in their wake. Isabella glances over her shoulder and winces at the mud covering the floor. She starts to turn around to clean it up, but Hunter grabs onto her hand and pulls her towards him gently. "Someone will sort it." Hunter shrugs. Isabella feels uneasy, and although she doesn't say anything, it is written all over her face for Hunter to see. "Look, Isabella. I'm Alpha and you're their future Luna. We need to focus on cleaning ourselves, not the floor. They will sort it." Isabella winces again. She wasn't sure she would ever get used to having so much freedom and control. But the one thing she knew for sure was that she would ensure that she or nobody around her ever treated someone the way she was for as long as she lived. The happy mood didn't end. Isabella barely registered that Hunter had started to peel the now drying, muddy clothes off of her body. Hunter had only pure intentions of getting Isabella clean, dry and warm. He could even tell that she was relaxed, which he knew was unusual. So was enjoying the moment while it lasted. Despite her relaxation, Hunter ensured he told Isabella every step of the way what he was going to do next, giving her time to protest or stop him. He also made sure that for every piece of clothing he took off of her body, he did for himself to show they were on a level playing field. Hunter leads Isabella into the shower and watches as the mud starts to slide away from her pale skin. As if realizing what was going on, Isabella wraps her arms around herself awkwardly. In silence, Hunter reaches over, and looking into Isabella's eyes to watch for her reaction, he gently takes her arms from around her body to ensure she doesn't feel exposed. He pulls her against his chest. He runs his nose along the length of hers, letting the water cascade over them both before he washes them both with soap. "You move quick," Isabella whispers with a small smile on her face. Although this was moving quicker than she had ever expected, it didn't feel wrong or bad to her, and she welcomed it. "Only as quick as you want, baby," Hunter replies, planting a soft kiss on her lips but pulls away to make sure he doesn't cross the line. It was hard to know where the line was with someone as secretive as Isabella, but Hunter was dedicated to making sure she felt happy and safe. Smiles cover both Isabella's and Hunter's faces until Hunter separates himself from Isabella to reach over for the shampoo to clean her hair. He looks down and his eyes linger on numerous scars. Too many to count. Some scars had a faded, healed look while others look as fresh as a week ago. Despite werewolf healing, any injuries that caused scars took much longer to leave the body. Hunter feels a pain in his chest that he never had before, almost as if a knife was plunging into it. He drops to his knees and wraps his arms around her waist. He didn't truly know what he was doing. He had never been faced with this before, as if clicking back into reality from her happy place moments before. Isabella rips herself out of his grasp and looks at him in horror. How was it possible to not even realize that he would see them? How could he have such an effect on her that she could barely think of anything other than him? Isabella quickly turns on her heel to escape the enclosed shower that suddenly seemed far too small, making her panic as she walks away. It gives Hunter the chance to see the scratches and cuts on her back, which make him feel nauseous and furious at the thought of hurting someone so pure as Isabella. "Who did that to you?" she hears Hunter yell over the roaring water above his head. Isabella said nothing and did not turn around. If she had, she would have seen the pure red eyes on Hunter as the anger was flooding his veins, making him shake. Isabella didn't think she could get ready as quickly as she did after walking out of the shower. The bubble of happiness they both had been in burst when Hunter saw the scars on Isabella's torso and back, which came from her old pack, mainly Finn. She was scared to tell Hunter who it was because it would cause so much trouble that she just wanted to forget. All the trauma had been something Isabella dealt with when it happened, and although she would never completely forget it, she pushed it to the back of her mind, never to be brought up again. However, if Hunter knew who did it, it would certainly be brought up again. By the time Hunter had managed to stand up, take a breath to calm himself down, put on some sweatpants and a t-shirt, and walk into his bedroom, Isabella had thrown on one of Hunter's tops with a towel over her lap as she sat patiently on the bed, her eyes fixed on the floor in embarrassment. Hunter walked over to Isabella and knelt down again with his hands firmly pressed to her knees. Not to hurt her, but to keep her there so he could properly speak to her. "Look at me," Hunter begged. And when Isabella silently refused, he reached out and gently lifted up her chin so she was looking straight into his eyes. Despite wanting to look away, Isabella knew she would not achieve anything by doing that. "What did they do to you?" he asked, scooping Isabella's small hands into his big ones before bringing them up to his mouth to kiss gently. "It's in the past. Please forget it," Isabella whispered, a stray tear slipping out her eye. "If it was in the past and forgotten about, you wouldn't be crying," he said, knowing it wasn't the right time for smugness. "I didn't have many friends in my old pack." "Can we just leave it at that?" Isabella sighed, finally looking away from Hunter. Hunter had to close his eyes to calm himself down and get rid of the bright red rings in his eyes that showed anger. As he didn't want Isabella to think that he was angry at her, Hunter reached out with a small smile on his face, which instantly calmed him down when he saw his mate in his t-shirt. He lightly gripped the hem of the t-shirt and started to pull it up. But Isabella's eyes instantly widened, and she jumped further onto the bed out of his reach. The reaction he had shown had been the worst part of the whole experience. Even the pain they had caused didn't feel as bad as she did at that moment. "What have they done to you?" Hunter whispered, his words hoarse due to the lump in his throat. This was the closest Hunter had come to crying since he was a child. Crying was seen as a weakness, but he couldn't hold it back when it concerned his mate. Plus, it was better for her to see him cry than break something out of anger because that would only scare her. Isabella brought her knees to her chest and stared forward blankly. Soon enough, there was something in her line of vision, a hand. Hunter's hand. He was sitting on the edge of the bed. Not getting too close because he didn't want to scare her, but he was holding out his hand for her to take. A panic formed itself in Isabella's stomach, and for a couple of minutes she curled up tighter, her eyes flicking from Hunter's face and his hand, when it came back to her that Hunter was her mate and he wouldn't hurt her. Isabella slowly slid her legs down and scooted down the bed until she could reach out and put her tiny hand into Hunter's large one. Hunter gently pulled her hand towards him. At first, there was a look of shock and fear that filled Isabella's eyes, but once she was pressed to Hunter's chest, she looked comfortable and at home like she belonged there. A small smile found its way on both of their faces. Isabella smiled because she realized this was the man she had been waiting for so long. And Hunter smiled because Isabella was finally relaxing as she closed her eyes and smelled his scent, which was comforting to her. Hunter rocked them back and forth almost like Isabella was a child, and her small frame and lack of weight almost felt like a child. What felt like no time at all. She had fallen asleep, but before Hunter put her into the bed, he noticed a wet patch on his t-shirt where she had been crying, but he wasn't sure if she had done it before she went to sleep or after. However, the anger that he had pushed down for Isabella's sake came back up. The last gentle thing that Hunter did for the night was place Isabella in the bed before placing a quick kiss on her forehead before walking to the door. Hunter switched the light off and stood there for a couple of minutes just watching Isabella sleep. She looked peaceful, like she didn't have a care in the world. But as soon as Hunter remembered the reality of the burden she had been carrying about and what someone had done, he slowly closed the door and walked downstairs, calling his 3 most trusted pack members to his office for a meeting. "I've called you here because I want to send an invite to Alpha Jax and his brothers to come here to talk," Hunter says with a sadistic smile that made everyone but Jackson shrink back nervously. They knew he meant business. And since his mate had just come from that pack, it wasn't going to be anything good. And when they get here, Hunter's best warrior and friend asks. "We treat them like guests of honor, of course," Hunter replies, his smile growing. "What if they don't want to come?" "They refuse," the last man. Hunter's advisor, who he never listened to, and fellow friend, asked, "Give them an offer they can't refuse, and if that doesn't work, then you threaten them with death." Hunter shrugs like it's nothing. "Go." "Jackson, stay here," Hunter adds, shooing the other 2 men with his hand. His beta and best friend slumped down in a chair across from the desk. "So what's really going to happen when they get here and what has actually happened?" Jackson says, knowing his best friend too well. "I'm not totally sure what's happened yet, but I will find out, and I don't think it's going to end happily," Hunter replies, shaking his head, not wanting to explain further, which Jackson understands, so just simply nods. 2 slightly awkward days had passed for Isabella. Hunter had tried to start conversations about the previous night, but whenever he did, Isabella would quickly shut him down, telling him that she didn't want to talk about it. Part of her was dying to tell him everything so that he could understand why she was so scared and jumpy around him. Isabella wanted to tell him so that he could understand how she felt, even though it was so hard to say it, to get them words out. Despite this, everything seemed good. There were some strange looks from other pack members who hadn't been properly introduced to Isabella and some whispering behind her back, but it was nothing that hadn't happened before. This time there was a huge difference. These whispers were about who Isabella was. Unlike back in her old pack, as they would make up rumors about it. Whisper about where she had got the most recent injury or about the fact that nobody wanted her there. It wasn't like she wanted to be there either. One thing that Isabella had noticed was that now she was doing nothing all day. She was more tired than ever. It was her choice to stay in bed until 8 a.m. every morning, which was a lie-in for her, and then because of her role within the pack, she had no duties to do so. She ate and slept, yet she found herself wanting to have naps throughout the day. Maybe it was just because she knew she could. There would be no one storming in to pull her off of the bed, by her hair screaming at her to wake up like she has experienced in the beginning when she wasn't used to the tough work schedule. It could also be because she had no work to do. When she had something to do, she didn't have time to think about being tired because that would slow her down, and just like falling asleep. Being too slow would also get you a punishment. It could also simply just be because of the fact that the bed she shared with Hunter, The one she seemed to spend most of her time on was so damn comfortable and inviting. Isabella had woken up that morning to the soft humming of Hunter in the shower. Every now and again he would sing along to a line of a song that was playing through the speakers in the bathroom. Lying completely still, Isabella had curled up into a ball to listen, unable to stop the small smile on her face from growing. She could get used to waking up like this. This was certainly the case when Hunter had gotten out of the shower in nothing but a towel hanging dangerously low around his waist. Shaking her head, she made herself forget the thoughts she was having about him and the thoughts about the shower they had shared. Well, the good parts anyway. They had both gone for breakfast, and then Hunter had pressed a light kiss on Isabella's head before disappearing into his office to get some packwork done. There had been a large circle of people surrounding her instantly after the Alpha had moved, wanting to know more about her, but she still didn't feel totally comfortable around so many wide eyes wanting to know every inch of her life, particularly when she couldn't even talk to her beloved mate yet. Feeling the high level of uncomfortableness and panic radiating from the kitchen divided by dining room area, Hunter had reappeared. He placed a guiding hand on Isabella's elbow to lead her upstairs, with his other hand clutching a laptop. Once they had left the room, they could both hear everyone erupting into excited giggles as they all thought they knew what their Alpha had removed his mate for when it couldn't be further from the truth. It was true that even Omega wolves were constantly wanting to be with each other as soon as they met their mate. This was just heightened the higher up the pack you got, and boy was Hunter feeling it, because the need for little pups was more important for future betas and alphas. I knew you didn't want to be in there, so I thought I would get you out. He smiles lovingly down at his beautiful doe-eyed mate. Thank you. I promise I'll get better. Isabella smiles back, although her cheeks burn a bright red color. You don't need to. You're Luna, he adds comfortingly. Exactly, Isabella says with a small laugh, to which Hunter adds his large deep one before leaning over to kiss her gently. Although he was cautious with her before because of how she acted, he was much more gentle now because he knew something had actually happened, and she wasn't just nervous of her own accord. As much as he wanted to carry on, he pulled away with a small groan. I need to do work, he sighs before closing eyes for a second to calm down. Oh yeah. Of course. You go get your work done, Isabella rushes, feeling her cheeks warm up even more than ever. Did he just turn me down? She thought to herself, but she just quickly walked over to the bed to sit on it. Well, I brought this up for you to keep you entertained. I will see you soon, princess, he says after calming down before rushing out of the room so he doesn't stay with her when he is meant to be doing work. Curling up under the covers, Isabella put on Netflix to watch a movie, but it wasn't long before she had fell into a deep slumber. Disorientated and eyes still full of sleep, Isabella shot out of bed. The open curtains revealed the sun had not long set, and there was a lilac tint in the sky. For a moment she had forgotten what had made her wake up so suddenly, but a small sniff of the air revealed to her what she had feared. It was something she prayed she would never have to experience again. People she prayed she would never have to experience again, but yet here they were in her home. The home she can come to love already at the thought of them never contaminating it. Isabella's bubble had burst. Like a sharp needle, they had come bursting through to pop it. Any shred of happiness for the short time she had been here seemed to melt out of her, mostly through the tears streaming down her face that she hadn't even noticed that were there. Pulling herself together, as much as she could, Isabella blew her nose and splashed cold water onto her face to try to mask the fact that she had been crying, but she could already feel herself on the edge. One soft touch and she would go flying off into a mess of tears and screaming, yet putting her head high and shoulders back. She opened what seemed to be a much heavier door than before because she, of course, didn't want to go, but she did. Isabella left the bedroom to go downstairs, where she knew her old Alpha and brothers were waiting. Isabella had to force each foot in front of the other as she walked down the stairs. Every fiber of her body screaming to turn and run in the opposite direction back in the room, to the comfort of the bed she had not long woken up from. Everything about the house that she has come to admire now seemed stained and tarnished at the thought of them being here. Them touching it. Although part of Isabella was wondering what they were doing, she wasn't panicking as much as she thought she would. She knew they wouldn't be here for a fight, because although she hated them, she knew they were not stupid. They thought strategically and tactically, and by coming to the biggest Alpha in the world for a fight is something they just wouldn't do. Isabella was more confused than anything about why they would be here. Hunter knew something had gone back in the old back. Sure, he didn't know the full extent, but he loved Isabella, so surely he wouldn't invite them for a visit. Looking around, everything seemed to be functioning normally. Nobody seemed concerned that a new smell was lingering around the house, so it seemed Hunter had warned them someone was coming because otherwise, they would be extremely territorial right now. Stopping a girl that Isabella had seen around the pack that seemed pretty nice, she asked where he was. Oh, in his office. I heard him mention something earlier about you being asleep and to do something when you woke up, so he probably wants you to go straight in. She smiles comfortingly. Unsure whether she wanted to go in or not, Isabella crept towards the door of his office. Isabella could hear low but growled talking from outside the thick wooden door and instantly knew there was tension in the room. She reached out a small shaky hand to knock on the door. It seems almost instant that the door was aggressively swung open by Jackson, who tries to stand in the full frame of the door so you can't see what is going on inside. But with Isabella's height, she can see between his arm where Hunter has Alpha Axel by the throat pinned up against the wall while he is getting right in his face. Isabella can also see on the other side of Jackson that Finn is sat with a straight face trying to not show his emotions, but she can see the fear in his eyes and part of her loves it, because that's exactly how he made her feel every single day. But she knew that was her. Isabella was a loving girl who wanted peace and not war. She knew what she had to do. Hunter, stop, she said with a small but effective voice because Hunter's head whipped round to look at her. He looked straight into her large eyes and dropped his hand from around Axel's neck. Pushing straight past Jackson, who clearly let her past, she went to walk over to Hunter, but as she got into the middle of the room, she looked down at Finn, who had seemed to regain a large proportion of his confidence. Even now, when she knew she was 99% safe, that 1% was the thing that stopped her in her tracks and made a lump form in her throat as her heartbeat got much quicker, which she knew Hunter could hear. It's him, Hunter growled. Before Isabella knew he had moved, he had gone from one side of the room, from one brother to the other on the other side of the room. Hunter had Finn by the throat like he had Axel only seconds ago. I'm going to kill you. Tear your limbs from your body and make your brother eat them, he screamed, spraying spit into the suddenly small-looking boy's face. Axel had tried to run over to his baby brother but was held back by two men who Isabella had seen with Hunter before, but she didn't know them by name. Finn let a blood-curdling scream as Hunter was literally pulling his arm away from his body. He had only managed to pull Finn's arm from the socket when Isabella rushed over. She placed a comforting hand on Hunter's arm. He isn't worth it. You don't want him on your conscience, she says, a stray tear slipping down her face. A tear she didn't even know was coming. Isabella just needed these men out of her life. They were a part of her past, so they didn't need to be brought into her present or her future. I won't even remember his name. This isn't new to me, Hunter smirked over his shoulder at the other men as they laughed. This was the first time Isabella truly saw a side in Hunter she hated. Stepping back, she was shaking her head. In that moment, Hunter reminded her of Finn, and that scared her. Hunter looked over at Isabella's face, and seeing the terrified look, he actually let go of Finn, who slumped to the floor, clutching to his arm. Rushing over to Isabella, Hunter placed a hand on her cheek, which she pushed away. More tears were spilling over eyes. Isabella was more hurt about how Hunter was acting than the years of abuse she had been keeping a secret. Baby, Hunter mutters, reaching out for her again, but she continues to move backwards. No, you want to prove to me that you're no different to them. Let them go. I don't want them here any longer, but they have a pack to run, Isabella sighs before walking out of the room. A pack who didn't help you. Let him kill them both. Kill them all, Isabella's wolf hissed. She herself seemed to have a violent side. Isabella knew she would get her revenge, whether it be through physical fight or simply through her happiness that she was told she would never get. Either way, it would happen. They would never have the same control over her as they had done just a few weeks earlier. Coming into the bedroom around an hour later, Hunter was cautious about where he sat in regards to where Isabella was and how to approach a conversation with her. They're gone. Jackson escorted them to the perimeter, not a hair on their head. Taken and uninjured, he explains, trying to scoot closer to Isabella, who is frozen, sat upright with legs out on the bed facing forward. Apart from the injuries they sustained while they were here. Apart from the mental injuries they got when they thought you were going to kill them, she points out, to which he can't really argue with because he did those things. But they hurt you. I can't believe they hurt you, he says, growing angry again, but this time she reaches out and places a small hand on top of his large one. Yes, and I'm the one that had to suffer then and suffer now. I hate the way I look with these scars, and I know you mustn't like to see them. I am scarred and ruined, she says, tears streaming down her face. Hunter stands up and walks to her side of the bed after closing the curtains and locking the door. He holds out his hand for her to take, which after a small hesitation she does. "What are we doing?" she asks, but Hunter doesn't say anything. All he does is plant a needy kiss on her lips. It is gentle but so full of emotion. He only breaks the kiss to unbutton Isabella's jeans and pull them down before lifting her small body up so he can kick them to the side. "I'm not ready," she panics, but he presses his index finger to her lips. "Trust me," he whispers, and she nods. Not sure why, but she knows she trusts him. Putting both hands on either side of her face, Hunter kisses her again. This time it is much faster, so soon he has to stop to make sure he doesn't take it any further because he himself knows that she isn't ready. Reaching down, Hunter pulls Isabella's top from right over her head, leaving her in just underwear. Feeling the unease radiating from her, Hunter takes off his top and pants too. Hunter sits Isabella on the edge of the bed, then kneels down on the floor between her legs. He takes her foot first and inspects it. "I love you from the tip of your toes to your cute button nose," he whispers, rising until he manages to kiss to her nose. "That was cheesy," she giggles softly, which is music to his ears. "But it made you smile," he grins, but she freezes when places his hands on her lower stomach over her scars. "I love these too," he starts, but she tries to move, but before she can, he grabs her ankles and keeps her there, while he places soft, gentle kiss from one side of her stomach to the other. "You're lying," she mutters with an awkward look on his face. "No, baby. They're your battle scars. Or journey scars. It shows the long journey you had to take to get to me. And each one," he explains, as his fingers run over each scar so lightly that she isn't even sure he is touching her until she looks, "reminds me that you're here. You're mine forever, and that this isn't some dream I'm going to wake up from because I don't want to lose my perfect girl," he whispers, pressing another needy kiss to Isabella's lips. Hunter had woke up with his arms tightly wrapped around his beautiful mate's waist. He could sense that she was awake, but when he looked over her shoulder at her face, he noticed she was thinking about something so deeply that she hadn't noticed him watching her. Without saying anything, Hunter pulled Isabella closer to his body, which pulled her out of her thoughts with a small smile. Looking over her shoulder, Hunter took his chance to place a loving kiss on her lips, to which the smile on her lips grows. "I like when you smile," Hunter mutters, reaching out to trace his index finger over Isabella's bottom lip. "Me too," she whispers, closing her eyes as if to savor the feeling of Hunter's skin against hers. "Come," he replies, standing up. Isabella stretches out on the bed, not wanting to move. She has found the perfect warm spot of where Hunter had been lay moments earlier. Noticing she didn't want to get up, Hunter walked into the bathroom and started the shower before coming back into the bedroom where he lifted Isabella up bridal style. He carried her into the bathroom before placing her on the heated floor. "Let's shower," Hunter said, taking a step forward, causing Isabella, with panic-stricken eyes, to take a step back even though it was in the direction of the shower. "I'm not ready," she said, like she had the night before. Now it was time for Hunter to repeat himself. "Trust me," he smiles warmly, holding out his hand, which Isabella takes much quicker this time. Hunter pulls Isabella towards the shower slowly, never taking his eyes off of her. He walks into the shower, still wearing his pajama bottoms and tank top. Hunter loved to sleep naked or at the most in just his boxers, but he knew this would make Isabella uncomfortable, so he had invested in some itchy pajamas but could only manage to wear the pants. "Are you crazy?" Isabella said, letting out a giggle despite stepping closer and closer to the shower herself. "Crazy for you," he winks, making her blush despite how corny that line was. Isabella found herself walking into shower, and her clothes instantly got heavier as they filled with water. Hunter took his top off and let it fall to the floor of the shower. He then removed Isabella's pants slowly. He continued his eye contact silently, telling her she could say stop whenever she wanted, but she shook her head so he could continue. Connecting their hands back together, Isabella stepped out of the sodden pajama shorts and underwear, leaving her lower half. Despite this, she still felt comfortable with how she was, but she knew as soon as Hunter reached for her own tank top, she would be filled with anxiety. "Don't feel like you have to do anything," Hunter smiles reassuringly, and Isabella knew he was telling the truth, but it was like the hand that wasn't linked with Hunter's was frozen at her side, and she couldn't take her top off. Hunter made the next move and shimmied out of his pants that he stepped out with ease. Isabella couldn't help but let her eyes wander down. "May I?" Hunter asks, pushing the straps of Isabella's top down only a fraction. Isabella's eyes filled with fear in an instant that hurt Hunter. She felt so unhappy about what he would think about her that she was terrified. Not to mention it physically hurt his heart at how much his mate hated herself. The body he had come to love. every inch. A curve and scar was imprinted on his heart, and he just wished she would see what he did. "You have to trust me, Bella," he mutters, liking the way his new nickname for her rolled off of his tongue. Reaching behind her, Hunter gently tugged the hairband from Isabella's hair, letting waves of hair tumble down around her shoulders. "I do," she replies over the roaring water hitting their bodies. Even with the distraction of the shower, she couldn't even fully convince herself when it came to letting him see her body, never mind convincing Hunter. Without another word, Hunter pulled Isabella's body to his. By doing this, he gave himself just enough room to slide the top from her body, unhook her bra and take it off without actually seeing anything. Of course he wanted to. He loved her and wanted to know every part of her body, even if he already loved it, but he also knew he needed to take small steps, and eventually he would get his girl. For a long time, the two of them stood, pressed to each other with the water hitting them without actually touching. But then Isabella slid her hands up Hunter's back to wrap them around him while he reached behind her head to comfortingly run on hand down her neck and upper back over her hair. It took Hunter a couple of minutes to realize Isabella was crying. He took a tiny step back so he could lift Isabella's chin up to look at her properly. "What is wrong?" he asks, already knowing. He could feel it radiating from her, and his wolf and hers were talking about what was wrong, even though she too was mostly a closed book. "I don't want to be like this. I want to make you happy because I can show you my body. I want to feel like we could go on holiday to a sunny country, and I could wear a bikini so we could walk together, and you would be proud to call me your mate." She sighs, closing her eyes, but she opens them when Hunter places both of his hands either side of her head to cup her face. "Want to know something?" he asks with a hint of a cheeky smile on his face. "I have the most beautiful mate in the world, and you're mine to love and cherish, so I don't want you to wear bikinis because then all the guys would stare, wishing that what's mine was theirs, and I don't think I want to be beating up guys everywhere we go. Plus, I am proud, prouder than you will ever even know. I can't explain it. I can't put how I feel about you into words because there isn't any words that will do you justice. But I am going to live every single day of my life trying to make you realize how much I care about you and how proud I am of what you have achieved in life. Life has dealt you a difficult hand, but you won. You defeated all odds, and yet you are the most compassionate girl I know with the biggest heart, and for that alone, you are the one for me. I don't want anyone else. I want you. Your scars. Your past. Yours, warts and all," he winks. "I do not have warts." Isabella giggles, punching Hunter playfully on the arm, feeling so much better. Of course there was doubt niggling its way through Isabella's brain, but there always would be. She needed to realize that Hunter wouldn't be here if he didn't feel the things he said he did. "But I still love you," Hunter smirks before leaning down to rest his head lightly on Isabella's shoulder. He didn't expect her to say it because he wasn't sure if she was ready. "I love you too," she whispers. Even some werewolves wouldn't have heard, but with his amazing hearing, Hunter's head whipped up straight. What he asks with wide, excited eyes, taking a shaky breath. Isabella said it again. "I love you too." Unable to help himself, Hunter pressed his lips heavily on Isabella's lips. There was sparks flowing through the two of them as they couldn't keep their hands off of each other. It was true. They really did love each other, and it was the first time Isabella felt truly like things might be okay. This feeling was to be short-lived. The next day, Isabella and Hunter were lay arm in arm on the bed after waking up. With sleep still in her eyes, Isabella turned on her front to look up at Hunter with love clouding her eyes. She found herself running a single finger up and down his chest, which left him growling softly. It almost sounded like he was purring appreciatively like a cat. Without another thought, Hunter's hand reached out quickly to place a steadying hand around Isabella's wrist to stop her light teasing. "I need to tell you something," he mutters, stretching with a groan. Anxiety filled Isabella's body. There was no tone in his voice that could tell what exactly Hunter needed to tell her, but as always, Isabella thought of the worst possible scenarios first. "Go ahead," she whispers, digging her head into her pillow as if to cover her face from Hunter. She knew he could read her like a book, and right now she just wanted to find out what he needed to tell her rather than him having to spend a hour convincing her it wasn't anything bad, even though he could just be telling her. "It's my sister," he sighs, rubbing his face. Isabella sat up instantly with her head to the side, which Hunter found incredibly cute, but he had to shake his head as if to get rid of the thought. Likewise, Isabella found herself studying her mate's features. The curves and creases of his face that she had come to know and love. She wanted nothing more than to reach out just to touch his face, but she luckily managed to keep her hands pinned to her side. "Sister, since when did you have a sister?" Isabella says, sounding like she was questioning herself more than him. Had he mentioned it before, and she hadn't been paying attention? Hunter looks amused when he thinks about his answer. I dunno. I guess since she was born, so 18 years. You knew what I meant, Isabella smirked, slapping Hunter's chest, trying to ignore the sparks all over her hand. Isabella took this moment to realize how close the two had become in 2 days. She didn't fear touching him now. The thought of even playfully slapping Hunter like she had done moments earlier when she first arrived terrified her. Isabella also noticed that she was okay that Hunter didn't have a top on. He slept with only pajama bottoms on. She knew he didn't even wear boxers underneath, but she was okay with it. Looking down at her own body, Isabella noticed she was wearing less too. Pajama shorts that made her legs seem endless, and her usual tank top, but she noticed it had risen from moving around, and although the desire was there to pull it down to cover the faint silver markings of the start of her scars, didn't. She managed to refrain, which was a huge step for her. A chuckle vibrated its way through Hunter's chest and onto Isabella's hand, which had stayed firmly planted on his chest. Hunter had taken her hand and pressed it to his lips before putting it back on his chest with his on top. It so happened that it had fallen on his heart, and every now and again when Hunter would take in a moment to admire Isabella, his heart would speed up a little, then slow back down again. Okay, so what about your sister? Isabella asks, scooting closer to Hunter to rest her head on his chest, which makes him smile as he runs his fingers comfortingly through her hair. Isabella wasn't the only one who had noticed the change between them both. She's found out about you. I tried to keep it quiet because she can be a bit much, let's say, and I wanted you to feel comfortable here before she came bounding home, but anyways, she's found out and she is on her way home. I just wanted to warn you, he explains. It's her home. You don't need to tell me. It's okay, Isabella smiles, resting her chin on Hunter's chest so she can look up at him. It's your home too, plus she has something to tell me, he grimaces. And Isabella giggles. What could be so bad? Isabella. She has a bad reputation. Layla isn't at the pack because my dad thought she gave us a bad name, so he sent her to France to go to a nun school, he says, stifling a laugh that she had to go and not him. A nunnery that must suck, Isabella grimaces at the thought. She lasted 3 days there before running away. She ran away a total of 18 times in 7 months before even the women of God gave up on her, so Dad told her he didn't want her back. Hunter explains but chuckles at the horrified look on Isabella's face. Although she was treated so poorly, there is usually a strong connection between real parents and their children, particularly in the werewolf world, so she couldn't understand why their dad told his daughter he didn't want her back. Oh, don't look like that, Bella. Of course he wanted her back, but he wanted to scare her a little by thinking that she was on the brink of being rogue. Thought it would straighten her up a little. And make her grow up. So he punished her by sending out thousands of pounds out to her and her own personal bodyguard, Hunter says, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. Some punishment, Isabella said, wishing she has been sent away to do as she pleased. Exactly. Now she wanders around the world as she pleases. Spending the pack's money, Mum and Dad have even bumped into her in their travels, Hunter says in an almost jealous tone. But why wouldn't he? All of his family have been able to do as they want. His sister will have never been too important, so she was always free to do what she wanted, and now his mother and father were only former Alpha and Luna, you not sure they would help out if needed, by they didn't need to be at the pack anymore, so they could go out and travel while Hunter was stuck being the most powerful Alpha in the werewolf world. He couldn't even go on a holiday. If he went on a trip, it would be business. Not to relax. You don't regret being Alpha though, right? Isabella asks, and Hunter looks as though he is hurt by that question. Of course not. I wouldn't change it for the world, and my Our time will come when we can travel and leave the kids behind, he smirks, while Isabella's eyes widen with fear. Kids. So now do you understand why I'm worried? Announcements from Layla are never good. Wouldn't surprise me if she got herself pregnant, Hunter spits. The black look of anger taking over his eyes. Brother dearest, came a small, almost innocent-sounding voice. Isabella and Hunter turn around at the same time to see a small, framed, blonde-haired, beautiful girl stood in front of them. There was no doubting the family resemblance between them despite some of the larger differences. Layla had heavy makeup, even though anyone could tell that she didn't need it, and underneath it, Isabella could see that it was just a girl looking for attention, and if that attention had to be bad, then so be it. Layla Hunter replies with a curt nod. Isabella couldn't grasp why he was being so formal with his own flesh and blood despite why he had told her. I'm Isabella. Isabella starts but is cut off. Isabella. Hiya, Layla smirks roughly, pulling her into a tight hug. Careful, Hunter growls, and so it begins. So why are you here? Hunter asks with narrowed eyes. Almost as soon as Isabella had been introduced to Layla, Hunter had barked orders at everyone, including the two most important girls in his life, making them follow him to his office. Hunter had sat down in his chair while Layla fell down into a chair across the desk, like she had done it 1,000 times, Isabella thought. But then when she thought back to what Hunter had told her about Layla, she probably had fell into that exact chair at least 1,000 times. Didn't get the decorators in when you became alpha, then she sneers with a smirk. It's hard for Isabella to distinguish what is a joke and what isn't, because Layla's speech is borderline insults and jokes from a teasing. Annoying. Younger sister. Why are you here? Layla Hunter asks, ignoring her verbal punch. I told you. The day you dropped those people and found your real mate, I would come visit, she grins. Glancing between her big brother and his now disgusted mate, Isabella felt her stomach turn and a lump in her throat restricting her ability to breathe. Isabella hadn't fully expected Hunter to wait for her, as he was years older than her and might have thought he never would find his mate, but there had been multiple girls and not serious relationships. Just one-night stands. A warning growl leaves Hunter's mouth as his eyes burn red simply from the reaction of Isabella. He could see the hurt on her face, usually. He would ignore everything his sister said, even things like that when there were people in the room. They were his closest friends, like Jackson, his best friend, and Beta. Jackson was there now, looking strangely uncomfortable, but like Hunter. It wasn't because of what Layla had said, it was because of the look of betrayal on Isabella's face. Jackson had been by Hunter's side through his worst times, where he was sleeping with a different girl every night, and he was there now, though his best times with Isabella at his side. Why are you so angry, Hunter? You told Isabella about your past, didn't you? Isn't that what you do with mates? You share everything, she asked with wide, innocent eyes that no one believed to be true. Layla looks up at Isabella, who forces a small smile on her face despite the quick, anxiety-filled breaths she was having to take in order to remain in control of her own body. Isabella had only ever wanted to get out of rooms so much once in her life back in her old pack, but yet she forced herself to stay. If anything else was to be said, even though she didn't want to, she needed to hear it. Why are you here, Layla? He repeats before adding a threat shortly afterwards. And I'm warning you. Get to the point or I will personally walk you right off of this packland and you will not be coming back. I am not joking like Dad would. I mean it. Well, speaking of mates, she spits here, eyes looking as though they were on fire through anger. I have found mine. I wanted you to meet him. She smiles sweetly, either to fool them in forgetting what she had said minutes ago, or because she was thinking about her mate. Isabella could now see why Hunter had such distaste in his sister, but she kept her feet firmly planted on the ground. She couldn't see why Layla cared about what Hunter would think of her mate. She was clearly a very independent private girl who didn't share much with her family. Not to mention she seemed set on destruction of her brother and the pack. Why would you care what I think, he asks, raising his eyebrows as he voices what Isabella is thinking. So you could see how real mates act, she teases with a large smirk on her face, but when Hunter growls angrily at her, she holds her hands up in defense. Joke, she simply says before standing up and heading to the door. Jackson puts his foot in front of the door so she can't get out, but she just narrows her eyes at him. Move, dog. Jackson growls before closing his eyes to calm himself down by counting to 10, but he does eventually move, so she opens the door, but before she can leave, she turns back around. Dinner. 8 p.m. I'll text you the address. I'd love to see you both there. And no doubt you standing on guard, she says confidently to them all. With one fleeting glance at all of them, she leaves the room, slamming the door on her exit. Jackson, do you mind? Hunter starts, but Jackson had a smile on his face. Already going, boss. He says, his smile growing. There is a smile of friendship, but it is also sympathy for the both of them. He knows, just like the both of them, that what Layla had just said could turn things ugly. Bella Hunter whispers with pleading eyes. Despite being angry at him, Isabella couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine as his nickname that she had come to love so much rolled off his tongue. I don't want to hear it, Hunter, she replies, looking to the floor. She desperately wants to tell him everything's okay about the two of them, but also his sister in general, because she could still feel the anger radiating from him. Don't hear it then. Please just come here. I need you, Bella, he mutters. Isabella glances up at her suddenly weak-looking mate, and she seems to lose control of her legs as she is walking to the other side of the desk into his open arms. Hunter pulls Isabella onto his lap where she curls up in his arms with a content sigh. Just for a couple of minutes, so they could pretend like nothing had happened. Hunter presses his face into the crook of Isabella's neck. He greedily takes in deep breaths to take in her intoxicating scent, which instantly starts to calm him down. After a couple of peaceful minutes, Isabella sits up, to which both wolves whine in their owners' heads. "You're not forgiven," she says with hurt-laden eyes. "I don't expect to be," he sighs with a small smile. One similar to the one Isabella had given Layla before. "And this dinner tonight," she starts, but Hunter presses his fingers to her soft lips to stop her. He pauses for a minute as his mind is clouded over with the thought of just kissing her there and now, but he shakes his head to get rid of it. "You don't need to come. I don't expect you to," Hunter says, his index finger running across Isabella's plump bottom lip, which is equally as distracting to her as it is to him. "I wish you'd shut up," she grins playfully. "I was going to say, what should I wear?" The truth was, Isabella was going to tell Hunter that she didn't want to go. No. She was going to tell him she wasn't going whether he liked it or not, but when he gave her the choice, she changed her mind. A choice was something Isabella was never given, so for Hunter to give her that freedom, she wanted to go because she had chosen that decision. It had taken a long time, but Isabella had realized that she was Hunter's mate. There was no changing that. Not that she wanted to, so she had to get on with it and accept him for his flaws like he would her, and she had believed she had plenty for him to accept, including her past. Being mates to Hunter also meant she was powerful. More powerful than she could ever have thought of a few short months ago, but for them both to be this powerful, they needed each other. Isabella had to stand by her mate even in the worst times, even if it was just a dinner with his sister and her mate. Despite this, he still wasn't forgiven. Isabella had looked through her new wardrobe that she didn't even know she had. There had been too many dresses to count for her to make her way through, but she didn't want to look too flashy. Some of the dresses were for balls. Floor-length ball gowns that Isabella still couldn't grasp were hers. Well, she couldn't believe anything here was hers, but they were. In the end, she had chosen a white, almost off-the-should dress that looked quite plain, but there was black lace detailing at the bottom that gave it a beautiful, intricate touch that Isabella loved, and though it was very much like her, she came across as plain, but there was something about her that made Hunter love her. Isabella put it with some black pumps, which were also very plain, but Isabella didn't particularly like to stand out, so this outfit was perfect. Despite Isabella thinks she looked on the plain side when she came across Hunter, his jaw dropped open. He was at a loss for words, which made her blush incredibly hard, making her wish that the floor would just open up and eat her. "You look amazing is all," Hunter manages to say. "Thank you," she giggles, still feeling incredibly awkward. Isabella couldn't help giggling like a schoolgirl when she looked at Hunter in his suit. She also had a few choice words she wanted to say to him, but it might not have been appropriate. Where had this girl come from? When they had finally parked up outside the restaurant, there was an uneasy feeling in Isabella's stomach. She couldn't decide why she was feeling like that. It could be the day's events, because Isabella had been thinking about it all day, and maybe now it was just catching up with her. I could be, because they were on ground that no pack owned. In every country. There was, at least on area that no one could own, so if there were disagreements, it could settled in one of these areas without fear of being ambushed, for somewhere that was so free of werewolves. There were many werewolf rules put in place by Hunter's ancestors, such as no physical fighting could take place in these areas. It would be run by humans, so it was a fully functioning town, which was one of the reasons why there were so many rules. Werewolves didn't actually want to hurt humans. They wouldn't purposely protect them unless there was reason to do so, but they didn't want to kill a human for no reason. So by having a human town, there had to be no fighting, so no innocents died. The biggest rule of being a werewolf was not to expose yourself to humans, so by having a human town that had no one who owned it, no werewolves could fight because that would expose them. Punishments for this is unspeakable. It hasn't happened in so long many people don't know what would happen. It was almost a rule that all this land was owned by Hunter and his family, even though it was technically unowned by anyone. But the difference was that if Hunter did anything in this land that exposed him to the humans, for example, then he could be stripped of his title, whereas if he exposed himself to a human on werewolf land because he was royalty, it could be fixed without another word. This wasn't the case with normal werewolves. Even on their territory, if they told a human without good reason, they would be punished. This was why it was so important that whatever happened at this dinner, Hunter had to keep his cool no matter what Layla or her mate said. It was another main reason why Isabella decided to go to the meeting. She knew she was the only person who could keep him calm. Remember, Isabella said, getting ready to tell Hunter yet again that he had to keep his cool. Not to let the humans know, he says in a monotonous voice. Not only had he heard this from Isabella numerous times on the what seemed like forever journey, but he had it drummed into him by his mother and father as he was growing up, even though he didn't visit land like this until he was 19, as it was rarely needed or used. Yes, she smiles. They both take a deep breath before the door is opened, and they take a step out. As they walk to the door, everything is okay. Hunter had his hand wrapped around Isabella's for comfort at the scenarios he is creating in his head that could happen tonight. It isn't until the door to the restaurant is opened that a smell that fills Isabella's nose that makes her stop in her tracks like she has just walked into a brick wall. Shit, Jackson mutters under his breath as he has to stop suddenly too, behind Isabella as he nearly walks right into her. Bella. In the air. There are smells of amazing foods that usually would leave Isabella drooling at the thought of eating all she could, but now they were just making her feel queasy along with that familiar smell that Hunter and Jackson had already forgotten. But she never would. Isabella, Hunter says in a worried tone. He notices the worry etched on Isabella's face but doesn't know why. Isabella didn't live anywhere near here, so it was extremely unlikely that she would have visited. Stop being stupid, Isabella told herself before snapping out of her trance-like state. Are you okay? Hunter asks apprehensively. Fine, Isabella lies with a overdramatic smile, but Hunter is too happy to see her with some sort of smile on her face to notice how fake it is. Isabella catches Jackson narrowing his eyes at her, but she just shrugs at him and follows Hunter into the building, even though she had a familiar feeling of wanting to run away. It isn't confirmed for Isabella that it's him by seeing him. It is Hunter who tightens his hold on her hand. Finn. No, he growls. Isabella feels the color drain from her face, but she still has the common sense to squeeze his hand back to remind him she's here. Not with him, and he needs to keep his cool. Hey, bro. Come sit, Layla grins, only managing to take her eyes off of her mate for a couple of seconds before returning to look at him lovingly. He is not your mate, Hunter yells before storming over to the table, dragging Isabella with him. What do you mean, she says, a look of confusion shooting across her face. I suggest you sit down. Wouldn't want anyone finding out that you're a werewolf, he whispers the last word, but the smirk on his face tells everyone that he would love nothing more. Hunter turns his back on the couple at the table. It is clear that one party loves the other much more, and Isabella actually felt bad for Layla. No matter what someone does, they don't deserve to be played by their own mate, which was what was clearly happening here. After taking a couple deep breaths, Hunter looks into Isabella's eyes with still darker eyes than usual. You go wait in the car. I won't be here long, he smiles shakily. It's almost as fake as the one Isabella just gave. No. I can wait it out, and I need to make sure you don't do anything stupid, she whispers, reaching out to run the pad of her thumb against his cheek. If she had done that under normal circumstances, he might have growled happily, but it just managed to calm him down. Hunter himself knew that it was best to keep Isabella by his side so he could make sure that Finn and his brothers hadn't planned a surprise attack, and he knew she kept him calm, even at the worst times, which was good in this environment. Any time it gets too much, you tell me, Hunter says with raised eyebrows. He sighs, slightly happier when she nods to confirm she will. They walk over to the table and sit down. They are rigid and tense, whereas the couple across from them are slumped in their seats and all over each other. It's hard for Isabella and Hunter how Layla can't see that Finn isn't really interested in her, but sometimes people are blinded from the truth when they really love their mate, even if it doesn't go both ways. Right, well, here I am and I don't approve, Hunter says, putting his hands into fists. You're just not happy that I'm happy, Layla replies, shaking her head. I'd love to be happy, but that won't happen with him. He is using you, Hunter says, leaning closer to his sister. You know nothing about James, she says, smiling lovingly over at him. Isabella's jaw drops. James. Layla. His name is Finn. His brother is the alpha to my old pack. Finn is a horrible man who is completely dangerous. You need to get away, Isabella warns with sad eyes. She knew the bad things he could do, and as much as she disliked Layla, nobody should have to deal with the likes of Finn. He really is a monster if one should ever exist. James is rogue and has been for a number of years. His old pack kicked him out unfairly after his mother and father died in a tragic fire. We've only known each other a short time, but he told me everything. Why would he lie about that? Why would you lie about that, she says. The hurt clear in narrowed eyes. You spin a good tale, James Hunter spits, barely able to say his name. I don't know what you have against me, sir, but I am innocent to these lies. Too, he says with innocent-looking eyes. But when Layla looks away from him to her brother, shaking her head, the smirk on Finn's face comes back. I'm going to kill you, Hunter growls. A couple people look around, but he is so angry he doesn't even notice. Calm down, Hunter, Isabella mutters, placing a hand onto one of his thighs. That, along with hearing his name fall from her tongue instantly, does make him feel calmer, but he is too angry for it to work fully. Yes, Hunter, calm down. I already told you, we don't want anyone here to find out about our condition, Finn says, raising his eyebrows, not taking the chance to say werewolf as there is a waitress a couple of feet away, and we wouldn't want you stripped of your title for me and you, sister, to have to take over. He smirks, licking his lips. Hunter's eyes widen with fear. It has clicked that all this time Finn has been using his sister to get a reaction out of him. That's why they wanted to meet here where there are such harsh rules, because one wrong move and the title would automatically fall to Layla and her mate, which is what he wanted. He would be Werewolf King, and there would be nothing Hunter or Isabella could do about it. Layla's eyes also widen with fear. This wasn't the plan. She didn't want to be queen. She was happy with her princess role. She fit it well. All Layla had ever wanted to do was to find her mate and settle down happily away from the shadow of her brother. Layla was very misunderstood. She had created an image for herself where she went against all the rules. She had told everyone she didn't want a mate because she knew this would get people talking and give her attention because it was against the ordinary, but really this was all she wanted. Not a fancy crown and a title, but once Layla had started with the role, she found it harder and harder to drop it after every lie. Insult and bad action happened, so she continued to do it. Even Layla knew that was rightfully her brother's, but wanting to stick by her mate, she smothered the fear like a flame, so she could seem confident in what her mate was saying. We're leaving, Hunter said, grabbing Isabella's hand. He led her out to the car and told her to get in. He left Jackson with her before he walked back into the restaurant. Despite Isabella trying to scramble out the car, Jackson stopped her. He said, I had to stop you at all costs. The best thing you can do is get in and put your belt on, Jackson says with his second sympathetic smile of the day. Isabella could also see that whatever Hunter was doing, Jackson felt that it was stupid. Hunter, get off me. Isabella heard a scream, and looking in the direction of the restaurant, she noticed that Hunter had thrown Layla over his should and was carrying her to the car at a fast pace. Jackson, start the car. Isabella, move, Hunter growled at the kicking in his stomach. His harsh tone had made Isabella physically flinch, but Jackson was so used to it he just nodded and ran to the driver's side, crawling into the car. Isabella buckled up her seatbelt before peering out of the window where Finn was now running out of the restaurant after the car, but just as he was, Hunter had slammed the door shut and Jackson had set off. Now came the battle of keeping Layla calm, not to mention Isabella knew she would have to tell Layla and Hunter things from her past that she swore to herself never to talk about again. Layla had done everything to try to get out of the car on the journey back to the pack, but no matter what she did, Hunter was always one step ahead of her. Currently, she was sat slumped against her seat with angry tears filling her eyes. She just couldn't grasp the idea that it was in fact her mate that was trying to ruin her life, and not her brother who she had always had conflict with. I'm sorry about this, Layla, but this is what's best, Isabella whispers nervously, not knowing how she will take it. But Layla doesn't say anything, so Isabella reaches out to place a comforting hand on Layla's knee, but Hunter shoots his hand out to grab Isabella's wrist and forces back towards her own body. No. We're not sorry, Hunter growls with blazing, angry eyes while Isabella shrinks away from him. I refuse to say sorry for saving her life, he says, aiming at Isabella but still looking at now innocent. Scared-looking sister. He's had plenty of chances to hurt me but never did. Layla mumbles, rolling her eyes, thinking this was just Hunter wanting to make her miserable. Don't you get it, you silly little girl? He needs you. He needs your position in society to destroy me. To destroy us, and then when you've lost your use, he will discard of you. Hunter yells suddenly, making the driver swerve slightly. Hunter. She wasn't to know, Isabella says, shaking her head angrily at him, but still places one of small hands on the top of his legs to help calm him down. Know what Layla asks, narrowing her eyes. looking from one of them to the other, then back again. She won't believe it. She already believes the story he spinned for her about being kicked out of the pack, he replies, rolling his eyes. I don't particularly want to bring it up, but she needs to hear our version of events. Then she can decide which she believes, Isabella says, taking a shaky breath, just at the thought of talking about it. I am here, you know, Layla shouts angrily, making both Isabella and Hunter snap their necks quickly towards her. It was as if they had both forgotten she was there. Tell her then. I wipe my hands of this whole thing, he spits, holding his hands up in defense. Tell me what, she says, trying to control her anger. Their lack of self-control was clearly through genetics. Not now. It's late, and this will take a while to tell. I will tell you tomorrow. I promise, Isabella nods. Of course she didn't want to tell Layla anything, but she had forced herself to say, I promises, because promises were important to Isabella, and only under extreme circumstances would she break them. Luckily, they had just got to the house, so they didn't have to stay in that hostile environment for a minute long. Layla got out and stormed off. Hunter followed soon after to go his office, leaving Isabella to go to bed alone. Despite tossing and turning by 4 a.m., Isabella was wide awake, and there was little chance of her being able to go back to sleep, with Hunter snoring softly at the side of her, something she hadn't realized he did. Isabella lay there for an hour, willing herself to go back to sleep, but gave up, thinking that it wasn't worth wasting the time she had. Lay in bed trying to get back to sleep when she knew it wouldn't happen, deciding it was going to wake Hunter up to get a shower. Isabella crept around the room, got dressed, and went downstairs. There was already a large amount of people up and ready in the pack. Isabella hadn't expected it to be empty when she went downstairs, but there must have been at least 50 wandering around the grounds. There was around 20 people getting to go on a run. Another 20 training in pairs around the land near the pack house, and the rest were either having breakfast, cleaning up after people, and there was one final guy with his back to everyone else cooking. Luna, one of the women, cleaning up breaths with shock. They all, of course, knew she was there weeks ago, but she hadn't interacted with any of them on a regular basis other than with Hunter and Jackson. If they did see her, she was always with Hunter, so they were apprehensive of approaching. Isabella. Please, Isabella says, trying to sound confident but failing miserably. What can we get for you? What do you want for breakfast, Luna? Another woman asks, with the brightest, greenest eyes Isabella had ever seen. Call me Isabella, she repeats as politely as possible, and I'm not hungry, but could you point me in the direction of the coffee? Isabella smiles awkwardly. She didn't want servants. She wanted a pack. A family. I could make it, Isabella. The first woman pipes up, straining to say Isabella's name like it pains her to say it. Isabella thought to herself that she wasn't someone to be feared. She realized that in a normal pack, the alpha would usually be titled as that and not their name. It was even more important for them to do it for Isabella and Hunter because they were royalty. But Isabella stuck by her guns, wanting them to call her by her name. No, honestly. I'd like to do it. I just need to know where to go, Isabella replies, smiling. As nice as these women were, she really needed to find pack members her own age because she gathered her and Layla wouldn't be sharing clothes and painting each other's nails for a while. Louis can help you. He's a whiz in the kitchen and knows where everything is. A third older woman smiles, nodding her head towards the extremely tall guy who was bent over the stove cooking. Ma. I have to go and train the man, sighs, turning round to throw a glare at the third woman who was apparently his mother. You promised, she chuckles, walking to his side. Yeah, and there always seems to be more people on my cooking day than any others. At this time he sulks but continues with what he is doing. That because you're the best and they want your cooking before you go off and train. Men have to take part too. Not just women, his mother grinned, before pressing a kiss to his cheek before walking off. Ma, he yells, wiping his cheek furiously but with a small smile on his face, while Isabella just watches the scene with a grin on her face. This is how she wished her life had been. Isabella starts, but he interrupts her. Isabella. I heard he smirks before wiping his hands on his pants, before holding out a hand for her to shake, which she does. Louis starts, but Isabella interrupts him this time. Louis. I heard, she smirks straight back. I like you, Louis says before throwing his head back to laugh. This friendship thing was a piece of cake. In the end, Jackson, who had been running the training session, had to come in and drag Louis away from Isabella. They had an instant friendship connection, and they had spent the best part of 20 minutes just laughing at each other. Less than 2 minutes after Jackson had demanded Louis go outside to train, with a grin of his own sent in Isabella's direction as a sorry and a hello, Layla had appeared almost as if out of the shadows, like she had been waiting until she could get Isabella on her own. "You said you'd tell me today," she mutters from behind Isabella, making her jump. "Oh, hi, Layla." Yes, I can tell you, but not here." Isabella shudders at the thought of the whole pack finding out about her past. "Let's go out and get breakfast," Layla says with a sweet smile. Although Isabella had wanted to trust her, there was something that stopped it. "I'm not hungry," Isabella muttered, trying to unnoticeably look around for an escape. "Well, I am," Layla smirks in a sinister way. "I'll go and tell Hunter then," Isabella says, standing up, but Layla grips her arm. "One of you ladies can tell him when he wakes up, can't you? I knocked on the door before to tell him and he shouted at me." "He's in a foul mood, so don't bother him before he wakes up and comes down himself," Layla says, shouting orders to the women and men left in the kitchen, who nod numbly, wanting to oppose but are too scared to, without an excuse not to go. Isabella follows Layla out of the house and climbs into the car beside her. Something is telling her this is not going to be a normal breakfast. "This used to be my favorite place when I lived around here," Layla says, eyeing up a building on the outskirts of town. To Isabella. It looked shady, but she didn't want to hurt Layla's feelings when she gave off the impression that she was just starting to trust her. Isabella couldn't find any words to say to Layla, so she simply nodded with a small smile on her face, but it quickly drops. "They'd do anything for me." "Plenty of things have happened here that never got revealed," Layla adds, with a sadistic scorn. Fear-inducing smile. "It's good that you have friends like that," Isabella forces out despite her mouth being so dry. Each word is like chewing on sandpaper. They both walk through the door of the small cafe. Although the exterior of the building is dirty enough to cloud the windows so that you had to get up real close to see through them, the interior was much cleaner and more welcoming, much to Isabella's relief. There were around 10 square tables with 2 chairs at each. They each had a flower in the middle and condiments scattered around. "You sit." "I'll order," Layla commands. "I don't know what I want," Isabella mutters, feeling like a child. A feeling she knew all too well. There was a sick feeling in the pit of Isabella's stomach that had been rising throughout the time she had woken up till now. She wasn't sure if it was because she didn't trust Layla, or because she was nervous about revealing things she would much rather stay in the past. "You sit." "I'll order," Layla repeated. Isabella thought it easier not to argue, so just complied and went to sit down at a table next to the windows. Isabella's jaw dropped in amazement. From the inside, she could see outside of the cafe onto the small lows. Empty street with perfect vision. There was no cloudy sight like there was from the outside of the cafe. Despite this being something that amazed Isabella, the feeling of unease grew as she wondered what type of cafe would need this feature. "It's just a simply spell by a witch," a voice says, making Isabella's head spin round so quick she was left momentarily dizzy. It had only come from Layla, but Isabella was so on edge. Everyone and everything had become a threat. "Witches?" Here Isabella asks, her eyes widening. "No. In this country, they mostly reside in Scotland. Don't ask why. Must be the Highlands and stuff, but one particular witch owed the owner, Charlie, a favor, so we managed to persuade her to do as we asked." Layla grins. Isabella was starting to wonder whether she herself was going crazy, because every word that fell out of Layla's mouth sounded like a threat. "Oh," is all Isabella could manage to splutter out of her mouth. The 2 girls had been sat in the same spot for half an hour before Isabella knew she had to bring up the past. She had to tell Layla what Finn was really like. She had to make her understand that the person she should love and trust most in the world could not be trusted. To do this, Isabella would have to share her darkest secrets with a girl she scarcely knew or trusted. "Okay. So, I was abandoned as a baby. We never figured out why my parents did this, but they did. Luckily, the alpha of the pack house doors I was left at was a kind and loving man, a man who had always wanted a daughter to match his 3 sons, one of whom had been born not 3 months before. His wife also welcomed me with open arms and raised me as one of her own. Even I could barely tell that I didn't truly belong by blood because they treated me so well. I was brought up with a mother and father who loved me, and 3 brothers. They all had some kind of jealousy towards me, but for the most part it was normal. One brother would be the alpha once his father died. The eldest one would, with the right training, would be a pack warrior, and the final and youngest son, Finn, would rule by his brother's side. Not with a beta title, but close enough, Isabella starts. Layla, who she suspected to be interested in wanting to know what she had to say, looked as though she couldn't care less. Anyway, my father died when I was a teenager. At first I was treated like I always had done, as an equal, but the second the eldest son became alpha, I was kicked. Literally. To the bottom of the pile. Nobody helped me or pitied me, even though I had always done my best to be friendly and kind. I think this was mainly because they were scared. They had been threatened by the brothers that they themselves or their closest loved ones would be hurt if they gave me any kind of help, but within 3 months this was normal practice. It was like a switch. Suddenly everyone hated me even though I'd done nothing wrong. I could live with this. Though, I could live with being the pack cleaner, with not having to talk to anyone. I could do it all but the final brother. The youngest brother, Finn, he was the thing I couldn't live with. He had always been the most jealous because of our small age difference, so he made up for all them years of jealousy in a short amount of time just because he could. Daily. I was kicked, punched, and even stabbed. In a human case, I would be lucky because I would die. I was wishing for death, but I have always had even faster healing than normal, so it was constant. It was always happening, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Isabella pauses to glance up at the slightly more interested girl across from her. Layla had reached out and taken the rose from the slim vase in the middle of the table and was proceeding to rip each petal from it. One day, about 4 months after my father had died, I was in Finn's room, cleaning. I had just finished making the bed and doing one final glance around the room when he suddenly appeared as if from nowhere. I had kept my head down, grabbed everything I needed and headed out of the room. I was inches from the threshold of the door when he called me back. He didn't like the way I had positioned the pillows, even though it was the same as I had been doing it for a month. He struck me so hard in the stomach that I was completely winded. I couldn't breathe, but he didn't care. He grabbed me by the hair because I couldn't even stand up straight, and he dragged me to the bed, tearing my clothes. I was screaming and crying, and he assaulted me. Nobody cared. Nobody came to help me. They continued with their day-to-day lives like they couldn't hear me pleading for help. They did it every time. They didn't come and help no matter what happened. They didn't even care that he took out his knife and carved shapes onto my body that will never leave. And they didn't even care when he thought he'd finally done it. When he thought he'd finally killed me, and do you know what he did? Isabella yells, noticing that her voice level was rising and the stream of tears falling down her face were coming thicker and faster. Isabella had never talked about this with anyone, and she told herself if she ever did, it would be with someone she loved and trusted. Something she didn't feel either about for Layla. Layla, however, continued to look bored. She had nearly pulled off all the petals from her red rose, and Isabella couldn't help but think it represented the time she had left to convince Layla what a bad person Finn was. What did the bad man do? Layla asks, pouting. Faking concern about Isabella's past, he took me deep into the forest and left me there. Hoping that some animal would come and take me away, luckily I managed to heal. Of course, this isn't everything, but you need to understand just some of the bad things that Finn has done, and I know you don't think that is his name, but it is. I will never, ever forget that face. I know we haven't known each other long, but you need to trust me on this, Layla Isabella pleads, reaching out to take Layla's hands in her own, but Layla quickly moves her hands away. There are less than 10 petals left now. Why wouldn't you leave? Layla asks, shaking her head in disbelief, totally disregarding what she had just been told. Where could I go? I struck lucky as a baby because I was innocent, so a pack took me in. Most packs these days are so nervous about rogues that they would rather kill someone on the spot without getting to know what they are doing. Sometimes I thought it would be worth the risk to get out of there, but then I got too scared of the uncertainty. I sometimes thought it must be my fault, because they had turned so suddenly. Maybe I had done something, and if I stayed a little longer, then they would be okay with me again. That's how he will make you feel. Maybe it is your fault, Layla shrugs, looking up from her now almost empty rose. What? Isabella says, clearly taken aback. Maybe it is your fault, she says, clearly pronouncing every single word. So you're saying you believe what I say about it being Finn, but yet you question whether it could be my fault. I don't need to stay here and listen to this. Your brother saved me from something I was sure to be the rest of my life. I was there because I had to be. Because I forced to be walk in. Don't you willing walk into that because you will end up dead. Isabella says, and with that she stands up and walks towards the doors. But as she reaches out to open it, she notices that it is locked. Spinning back around, she sees Layla throw the stem onto the floor before stepping on it. She walks slowly, like an animal tracking its prey, towards a frightened Isabella. Well, one thing was clear. Layla was using the same tactics as Finn. I brought you here today because I needed an excuse to get out of the house so I could leave, but I also needed to leave a message with someone for Hunter. That's if he finds you first, Layla cackles, walking across the room until she is in front of Isabella. Lila, you don't need to do this. Please don't put yourself in danger, Isabella pleads. Layla's fist quickly connects to Isabella's jaw, making her crumple to the floor, clutching it as pain throbs through her whole skull. Finn is outside. He's waiting for me, so tell my brother dearest not to follow us. Layla grins, sending her foot into Isabella's ribs. She couldn't help but thinking no matter how many times this happens, the feeling of broken ribs never gets easier as she hears her ribs crack. As if by magic, the front door to the cafe opens, and as Isabella is about to fall out of consciousness, the lack of abuse since being with Hunter had certainly lowered her pain tolerance, despite the black spots filling her vision. Isabella screams and crawls slowly away from the door as stood there is none other than Finn holding a gun. What are you doing? Layla shrieks, looking from the gun to Isabella's curled-up body. Giving the person what they deserves. I'm going to kill her, then take her body and put it on a pole and wave it around like a flag for her mate and the rest of the world to see. He smirks, pointing the gun at Isabella, but Layla quickly jumps in front of it. No, I won't let you. I mean, we don't need her. If you do something like that, then my brother is going to come after us. Layla panics, breathing heavily as if she had just ran a marathon. Good. I want him to come after us. He says, his smirk growing before pushing Layla to the side. The sharp bang of the gun happens, but then everything seems to go in slow motion. Isabella watches the small bullet. Then a second come towards her small body. As they end her left thigh and stomach, no sounds come out of her mouth. She seems totally incapable of sounds, but she does hear muffled sound from the direction of her shooter. Layla was screaming and Finn was laughing. As Layla runs towards Isabella, Finn scoops her up in his arms and drags her out of the cafe. He is on his way back to collect Isabella when someone Isabella noticed from the pack as one of Finn's closest friends comes running into the room with bright red cheeks. He's here. We need to leave. Leave the girl, he yells before they both run out of the cafe. The last thing Isabella sees before her world goes dark is Hunter skidding onto his knees beside her body. Even then, she couldn't help but force a small smile on her face, despite the small trickles of blood leaving either side of her mouth. Bella. Isabella. Please don't leave me, he pleads as tears fall from his face. He leans his head down onto Isabella's chest as if praying for her to be okay, but she sees no more as she falls into unconsciousness. The last thought Isabella had was, is Layla good or bad? Pacing back and forth. Hunter doesn't take his eyes off of his pale mate who hadn't moved once in the 24 hours since he had found her with 2 gunshot wounds. Nobody could explain why Isabella wasn't healing. Until her run-in with Layla and Finn, she had no injuries from living with her old pack. They had all healed and she was eating properly, so she was as healthy as she could be, apart from not mating with Hunter, but they were still living. Together. It wasn't as if Hunter had rejected her because that would have made them both weak. Hunter growls at the thought of rejecting Isabella, but he soon calms down when he stops at the top of the bed to run the back of his hand against her soft cheek that lacks the usual glow of color, slumping down on the chair beside her bed. Hunter rests his head in his hands as his eyes beg him to let them shut. He hadn't slept in what felt like forever because he didn't want to miss any progress that Isabella made, but it just wasn't happening. Isabella's wounds were still completely open, but there was nothing stuck in them to prevent them from healing. In normal werewolves, they would have healed by now. Every theory that had been presented to Hunter had quickly been debunked because there was a factor that didn't fit in with Isabella's case. With every theory, Hunter was getting more and more frustrated. He was taking things out on people who were completely innocent. He had to do his best to keep his mind off of Layla and Finn because otherwise he would have chased after them, hunted them down and killed them. But it was Isabella that needed him right now. Just as Hunter was falling into a light sleep, he was abruptly woken up as the sliding glass door to Isabella's room was opened. He once again growled, but the person in front of him didn't flinch. Oh, be quiet and listen to what the doctor has to say. It might help, Isabella, Jackson mutters, rolling his eyes. The rudeness of how Jackson was treating him actually felt good. Sometimes Hunter wanted people to talk back. He wanted to be reminded that he was still a member of society other than just the king of werewolves. He was always sure to be able to rely on his best friend to do that. Luckily, Jackson knew when he could and when he couldn't do this with Hunter. He was one of the only people who could read Hunter and his moods so well. Stood behind Jackson was the doctor, who had a nervous look on his face. The last time he had spoken to Hunter, he was pushed forcefully out of the room and screamed at not to come back until he knew what was wrong with Isabella and how to fix it. "Doctor, you think you know what is wrong with your Luna?" Hunter asks, raising his eyebrows when he says Luna to remind the doctor how serious this case was. "I have a good idea. You see, you are both stronger when mated. I am under the impression that you have not marked or mated yet," the doctor asks, coughing to hide the awkwardness in his voice. "Yes," Hunter replies, nodding curtly. "Well, simply meeting your mate has tided you both over for the time you have known each other, but since you haven't followed on with the next stages of the mating process, you are both weak, but you don't feel it. We only find this out when one of you is injured, like our Luna." The doctor explains that by not marking her or mating with her, it is almost going through the rejection process, so they are going backwards and not forwards. So she is too weak to heal. "Okay. So how do we help her?" Then Hunter asks, continually looking from Isabella to the doctor. He just needed her better, whatever the costs. There have been very little cases of this happening. As you know, the mating process is usually over very quickly, and if it isn't normal, werewolves aren't likely to be injured while not mated after meeting them. So the quickest way to help our Luna is to, mark her. The doctor says this, looking even more nervous but confident with his explanation and solution to the problem. "But Isabella wouldn't want me to. She'd feel so betrayed," Hunter mutters, thinking of the pros and cons in his head of doing this. If we left her without this, she could take weeks or months to heal and regain consciousness, or she might not wake up at all due to her being so weak. The doctor says, but Hunter has already made his mind. "Let's do it." "I want us to be on our own, though," Hunter explains, shooing the other two men out of the room with his hands. "Call us back in when you're ready, bro." Jackson grins clearly, very confident with this solution. Putting his hand on the back of Isabella's neck, Hunter lifted her small body up just enough to slide under her. He lay her back down between his legs so her head was just below his shoulder, giving him enough room to get to her neck. "I don't know if you can hear me in there, Bella, but if you can, I know you're freaking out right about now. If you can hear me now, you probably heard what the doctor said, so you know what's about to happen." Hunter states that if he could have done this any other way, he would have done, as he wanted it to be comfortable and romantic, so she felt a fraction of the love he feels for her. "At the most, I wanted you to be awake so I could see your big, beautiful eyes." Hunter looks down at his mate's body in his arms. He lets out an awkward chuckle, expecting her face to break out into a grin, like this was some big joke, but it didn't. Isabella stayed perfectly still. "If I could ensure that you would be okay and you would be awake soon, I might have let it happen naturally, but I need you. Isabella," Hunter states, "I need to know you're safe, and if breaking your trust is the way to do it, then I just hope you'll be able to forgive me." He acknowledges she is going to be angry, but he wants her to know that he did it out of love. "Because I love you. Isabella Montgomery. I'm going to do it now." As he leans closer to Isabella's neck, he pauses and pulls back. He couldn't do it. "I'm scared," Isabella Hunter sighs, shocked at himself for even admitting that. "I don't want you to hate me. My worst fear is me having to continue in this life without you, and that's why I have to do this, so that you don't leave me." He shares that his mother said being marked hurt at first, but then it was like every nerve was on fire, and she felt everything, especially the love she felt for his dad. He hopes this works for them, and maybe her unconscious state means she won't feel the pain. He tells her he now understands the complicated words his mother used to describe having a mate. "I get it with you, Bella, so please understand why I did this, and just remember that I love you." And with that, Hunter sinks his teeth into Isabella's neck. At once, her body convulses as if realizing what has happened because she had no pre-warning as she was unconscious. But then when he pulls away, her fragile body was still limp in his arms. Hunter felt more alive than ever. The tingles he had once felt were nothing compared to the intense borderline pain divided by pleasure feelings he was getting now. It was the most intense thing he'd ever felt. Hunter managed to keep himself in control as he pulled Isabella further onto his lap to rock them from side to side slowly, while he hummed an unknown song into her slightly frizzy hair before falling into a light sleep for the first time since he had found her. Isabella woke up with a start. She wasn't sure where she was, and the bright white surroundings were making her already pounding head hurt even more. Everything she knew felt like some sort of dream, so she wasn't sure what was real, but the tingles enclosing her body let her know one thing for sure. Hunter was holding her in his arms. Tingles since meeting Hunter had become a normal and expected thing for both of them, but Isabella couldn't help but notice they had become stronger since waking up. Isabella had been drifting in and out the whole time she has been unconscious. Although she couldn't move a muscle or make a sound, she could hear things before slipping back into complete darkness. It had felt like a lifetime had passed. Stretching out her limbs, Isabella had an uncomfortable feeling on her neck. Something wet and sticky that made her skin crawl. Reaching out to place her fingers against her neck, she cringes before pulling them quickly away again to reveal the tips of her fingers covered in her own red blood. Jumping up with such force left Isabella's head pounding and spinning. She couldn't understand why it hadn't woken up a still deeply sleeping Hunter, but after a quick glance back to make sure he was actually still breathing, she continued to the bathroom that was attached to the room. Luckily, it was the bathroom, and as if a switch went off in Isabella's head, she realized how much she needed the toilet, so the inspection of her neck would have to wait. As she was sat there, a drop of blood fell from her neck to her stomach onto her nightgown, which made her panic. She jumped up from the toilet and ran to the mirror. There. In front of her eyes were teeth marks. She'd been marked, he'd marked her, and she was furious. Isabella's mouth opened to scream, but it would not come. It was as if all the breath in her body had disappeared out of the hole created by the bullet that was still traveling through her body until it eventually left out of another hole in her back. Bella. Isabella. Isabella shouted that so familiar voice. She felt a shaking of her shoulders, but she was still in a dream world. Transported back to that day, whenever it was when Finn had attempted to take her life yet again. Coming back to her senses, Isabella noticed she was stood rigid in the middle of the bathroom with Hunter's hands placed on either arm, shaking Isabella to get her to realize where she was. Tears were also streaming down her face. She was breathless, and her voice was hoarse. I was there. He was there, and, remembering what she had seen before, she gasped before pulling aggressively away from Hunter to look down at her stomach, but there was nothing but the same small speck of blood from earlier. But there was, Isabella explains, narrowing her eyes. It was just a flashback, Isabella. You're safe now. You're with me, Hunter explains, pulling Isabella back into his arms for a bear hug. For a moment, Isabella feels safe, but then she continues to remember what happened before her flashback, before ripping away from Hunter again to touch her neck. She pulls it away, and an even smaller amount of blood is left on her fingers as the wound is healing. You marked me, she accuses, even though she already knows the answer. I had too. You might not have got better. We tried different things, but they weren't working. Hunter explains with hurt in his eyes. You knew that it was important to me. I wanted to do it properly. Romantically, Isabella whispers, her lip quivering. Romantic. Do you want to know what my idea of romance is? Loving someone who is alive, which you might not have been had I not marked you. Hunter yells angrily, but with hurt in his eyes, which he quickly hides away. But you've always given me a choice, and you took this choice away from me, one of the most important choices I have, and I wasn't able to make it. Isabella sighs. She knew she was being selfish because he was only trying to save her life, but she had grown used to making these choices. You know what, next time I'll just leave you to die then, Hunter yells before leaving the bathroom. Isabella only knew where he had gone when she heard the glass door of the hospital room slam shut. It was only then that Isabella moved back into the room and climbed on her bed with mixed emotions. The door flung open, and Isabella was hopeful that Hunter had come back, but it only revealed Jackson, who looked amused but bewildered. What is going on? I thought Hunter would be happy as Larry for weeks on end, but yet he's stomping about there with a right face on him, Jackson says, with a slight smile, which quickly disappears when he notices the look on Isabella's face. He marked me. I couldn't even give my consent, and yet he marked me, Isabella explains with her lip quivering again. She trusted him with her problems. He did that because... Jackson starts, but Isabella interrupts him. I know he didn't know if I'd wake up without it, but... Oh, I don't know, it just wasn't what I expected to happen now. I've met Hunter, Isabella shrugs. Feeling like a child, but she just couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal away. I don't know whether I am psychic or you two are predictable, but Jackson sighs while Isabella watches him cross the room. He opens the drawer beside the bed that Isabella was sat on and pulls out a recorder. You recorded. Isabella was lost for words. Bloody good job too, isn't it? Jackson shrugs with the grin back on his face while he presses play. I don't know if you can hear me or not in there. Isabella listening to the recording. Again and again. Feeling the worst she could have possibly ever felt. She already knew before listening to it that she was being selfish, but she was so blinded by anger and upset about not having a say in the option that feeling had been masked. The second she started that recorder, she knew her feelings were about to change, and she was right. Feeling terrible. All Isabella wanted to do was go and find Hunter, but at the same time, she couldn't get her body to move for a long time, so she was left replaying the recording again and again. Eventually, Isabella was able to swing her legs out of the bed, only dressed in a hospital gown. Isabella leaves the hospital wing of the pack house and goes in search of Hunter. Pack members along the way tried to speak to Isabella to tell her how happy they are that she is okay. Despite wanting to be polite, Isabella had to shrug them off as quickly as possible so she can get to Hunter. What the hell are you doing out of bed? Jackson sighs when he spots Isabella wandering aimlessly around the pack house. He takes in the way she is dressed and shakes his head, knowing that Hunter won't be happy. You could just tell me where he is so less people have to see me like this. Isabella grins, pointing at herself. Office, he says with a slight smile. I've decided I'm going to change my name, he adds quickly, making her turn back around from the direction she was heading in. Huh, she asks, raising her eyebrows in confusion. Cupid. I'm going to change my name to Cupid. Gonna get myself a bow and arrow and go shooting people to make them fall in love, he grins, to which Isabella bursts out laughing at. Okay. Cupid, she laughs before leaving him, stood there with a big grin on his face. Isabella knocks on Hunter's office door. Wanting to do things by the book. Come in, shouts that familiar voice. Gruff with annoyance. When Isabella first walks in, Hunter has an annoyed look on his face to match his voice, but it melts away when he sees who is at the door. Isabella, you should be in bed, Hunter replies, standing up, but before he can step towards Isabella, she runs up to him and launches herself at him to kiss him. The shock nearly knocks Hunter off of his feet despite her small frame, slumping down into his chair with Isabella on his lap. He clutches her face in his large hands while she reaches down and pulls off his shirt. Hunter moves his hands from Isabella's face to touch every inch of her body. The lack of this form of contact had been driving Hunter insane, but he'd never experienced it quite like this before. Luckily, Hunter comes to his senses and pulls away from Isabella, who looks crestfallen. Isabella. Hunter starts breathlessly. We need to stop, he replies, sucking in as much air as he can while trying to not have physical contact as he knew he would lose control. We don't need to stop. I don't want to stop, Isabella replies with the highest level of confidence she'd ever had despite her legs feeling like jelly. Me either, but not now and certainly not here. I want it to be special, Bella. Not just because we've had a fight, Hunter replies with a sigh. I guess so, Isabella shrugs. She felt ready and understood how much they both loved each other. And finalizing the mating process seemed like the right thing to do, but she knew he was right. Tonight is the only thing Hunter says while Isabella raises her eyebrows. If you really think you're ready, Isabella, tonight. He winks. I'm ready, she whispers nervously. Go to our room. Pick out some clothes for a couple of days, go back to the hospital wing and see the doctor. Make sure everything is okay for you to go on a little break, then stay there until I pick you up at 8. He wants to make sure she won't collapse on him. And put this on, Hunter quickly adds after Isabella stands up. He picks up his t-shirt that Isabella had taken off and throws it to her. A t-shirt is more covering than a hospital gown. I think I need words with them, doctors. Hunter says more to himself. I don't plan to be in there often, so you have nothing to worry about, Isabella grins. Planning on taking advantage as long as she could. No. You'd better never put me through that again, he sighs, walking over to pull Isabella into his chest to hug her. I won't, she simply replies, taking in his calming scent. Tonight, baby, he grins before pushing her softly out the door. Trying to get rid of me, Mr. Alpha, she grins. I have a lot to plan for, he smirks before pressing one last kiss to Isabella's lips before closing the door. It was as if not being in the presence of Hunter, all of the confidence left her body, and she couldn't believe she had actually agreed to go away with Hunter for that one sole purpose of mating with him. Yet despite this, Isabella found herself doing exactly as Hunter has asked her to do. Isabella was packed up and ready to leave around 10 times. Each time she thought she was ready, but then she wanted to add something. She unpacked it all again to repack it. She wanted everything to be perfect, as this was going to be one of the most important nights of her life. For werewolves, marriage was pretty important, especially for alphas and lunas, as the official bonding ceremony for the whole pack to witness. But the mating process was considered more important between the two mates to actually create the bond. Between them, werewolves did things backwards. You had to finish the mating process, which involved intimate physical bonding, before you could get married. Not owning any nice underwear, Isabella panicked at the ones she had packed. They were not the slightest bit attractive. But she has packed numerous pairs of black panties. Isabella also showered, making sure to smother herself in a strawberry-scented body wash. She washed her hair multiple times and scrubbed her body. Not only did she want to look and smell nice, but while she has been unconscious, she hadn't been able to have a shower, so it was as if she could feel the dirt on her skin. When she came out of the bathroom, Isabella noticed a box on the bed with a note on top. Picking it up, she could even smell Hunter's scent, so it instantly made her smile. The note read, "Dearest Bella, I hope you don't mind that I made reservations for dinner and I picked out your outfit. It's in the box if you hadn't already guessed. Wear it and I don't want any complaints. You're going to look beautiful. See you at 8 p.m., princess. Yours. Hunter X." Heart swooning. She opened the box and practically melted right there on the spot. Boy has taste. The dress was beautiful and there was even jewelry and shoes to match. Dresses were not something that Isabella wore often, and Hunter knew that, which was why he told her not to complain. She had to agree that it was beautiful. It was simple, which Isabella liked because she didn't want too much attention to be drawn to herself. The dress was a champagne color that was very floaty on the arms and skirt, but pinched in at the waist to accentuate Isabella's body shape perfectly. It came to knee level, which was where Isabella felt most comfortable in the first dress. Hunter was going to see in her that he had picked out. Isabella dried her hair and instantly put the dress on, but sat at the vanity table. She couldn't help but scrutinize the way she looked. Her hair seemed too limp and bone straight. Her makeup was too simple. She wanted to wow the man she loved, especially in such a gorgeous dress, yet it wasn't going right. It was 6:30, and Isabella still needed to get dressed and go and speak to the doctor. She should have done that first, as if he turned around and said she was best not going. There was no way Hunter would take her away. A knock at the door startled Isabella, but the silence from her prompted the person outside to speak. "Sorry, Luna. I'm just here to pick up a bag." "The Alpha sent me up to get your bag," a small voice calls out. Whoever this person was sounded nervous. Hunter had likely turned to the first person he saw to do his dirty work for him, feeling sorry for the girl. Isabella opened the door widely and let her in. With a small smile, she stepped over the threshold and headed to the bed where Isabella pointed that her bag was. One thing Isabella noticed about the girl was that despite being nervous to communicate with words, she expressed herself in the way she looked. She seemed simple and yet so beautiful. Much like the dress that Isabella was not pulling off at all. "Your hair is beautiful," Isabella mutters shyly. "Oh, thank you." "I love yours if I'm honest," she says back, which Isabella waves off. "You're just saying that. My hair is flat and boring and my makeup is exactly the same, but yours is so nice," Isabella explains with a frustrated sigh. "I could help you if you'd like," she smiles. Isabella felt wary about who she could trust. But since she has made the first move, Isabella decided that this girl was safe. "I would like that a lot," Isabella replies. She has never felt so relieved about getting help for the way she looked. Dropping the bag by the door, the girl walked over to where Isabella had resumed sitting. She examined Isabella's belongings. The small amount of makeup was more than has ever had in her life, and that was because Hunter had gone and got her the bare minimum, even though he complained that she didn't need it. "Wait here, Luna. I have the perfect products. I won't be a minute," she grins before rushing off. Isabella already knew she was going to like this girl. Isabella had found a lot out about the girl in front of her. For starters, her name was Ava. Like Isabella, Ava hadn't been born into the pack, she had been brought here because her mate lived here. Ava had gotten to the pack 3 weeks before Isabella had, and only had a very small knit groups of friends, including her mate named Jack. Another male friend called Tom. She made it clear that Jack was okay with them being friends because he was gay, a girl named Steph and another girl named Olivia. They were pretty invisible in the pack and loved spending time in the TV room where they binge-watched TV series and films, which Isabella was now invited to whenever she wanted some company. A firm friendship had been made in the time it had taken for Ava to do Isabella's makeup and curl her hair into loose waves. Finally, Isabella had gone to the hospital wing of the pack house to speak to the doctor. He had reluctantly agreed that she could go away for a couple of days as long as she promised to tell Hunter any signs of feeling unwell. He also stated that the second they got back to the pack house, no matter the time, she had to go and get the doctor personally to check her over, as he didn't want anyone skipping corners. Isabella prayed that when her and Hunter did get back, he would be on shift. She would feel terrible if she had to wake him up. "Everything okay, Doc?" Hunter says, making Isabella jump as he wrapped his arms around her stomach and rested his head on her shoulder. "Yep. She isn't 100%, but I believe that she is well enough for a couple of relaxing days away. It is likely to do her a lot of good, but she has promised to tell you of any times that she isn't feeling good, and the second you get back, she comes to see me, okay?" The doctor says he knows Hunter will make sure she follows doctor's orders because Isabella is stubborn. "Don't you worry. I'll make sure she comes to you when we get back." Hunter grins before walking around the side of the bed to stand in front of Isabella. He soaked her appearance in with a huge grin on his face. "I knew you'd look amazing in that dress. Your hair and makeup looks good too," he compliments. Who knew he would notice such things? "Thanks. I may have had a little help." Isabella grins at the little secret of making a new friend. Hunter raised his eyebrows but didn't question it further. It was probably because he was almost certain that a girl would have been the one to do it. As they were walking out the door, Hunter was revealing no secrets about what they were going to do over these couple of days, or even where they were going. Isabella shouts out a familiar voice. "Ava," she smiles, turning around to see the running figure quickly coming towards her, which abruptly stops extremely close to her. "I love that dress," Ava says. Glancing over at Hunter, Isabella could see the proud smirk on his face. "But I thought something was missing, then I remembered this. I don't wear it often enough for how beautiful it is, so I want you to wear it," Ava explains, draping the leather jacket over Isabella's shoulders. She was right. It worked perfectly and completed the whole look. "I love it." "Thank you," Isabella grins, pulling her newfound friend into a hug which shocked all three of them. "Have fun. Let's talk when you get back and I'll introduce you to the guys." She smiles before turning quickly on her heel to walk away. "Guys," Hunter frowns as he leads Isabella out of the door, trying to sound calmer than he felt. She means guys as in friends. "Calm down. You're the only man for me," Isabella grins, leaning into Hunter more. "You'd better believe it," he smirks before opening the car door for her to get in. "Where are we going?" "What restaurant?" Isabella smiles softly. "We're not going to a restaurant. We're going away to my log cabin a couple of miles outside the pack lines for a couple of days. You deserve it," he smiles. "Wait," Hunter says, placing an arm over Isabella's chest, making her stop in her tracks in front of the door of a log cabin at the side of a lake. Isabella instantly feels alarmed but is quickly calmed when she sees a smile spread across Hunter's face. "I need to carry you over the threshold," he smirks, raising his eyebrows. "Isn't that after weddings?" Isabella replies, narrowing her eyes at her playful mate. "We're going to spend the rest of our lives together anyway, so we don't need a wedding," he says, placing one of his hands at the side of Isabella's face. Hunter starts to lean in, and the second that Isabella closes her eyes, expecting to feel his soft lips on hers any minute, she is scooped up and thrown over Hunter's shoulder in a fireman's lift as a squeal escapes her lips. "I don't think this is what they meant when they said you're meant to carry me over the threshold," she giggles as a sharp, playful tap is sent to her bottom. "I am carrying you, and we are now." "Over the threshold," he says, knowingly as he steps from the outside. Inside. "Smart arse," Isabella says jokingly as she takes in how beautiful the cabin is. Although it had all the most modern features, it still had a rustic looks to it. It was perfect. "Darn it," Hunter curses. "It's ruined." "Whoa. What's wrong?" Isabella replies, instantly on edge again. "The electric isn't working. We're going to have to go home. This whole weekend has been ruined." Hunter apologizes, saying he wanted it to be perfect, and mentions they have a fridge full of food that is bound to go off soon. Hunter explains this while flicking the light switch back and forth a couple of times. Looking around the room for inspiration, Isabella notices the fireplace. A beautiful real wood burner. "We don't need to go home. You go and get some wood for the fire and I will have it perfect by the time you get back," Isabella grins, feeling like she has an excited plan that Hunter has no idea about. Hunter looks unsure, but Isabella shoos him out the door as she goes and searches the house for everything she needed. Some of the food looked like it had seen better days, but she was able to make a feast fit for a king. An alpha king at that. She also pushed the couch closer to the fire so they had something to lean on before placing blankets on the floor to sit on. After she had completely decorated the room, it was safe to say she could happily fall asleep as it had wore her out, but luckily Hunter had returned a couple of minutes later. The excited look on Isabella's face was now mirrored on Hunter's face as he looked at the blankets. Pillows, picnic basket, and fairy lights covering the room. Without saying a word, Hunter strides over to Isabella. He wraps his arms around her and pulls her to him so he can kiss her. He pushes his fingers through her hair as he deepens the kiss with ease. Hunter pulls away suddenly with a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, even though Isabella can see he is trying to be annoyed. "You shouldn't have moved that couch, it's heavy and you're still not totally recovered," he worries. Narrowing his eyes at her. "Shut up and kiss me," she laughs. Shaking her head. "Yes, ma'am," he smirks before kissing her again. "You want some of this?" Hunter asks. Isabella's head rising up and down every time he breaths. She could feel his heart beating against the side of her head, and she never wanted to move again. "Sure," she muttered, dragging her head up begrudgingly. Hunter held the glass to Isabella's lips and let her drink some before pulling it away, purposely causing some of the liquid to fall down Isabella's front. She instantly lifted her hand to wipe it away, but Hunter stopped her, starting at the corner of her mouth. Hunter pressed his lips against her, increasingly warm. Flushed skin. He moved slowly to her chin, then down her neck as he transferred the wine from Isabella's skin to his lips, which he happily licked away, frowning at the barrier of Isabella's dress. He looks up at her nervous face, but the small nod she shows gives Hunter the permission to remove the item of clothing, which he does gently, not even noticing the scars. "I love you," he sighs happily, nuzzling his face against Isabella's neck. "I love you too," she giggles, feeling suddenly drunk on happiness. Hunter proceeds to share deep kisses across Isabella's body. When he first reaches her stomach, he feels her tense, and he hears her take a deep, shaky breath in. He kisses her stomach even more to show her that he loves that part of her more than any other, as this was what made her the way she was perfect. Hunter knew Isabella would never like this part of her, but he could try to make her see. "God, you're perfect," he mutters more to himself, but Isabella can't help but smile down at him. Isabella sits up with a surge of confidence. She takes the situation in her own hands as she grips Hunter's t-shirt and pulls it over his head with ease before pulling him back to her so she can kiss him. The kiss started small and innocent, but it quickly became bigger and more intense. Every negative thought Isabella had every thought or experienced was now forgotten about as she pulled Hunter onto her as she lay down on the blankets and cushions. Isabella wrapped her legs around Hunter's waist as he breaks the kiss to grin down at her mischievously before he worked on removing her undergarments. He looked deep into her eyes as he tenderly pulled them away from her body and threw them across the room, making her giggle before he kissed her again, hooking her fingers over Hunter's waistband. Isabella helped remove his lower garments. Everything that was happening felt completely natural with Hunter, in a matter of a couple of seconds. Isabella's remaining clothes were off and they were both exposed to each other. There was no going back now. Hunter kissed Isabella passionately before positioning himself in between Isabella's legs. She suddenly felt too exposed and tried to cover herself up with her hands. "Don't be shy with me, Bella," he smiles softly, running his nose down the bridge of hers. "I'm scared," she choked out, closing her eyes as her cheeks went red. "Look at me," he sighs, not moving an inch. Isabella had to be ready before he went any further. Isabella's big eyes fluttered back open, taking Hunter's breath away momentarily. "We'll go slow. If this is what you want, we'll go at your pace, but if you aren't ready, don't be scared to tell me." He assures her that he'll love her whatever she chooses. "I want you." "I want this," she replies, placing her hands on his forearms in preparation. Although there was a moment when Isabella felt as though she had made the wrong decision, all of a sudden it was perfect. She knew that they were made for each other. The intimate physical bonding commenced. "Everything okay?" Hunter checks between comforting kisses. "Better than okay," she smiles. "Are you ready to finish this?" Hunter asks, glancing down at the almost finished mark on Isabella's neck. "This is the start," Isabella grins. "Forever and always," baby Hunter smiles back before biting down on the mark. Hunter had fallen asleep a long while ago, but Isabella was still wide awake with her head on his chest. As they lay on the floor on the mountain of pillows and blankets. There was a thin blanket over them both, but Hunter's body head was enough to keep Isabella perfectly warm. She still couldn't wipe the grin off of her face. Everything had been perfect, shifting slightly. Isabella couldn't help but stare at Hunter while he slept, his long, dark eyelashes fluttering slightly in his sleep. His big, kissable lips just parted enough to let occasional small breaths escape. Isabella could have stayed there all night and just continued to list new things she loved about him, but he had barely slept since she has been in hospital, so he needed this. Isabella got up and pulled Hunter's t-shirt over her head before walking into the kitchen. Isabella sat down for a couple of minutes, but she felt too happy to sit still, so deciding to go for a walk, she then put on her Vans. Everything outside seemed to be in so much more focus now. Isabella knew that didn't make sense, but she just couldn't explain it. The color of grass was now more vibrant. The moon was brighter, and she felt like she could hear a conversation between two bugs if she tried. The mating process really did make a difference, not knowing where she was going. Isabella followed a pathway that led to a forest opening. "What is it with werewolves and forests?" Isabella muttered, with a smile still stamped to her face. Walking deeper into the forest, Isabella found a patch of grass with no trees over the top. It was the perfect place to lay down and look at the stars. After laying there for about 20 minutes, Isabella could feel herself finally getting tired, but then a snap of a branch behind her brought her right to attention. Telling herself it was probably an animal, she tried to relax again, but further twigs snapping told Isabella this wasn't an animal. Or if it was an animal stalking its prey, and that's exactly what she was, its prey. She stood up quickly and was spinning round in circles so she could protect herself from any attacks. Out of the bushes came a figure that Isabella barely even recognized. It was a battered and bruised Layla. Isabella couldn't help the gasp that escaped her lips, and even after everything she found herself walking towards the danger rather than running away from it like she knew she should. Isabella knew what it was like to be a slave of that monster. "What has he done to you?" she asks, tears filling her eyes. Isabella reaches a hand out to wipe a fresh cut on Layla's busted lip to remove the blood from her lip. "He is coming. He is coming for you," Layla says, almost like a robot. "I should shout him to tell him you're here. He is looking for you. He is coming for you." Isabella was horrified at what she saw in front of her. Finn had come close to breaking Isabella over the years, but he has never succeeded, and yet in a few short weeks he had done it to Layla. Not everyone can be as lucky as Isabella and Hunter. "I thought he loved me," Layla whispered, her voice cracking on almost every word. "Come back with me, Layla. We will go to Hunter to get you help. We will get you away from him," Isabella says, holding out her hand as an open invitation. Layla considers taking it, but the conditioning Finn has put her through makes her step back. "I can't live without Finn. He is my mate and I love him," she replies, again sounding like a robot, suggesting he had literally beaten them words into her. "You won't live much longer if you stay with him anyway." "You have a better chance if you come with me," Isabella says with a comforting smile, despite how horrified she felt on the inside. "He is coming," Layla panics, twisting in all directions that Isabella had done moments before. "You can't let him take me, Layla. He will kill me, and you know he will." Isabella says she knows Layla is a good person and loves Hunter. "Think of what would happen to him if I was killed. You would be responsible for your brother's death," Isabella says, knowing she is being harsh. "Too late. He is coming. He is coming for you," Layla says, as a stray tear slips out of her eye. "Make sure you scream," Layla adds as she walks up to Isabella. "Scream loud. Scream loud so Hunter hears." With that, Layla sends a sharp punch to Isabella's eye even when she was weak. It was a hell of a punch, and Isabella couldn't help but scream at the pain that burst into her head. "Scream loud." "Hunter come," Layla explains in a monotonous voice. "Run." "That way," Layla says, pointing away from the direction of the cabin. "But..." Isabella starts. "Scream loud. Hunter come, run." "That way," she repeats. Her lack of English skills terrified Isabella, who knew firsthand how bad Finn could be but didn't realize he could ever be capable of something like this with his own mate. One last look back. Isabella ran in the direction that Layla had told her to. The only thing she could do now was trust Layla and hope that Hunter found her in time. Layla's point of view, the bush cleared and Finn popped out of them with a crazed look in his eye. "I heard her scream," he says in a menacingly calm voice. All Layla could do was nod and point in the direction slightly off course that Isabella should be on, so that he would still smell her scent, but it should throw him off the track until Hunter found her. If you're wrong, I will kill you. Hunter will already be on his way, Finn growls. Layla stays facing forward, not letting her fear show. Yes, sir, she simply says in a shaky voice. She welcomed death now. It would be a blessing in disguise. Layla simply lay on the floor in the fetal position and waited for the repercussions of Finn's wrath. Isabella's point of view, despite the thumping headache. Isabella was able to run quite fast, but she quickly found herself at a dead end. Spinning back around, Isabella heard leaves rustling in the near distance. Panic filled her chest as she could see black spots from not getting enough oxygen. Falling to her knees, Isabella was doing all she could to force herself to breathe properly, but as the rustling got closer, she panicked even more. That was until she heard the voice she had been praying for. Isabella. What is happening, Hunter says in an equally panicked tone, lifting her chin up so he could look her over. She can see the anger in his eyes when he sees her already bruised and swollen eye. Layla, he growls. How? Did. You. No, Isabella splutters, still trying to breathe properly. It's her trademark thing to punch in the eye, and it always leaves this bruising and swelling. She's pushed it too far. I am going to kill both of them, he growls, and Isabella believes for a minute that he really would kill his own sister. She was helping me, Hunter. She punched me so I would scream so you would come. She told me where to run so that I would be able to get away from Finn while I waited for you. Isabella sobs. Oh, Hunter. She is a mess. She is so broken. I don't know what he has done to her. She notices Hunter's eyes have glistened over with tears, but he holds them back as he scoops Isabella up in his arms as she cries into his chest. I have you now. You don't need to worry. I'm going to take you home. And to our home back at the pack where you will be safe, he mutters, pressing a desperate kiss to her lips. We need to help her, Hunter. He will kill her. Promise you will find her before it's too late. I owe her my life, Isabella mutters, falling into an exhausted sleep. I promise, baby, Hunter replies, carrying on, walking back towards the cabin. His heart still racing at the thought of losing his mate and his extremely annoying sister that he still loved. The rest of the trip away was cut short after only one more day. Isabella and Hunter were both too on edge to enjoy the rest of the trip, and they both wanted to get home to try and start to help Layla as quickly as possible. Even if Hunter didn't want to admit it. The whole journey home, Hunter seemed stiff and rigid. Isabella felt cold without actually feeling any cold air around her, and she tried to sleep most of the journey with her head pressed against the glass window. Isabella. We're here, Hunter says, gently shaking her arm, making her jump up. They both start to walk towards the big pack house without saying a word to each other. Isabella knew it was only because Hunter was stressed, but it was starting to feel as if she had done something wrong to make him behave in this way. He felt like a stranger. I'm sorry, Isabella whispers, hugging at Hunter's side. She wasn't sure why she was saying sorry, but she felt it to be necessary. Hunter didn't say anything to her, but he also let his arm on the side that she was hugging fall down on her back to hold her gently. As they walked into the pack house, Hunter called out some names, and within a couple of seconds they were right in front of him, clearly showing that they had dropped whatever they had been doing to come straight to their alpha. All of you on me, he mutters, turning on his heel to walk away. But when Isabella tried to walk alongside him, he stopped abruptly. My office, he barks, and they all continued walking in that direction without even blinking. Hunter Isabella sighs, looking up into his eyes, silently pleading with him to open up to her. You need to go and see the doctor, remember. We both promised that you would go to see him as soon as we got back home, he explains, before trying to walk away again, but Isabella pulls him back. He allows her to pull him back. I love you, she says, her voice catching slightly. Hunter's eye instantly fill with warmth that he only has for Isabella. He places his hands on either side of her face and just looks into her eyes for a couple of moments. And I love you, Isabella, but you have asked me to do something. You asked me to find and help my sister, and that is what I plan to do, he says before pressing his lips to hers so forcefully that all the feelings he had been holding back were flooding back between them. Okay. Well, you go and do what you need to do. I'll come and see where you're up to once I've spoken to the doctor. Isabella smiles shyly before walking away. She can feel the smile on Hunter's face as she does as he momentarily forgets about everything that was troubling him. So how am I? Isabella asks, smiling sweetly at the doctor who had walked back into the room. Tired, Isabella, the doctor says sternly. Huh, she replies, confused. She didn't feel tired. The doctor says that she might be sleeping, but for whatever reason she's not truly going into a deep sleep. so she might as well be awake. And how do I go to sleep even though I'm already asleep? Isabella laughs at the strangeness of his explanation. You need to relax. I know that might be hard, but you need to find a way to relax before you go to sleep at night so that you can get a proper night's rest. He shrugs, not really knowing the answer himself. But I'm needed, Isabella sighs. Right now you're running on fumes, and if you keep up this way you'll be no use to anyone because I will admit you into the hospital again on total bed rest, he warns. Isabella wants to argue it, but she knows there is no point. He knows better than she does, but she just finds it so hard to relax. She always had done since her adoptive father had died, and everything had changed for the worse. Yes, doctor, she smiles with a mock salute. After meeting with the doctor and going over some other information about nutrition and keeping healthy in general, Isabella understood there were no physical injuries anymore, but she was forgetting about her own health to help others around her. Isabella went straight to the kitchen to make some food even though she wasn't hungry. She liked interacting with people around the pack house, she just wasn't very good at it. Luckily, she bumped into Ava almost immediately, who luckily had nothing to do until later on that night, so she led Isabella to the cinema room of the pack house. There had been other people sat in there when they first went in, but one by one they all made excuse to leave. The look on Isabella's face said it all, and Ava knew exactly what she was thinking. Hey, don't let it get to you. They just need to see you like I see you. Ava explains that Isabella is new and has more power than they could even dream of. So, spending more time around them will make them friendlier. Isabella rests her head on Ava's shoulder. Finding it nice to have a female friend she trusted to talk about things she couldn't talk to Hunter about. Ava starts with a laugh. The last Luna wannabe that Hunter had in here was a complete jerk to everyone because she thought she was better than they were, so they're worried you might be the same, but once they get to know you, they realize you're nothing like that. Ava takes a huge deep breath after her rant. Realizing exactly what she said, Isabella's head jerked up immediately to look at Ava, who had blushed dramatically. What was she called? Isabella asked. She wanted to know about this relationship, which must have been somewhat serious if she was nearly the Luna. Her name is Chelsea. In walks a stunning blonde girl with the longest legs, biggest smile, and the perfect body figure. It was hard for Isabella to believe that Hunter could go from someone as beautiful as that to what she believed to be her ugly self. Hello, Isabella smiles sweetly, not wanting to come across as jealous. Hi, darling, Chelsea says, smiling patronizingly large. How is Hunter? I've been traveling around the world for the past 2 months and haven't seen him yet. Does he still do that thing with his tongue? She says, keeping a completely straight face. Isabella feels the anger building and rising in her body, but she forces it back down, wanting to be the better person. Well, anyway. Mustache. Let Hunter know that I will be seeing him very soon, she grins toodaloo. I hate her, Ava sighs. Well done you for staying calm. When Hunter came to bed that night, it was the first time Isabella had seen him since going to see the doctor. He crawled into bed, turned the lamp off at the side of the bed, and lay down with his back towards Isabella, and she knew she had done something wrong in his eyes. What's wrong, Isabella? Asked nervously. What did the doctor say? He asks, turning on the lamp at the side of the bed and sitting up to look at her. Totally disregarding her question. Not much, Isabella shrugs, not wanting to worry him. That's not what he told me, he points out. He informs her. I'm the Alpha King, of course I can find out this information. Hunter tells her. He told me that you're exhausted and you're not eating nearly enough. I eat and I sleep. Isabella shrugs, trying to not make a big deal out of it. Hunter says he can't do anything about the sleep apart from making sure she has early nights and late sleeps in, but he can help with the eating. Each day until I say otherwise, you will eat 3 meals a day with someone. It will most likely be me because I know you won't want anyone else to know, Hunter explains with a warning face that says don't argue this. But... No. I know, but... No, there is no discussing this. I will do anything to make sure you're healthy. And if that means force-feeding you like a baby, then that is what I'll do, he says once again, lying down after turning the lamp off and going to sleep. Isabella couldn't get to sleep due to the stress she was feeling. She knew this was the opposite of what the doctor ordered. Isabella would try to impress Hunter with the eating, but she couldn't and wouldn't force herself to do something she didn't want. Too forcing never helped anyone, and they still had the Chelsea matter to discuss. Hunter hadn't been kidding when he had said 3 meals a day would be eaten, and Isabella would never eat them 3 meals alone. The first day Hunter had got breakfast to be brought up to the room, and since Isabella had been hungry, it had felt really nice to spend some quality time with Hunter, who had seemed refreshed and in a great mood. Not wanting to ruin it by talking about Chelsea, she hadn't. Deciding she could do it later. They were feeding each other fresh fruit, and it seemed like a scene out of a cute romantic movie, and Isabella felt in heaven. Hunter was also showering her with affection and love. When lunch rolled around, Hunter and Isabella had sat down to eat some pasta together. Not 5 minutes in, someone rushed in that Isabella had never seen before, saying there was an issue that needed discussing. Even Isabella could see that it was urgent, but Hunter looked unsure whether he should leave. He kept glancing back at Isabella. "Go, I'm not a child," Isabella says, taking a forkful of pasta to show that she was eating. This could be a huge favor to her if he had to go because she really hadn't been feeling too hungry. Hunter failed to remember that she had been mistreated back at her old pack, suggesting he must know that she wouldn't have eaten much. Still not totally trusting Isabella to eat enough on her own, he called Jackson to come in and watch her, much to Isabella's dismay. "If there is an urgent matter to discuss, do you not think Jackson is needed?" Isabella asks, feeling it was stupid to have Jackson babysitting her. "It's a meeting with an alpha from a pack nearby. He had requested an audience with me. Hunter says he'll tell them both about it later." Hunter gives Jackson a hug, no doubt telling him why he was needed through his mind link, before coming over to Isabella to press a sweet kiss on her forehead. He lingered there a couple seconds longer than expected, just taking in her scent that always calmed him down and brought him right back down to earth again. Then with that, he had gone. Jackson sat down where Hunter had just been before picking up Hunter's fork and starting to eat. Isabella wasn't sure whether this was a mind game to get her to eat or he just genuinely was hungry. He saw her looking at him with a smile on her face before he shrugged. "I'm a growing boy." He winks, carrying on eating while Isabella laughs at him, barely even picking at her own food. Once Jackson had finished his food, he was eyeing up Isabella's food. "Take it," Isabella grins, pushing over the barely touched bowl. At first his eyes lit up, but then, as if remembering why he was there, pushed it back towards her. "Under strict instructions from boss man," he says with a mock salute. "He makes everything a battle," Isabella sighs, not even able to look at the bowl. She felt sick at the thought of eating anymore. Her stomach was just way smaller than most werewolves, and since she didn't train, hadn't shifted, and always felt cold, she really didn't need as much food as they did. He just cares. Hunter's just trying to deal with the enemy he can see. Jackson explains that Finn and the Layla situation are almost impossible to fight, but the food is something Hunter can easily help her fight. It made sense, but Isabella just shook her head angrily. "Food isn't a fight. You don't see how frail you actually are, Izzy." "We do," Hunter does, and he's just trying to help. It warmed Isabella's heart to hear Jackson call her Izzy, helping her feel like she was starting to really fit in here with new friends. "What do you know about Chelsea?" Isabella asks, changing the topic completely, hoping to make him forget about the food. Jackson shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Tell you what." Jackson started picking up his bowl and taking half of what was in Isabella's bowl and putting it into his own. "Eat that, and then I'll tell you." Wanting to know more about Chelsea from what would likely be an unbiased opinion, Isabella forced each piece of spaghetti into her mouth, even though she continued to feel sick. "Good girl," Jackson said teasingly. He told her that she could actually thank Chelsea for her and Hunter finding each other, because she was a total jerk, so he was more determined than ever to find his mate, Isabella says, bursting out with laughter. "Exactly," he grins. He explains that Hunter was worried about not finding a mate and had girls throwing themselves over him all the time. But Hunter was never interested. Jackson explains that they grew up with Chelsea, and she was stunning, the most beautiful girl their age. And her father was the old beta, so the family had a lot of respect. If only she had the personality to match. Hunter hadn't paid much attention to her. But when he thought he didn't have a mate and might have to look for another girl to create heirs with, Chelsea seemed like the most obvious option, so he said he would give it a go. Chelsea was praying that he would never find his mate. It was pretty much a done deal that she would be the Luna Queen just as long as Isabella didn't come along. Hunter cares deeply for each and every werewolf that he reigns over. When he first saw Chelsea being cruel to everyone, he tried to convince himself that he was imagining it. But one day she pushed a little kid who tried to crawl onto her straight onto the floor. That was the final straw for Hunter, who ended everything and told her to leave the pack house for a little while because he couldn't bear to look at her. And that's when he came to look for Isabella. Jackson grinned at Isabella, showing he was glad she was going to be the Luna. "Dodged a bullet," then Isabella jokes. A huge one. Anyway, I'm going to find Hunter, see how things went, he says, picking up the two now empty bowls as he finished the other half of Isabella's food and took them to the kitchen. After placing them in the sink, he did a quick wave goodbye and left, as if waiting for Jackson to leave. Isabella felt everything she had eaten rising up her throat. Running to the closest toilet, she was sick. Meaning the fruit and the pasta had all been for nothing. Hunter didn't need to know that. Hunter and Isabella ate dinner together that night, and at first she found herself eating the meal, but halfway through she was full to bursting. When she tried to stop, Hunter wouldn't let her. He didn't understand why she wanted to stop, and not wanting to upset Hunter, she carried on eating. I know about Chelsea. I met her, Isabella said, looking down at her almost empty plate. She didn't bother you, did she? I can get rid of her if she is bothering you. Hunter worries, reaching over the table to place his hand on top of Isabella's small one. He raises her hand to his lips and presses them to his knuckles as if making a silent promise that she was the only one he wanted. No. She was fine, Isabella shrugged. She did ask me if you still did that thing with you, tongue. She says finally, lifting her head up to look into his eyes with a questioning look. I don't remember anything with a tongue, she says, breaking into a big smile. They both burst into laughter at the ridiculousness of it all. Isabella trusted that she was the only girl for Hunter, but it had further put everything to rest, speaking to Jackson earlier. Oh no. That was just that I could tie a cherry stem with my tongue, he laughs before stopping with the most serious look on his face. I could do something with my tongue though if you want, he winks after raising his eyebrows suggestively. You're disgusting, she giggles, taking their empty plates to the sink, having to stop once she got there. She felt dizzy and sweaty from eating so much, and she knew that any minute now she was going to be sick. You love it, he chuckles, coming up behind her to give her a hug and kiss from behind, pressing uncomfortably on her stomach. Go upstairs then and I'll be up in a minute, she winks back jokingly, but Hunter's eyes widen with excitement. Really, he asks, to which Isabella just replied with a nod. Next minute, Hunter had gone upstairs. She was surprised he hadn't asked why she wasn't going straight up with him, but she was thankful for it. Going to the same bathroom she had before she was once again sick. Going through the cupboard, she had found a new toothbrush and toothpaste, which she used to quickly clean her teeth. She knew that if Hunter thought he was in any way, making her ill through his orders, it would kill him and he would beat himself up about it. Taking a deep breath, Isabella walked upstairs to the bedroom they both shared where Hunter was waiting for her. She closed the door behind her, locking out all the issues with her eating. She told herself, I have control. Lay in bed together. Skin to skin the next morning, Isabella had her head on Hunter's chest, looking up at him, watching his long, dark eyelashes. She was falling in love with him even more every single day. How was your meeting? Thing with the alpha, Isabella asks, trailing her fingers over Hunter's naked chest. Before she can take another breath, Hunter has flipped them over so he is leaning over her body. Their sweaty limbs entangled with each other. He leans down and kisses Isabella, letting his hand wander all over her body, but she quickly comes back to her senses and places her hand on his chest to push him away. Whoa, cowboy. Stop trying to change the subject, Isabella exclaims, almost wishing she didn't need to know the information because she could have happily have carried on. I'm actually a werewolf, not a cowboy. Hunter teases, kissing Isabella again to try and get her mind off of the topic, but she once again pushes him away again, shaking her head. Spill, she simply says. He stays leaning over her body with a frustrated groan. Isabella wraps an arm around his side, allowing there to be more skin to skin with him. I've warned all the alphas about Finn and what to do if they saw him. Hunter starts. Not to kill him, Isabella says, but Hunter places his fingers on her lips. You're way too nice for your own good, he says, kissing the tip of her nose. No. Thought I'd leave that job for me when I hunt the bastard down, he grins excitedly. What have I told you? Isabella asks with a sigh. Hunter says. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I always want to do whatever I need to do to make you happy, and I know you don't want me to kill him, but enough is enough, he points out. Not only had he hurt you, but he has now hurt Layla. So you've found him, Isabella asks, trying to move on with topic. Will you stop asking questions? Hunter grins once again, kissing her before carrying on. The alpha who came to see me is pretty sure he spotted him coming in and out of an abandoned shack in the woods near his section of land that he cares for. Textbook evil guy, Hunter says, rolling his eyes, and even in the bad situation. Isabella finds herself laughing slightly. So now what? Isabella asks, unable to not ask questions. I've sent some of my guys to be in that area. 24 divided by 7 inches shifts to confirm this information, and then we'll take it from there," he explains, kissing her once more. "So what's the plan?" Isabella questions, leaning on her arms. "There isn't one yet. We need to confirm the info," he explains, but the look on Isabella's face confirms that she doesn't believe it. "Well, we have a couple of different ideas, but we need to find out all the information before we decide what to do." Despite continually asking for new information every day for 5 weeks, Hunter was still saying there was nothing to tell. Finn was only going to the shack at the most. Once a week, and they were still watching him. Hunter admitted that they had looked in the shack from the outside but hadn't infiltrated, because although Finn had been going in there, they couldn't rely on the fact that it was safe and stable. Despite this, within the next couple of weeks, Hunter was confident that they would be confronting him soon, as they were following him back to multiple locations each time he had been to the shack, and a somewhat pattern was forming, but Layla had still not been seen. For the past 2 weeks, Isabella had been going to see the doctor every other day because her weight continued to drop. She still believed in herself that there was nothing wrong. She didn't feel weak and frail like they were trying to tell her. Being sick had become a regular occurrence every time she ate. Although she had never forced herself to be sick, it was now something she thought about it so much that before she knew it was having to rush off to be sick. Isabella knew she wasn't ill. She couldn't explain it, but never told anyone. She felt ashamed, like people would judge her for something she couldn't control. Despite this, there were new side effects coming into play. She had started feeling very dizzy and faint, but passed it off as nothing important. How do you explain to anyone who has never gone through something like that? Isabella knew they wouldn't understand. They'd think she was weak, and that just wouldn't do for the future Luna. Isabella was still under the idea that she had control of the illness, not that the illness had control of her, so there was no need to tell anyone. Hunter didn't even think anything was wrong, although he could see Isabella losing a scary amount of weight. He watched her eat. He made sure she ate so he couldn't see what the issue was. Isabella had become very much the distraction and stress reliever to Hunter. She had never seen her with so much confidence. She was constantly always all over him, and he loved it. Something that had become a regular occurrence had been eating breakfast in bed. If Hunter was in a rush, they would eat together, then he would get dressed extremely quick and leave. If he was able to stay in bed, she would take the dishes down to the kitchen. At first, Hunter tried to tell her someone would come and get them, but after much demanding that she wanted to clean them away herself, he stopped telling her. On the way back, she would use the toilet downstairs before brushing her teeth and heading back up. It was like she had a totally different life that she was living around everyone else, and they had no idea. One morning they had eaten, and when Isabella had tried to get up to take the dishes downstairs, he had pulled her back into bed, telling her he had a completely empty morning so they could spend it together. Easily pulled into the delicious trap that was Hunter. Isabella was soon partially clothed under the covers of the bed when she felt an all-too-familiar acidic taste rising up her throat. Pushing Hunter away with all her might, she rolled out from under him and ran into their ensuite bathroom to be sick. Hunter followed instantly to hold her hair back and rub her back until she was done. When she was, he held out his arms for her to walk into. He hugged her before pulling away when he'd felt her stop shaking. "Let's get dressed and pay a visit to the doctor," he says with a comforting but nervous smile. "I'm fine," Isabella said, waving Hunter off, but when she tried to take another step away from him, her knees buckled, causing her to crumble to the floor. Hunter caught her instantly and carried into the bedroom, where he put one of his softest t-shirts over her body and pulled on some sweatpants before carrying her to the hospital wing. He rushed in and was given immediate attention, of course. The doctor who had been dealing with Isabella the whole time was luckily on shift and rushed straight over. The ashen look on Isabella's face told everyone she wasn't okay. She was also shivering, which was the total opposite of how a werewolf should be. Hunter climbed onto the bed with Isabella against his naked chest so that he could keep her warm while allowing the doctor to do what he needed to do. The warning the doctor kept giving to Isabella about admitting her into the hospital full-time entered her head. This was where she was heading, and she knew it. Isabella was always a small, thin girl, but now she simply seemed skin and bone. Isabella had fallen asleep soon after the doctor had taken some blood for testing simply from exhaustion. Hunter continued to hold her, only now truly seeing how ill she was. Hunter always found Isabella beautiful, so he was hard to differentiate how she looked then to how she had looked when they first met. But this scare had made him look closer. Isabella's eyes looked dark and sunken in, her cheekbones prominent and sharp. Her lips looked almost too big for her now tiny face. Ribs sticking out at a point, and her small frame looked even smaller. holding Isabella tight to his chest. Hunter felt his eyes fill with tears. He didn't let anyone see as he ducked his head down into the crook of Isabella's neck. It seemed like forever until the doctor had come back into the room with any sorts of results. By then, Isabella had woken up but had barely moved an inch. Her favorite place to be was in Hunter's arms. Hunter decided that it wasn't the time nor place to bring up the internal battle he saw her having. The doctor sat down on the chair at the side of the bed. He looked her up and down and shook his head. Whatever he was going to say, all three of them knew it would be completely life-changing. "Isabella, you're 4 weeks pregnant." The doctor blurted out, not holding back. Hunter wanted to be excited, but he knew that she wasn't nearly healthy enough to carry a baby to full term, despite knowing this herself. Isabella's eyes filled with excitement as one of her hands flew to her not-existent bump. This could be the thing that gave Isabella a reason to fight to be healthy, and that was exactly what the doctor was hoping would happen. "We all know that you're not healthy enough to do this. You won't make it till 30 weeks with this small of a frame and no nutrition. You'd be lucky if you didn't loose the baby before then, because if you're not getting enough nutrition, then there is no way that the baby is going to," the doctor explains, hoping to use the fear factor of the whole situation to make her admit what she was doing. The doctor had privately spoken with Hunter, who had assured him that Isabella was eating at least 3 meals a day but continued to lose weight. Isabella bursts into tears, making Hunter hug her a little bit closer, but he was almost too scared to hug her in case he broke her. That's how fragile she felt underneath him. "I'm sorry to say this, Isabella, but I'm going to have to admit you as an inpatient at the hospital wing until I feel you're healthy enough to return back to the pack house," the doctor says with a somber look on his face. This news makes Isabella cry even harder. I don't want to." Isabella sobs, hanging onto Hunter's arms. The thought of not sleeping in the same bed as him at night, not being able to just feel normal, whatever that was, broke her heart. "We have to get you and the baby healthy," Hunter says, completely agreeing with the doctor. He wished he didn't, and decided to carry her out of that room, but he knew she was too far now and he couldn't help her anymore. She needed professional help. "I'm going to go and get you some clothes, okay?" Hunter says, standing up, trying to place Isabella's shaking body onto the bed, but she clings onto him with dear life. She had never wanted human contact with someone more than she did in that moment, and he was leaving her. "I'll come back, Bella," he whispers. He wanted to break down. He wanted to lash out, but he knew that wasn't what was best for Isabella, so he held it together. He walked out of the room, leaving Isabella barely able to breathe from tears. The only thing that kept him walking instead of running back was not looking back. Her small body and telling himself it was for the best, even though each step followed with louder sobs. It felt like it wasn't the best thing for her. When Hunter had returned, Isabella was curled up on the hospital bed asleep. He went to speak to the doctor before going back in to see her. "So what happens now?" Hunter asks, rubbing the back of his neck. "We're going to have her talking with a therapist regularly. She is going to eat 3 meals a day of whatever it is she wants as long as it is healthy, and she will be monitored for an hour after every meal." The doctor explains, but Hunter interrupts him. "Why would she need monitoring?" he asks, completely oblivious. Hunter still thought it could be because of her being pregnant, even though she was only 4 weeks, and she had been quickly losing weight for much longer than that. We think she is being sick after she is eating, so she isn't getting any nutrition, so we need to make sure of this," the doctor says with a nervous smile. He explains that she won't openly force herself to be sick in front of someone. They are watching her intensely for 1 hour after meals to ensure she gets at least some nutrition. "And how long is she going to be in here?" he asks, wanting her back in their bed together so he can look after her. "There is no easy way to estimate that. It all depends on the Luna," the doctor says. "If she wants to get out, she needs to eat all of her food and keep it down to get back to a healthy weight. If she continues to lose weight, then a more intense treatment will be needed and she will be in for longer." "Intense treatment," Hunter says with wide eyes, a shiver running down his spine. "We'll get to that point if we need to." "Don't worry yourself," the doctor says, even though he is almost certain it was going to get to that point. Later that day, Hunter needed to go and do some work as there had been progress in the Layla and Finn case. Isabella made him go, even though she would have loved to have him stay with her. Isabella's first meal in the hospital was less than half of what Hunter would usually give to her, and it was really surprising, but she didn't question it as she started to eat the simple dish in front of her. A friendly nurse was sat with Isabella watching her eat, and like clockwork around 10 minutes after eating, she found herself being sick into a bowl that the nurse had provided with her. "How did you do that?" she asks, eyeing Isabella up. "What do you mean?" she asked, wiping her mouth, flopping back down onto the bed. "Well, it's not like you stuck your fingers down your throat, so how did you make yourself sick?" she asks, sounding extremely judgmental. "I don't make myself. It just happens," she shrugs, shrinking down in the bed. Isabella was more determined than ever to eat properly for the baby, if not for herself, so she couldn't understand why it was happening. She was sure something must be happening to her, but nothing came up on her blood tests and she had no proof, so she would just have to put up with it until she found out what was really happening. Isabella had been supplied with a number of different things from Hunter to keep her entertained, but for the most part she slept throughout the days, apart from when she had to eat. Isabella had never felt so low and helpless in her life, despite everything she had gone through. She had always been able to find a small glimmer of hope, but now she didn't even feel like she had the energy to breathe. There had been no advancements on Isabella's eating. Every single meal she found herself being sick afterwards, and the doctors had no idea why. They of course thought she had been doing it to herself, but after seeing that she made no attempts to do it but was sick anyway, they had prodded and poked her to find out what was wrong but came up with nothing. They had eventually hooked her up to a number of different machines, meaning she needed help to just untangle from them all to get up and go to the toilet, which made her morale even lower. Hunter had been watching his beloved mate deteriorate right in front of him. There was nothing that he did that could help, and he only had one idea left. Although convinced it wouldn't work like everything else, it was Hunter's final hope, and if this didn't bring something out in Isabella, then Hunter was terrified that he would be saying goodbye to the love of his life as she was going to die. Hunter walked into his room that he shared with Isabella. Since she had been sent to the hospital, he hadn't slept in their room. He had either been asleep in the chair beside Isabella's bed or in a spare room at the other side of the castle. He couldn't bear to be in that bed without her beside him. He couldn't bear not to wake up and spend minutes or even hours staring at her face with her blushed cheeks. Long, fluttering eyelashes, or hearing her little words as she slept. "Oi! Where are you?" Hunter whispered out angrily into the empty room. He didn't want anyone else hearing him. They would think he had finally lost it without being with Isabella. There was already talk of it. Silence. "Are you really going to make this harder?" Hunter groaned, rolling his eyes before starting to look around the room in every single place that a small, ginger cat could be hiding. Since coming to the castle, it was no secret that Isabella had spent barely any time with Tobias. She always made it her job to feed him and make sure he was cared for, but without even knowing what their relationship had been like before. Hunter knew that Tobias had been emotionally neglected from Isabella, and it was his fault for taking all her attention. "Gotcha," Hunter grinned, proud of himself when he finally spotted the slightly moody-looking cat. It wasn't until Hunter realized that he was lay on his stomach on the floor just for the sake of a cat. "Come on, then," Hunter ordered, trying to reach to Tobias, who quickly moved back. Deeper under the bed, making it harder for Hunter to reach him, sucking his stomach in to make himself as small as possible. Hunter pushed himself further under the bed to try and reach Tobias, praying that nobody walked into the room. Hunter tried to make another grab at the cat, who swiftly moved further back. "Are you mocking me?" Hunter growled, more determined than ever to get the cat. "Of course I'm not." "I'm a cat," Hunter heard, making him jump so high off the ground that he hit his head on the base of the bed. What the hell are you doing? Get out from under the bed," the voice said. Hunter quickly slid out from under the bed to be faced with a grinning Jackson who looked extremely proud of himself. "Dick," Hunter said, unable to keep the small smile off of his face. "A rare thing recently. I'm not the one talking to the cat," Jackson shrugged, using his finger to make a circle next to his temple to say Hunter was crazy. "It's for Isabella. I was hoping it would make her better." Hunter shrugged, clearing the lump from in his throat. Jackson was the only person that Hunter had told about everything, not because he was his beta, but also because he was Hunter's best friend and the person he trusted most in the world. Other than Isabella, of course. "Clearly you need to be at one with the cat." "That's what I'm here for," Jackson said, the smirk never leaving his face. Hunter leaned against the chest of drawers and watched as Jackson slid himself under the bed. This was only going to go one way. 1 hour later. "Shit. That cat's good," Jackson wheezed, collapsing onto the bed. Almost every single piece of furniture had been pulled out of place as Jackson and Hunter had tried to catch Tobias. "Told you," Hunter said like a child as he fell onto the bed beside him. Both men looked to the side of the room, and at the top of the wardrobe was Tobias, who was lay down half asleep like it was a normal day. "Are you mocking me?" Jackson yelled jokingly like Hunter had said earlier. "Right." "Cat." Hunter started before Tobias sent a sharp meow at him. "Sorry." "Right. Tobias. Isabella is ill, and I really think you would make her feel better, so if you would come down from there and let me take you to her." Hunter explained while Jackson stifled a laugh. What Hunter asked, resting his head back down from exhaustion. "You're bargaining with a cat," Jackson spluttered, but he quickly fell silent when Tobias jumped down from the top of the wardrobe with ease and sat himself down on top of Hunter's chest. "I did it," Hunter exclaimed with wide eyes while Jackson was stunned silent. "You bargained with a cat," Jackson laughed, shaking his head. "Come on," Hunter laughed, picking up Tobias like he could break at any second. He didn't want to accidentally hurt the cat, then it run off again. "You became one with the cat." "Well done," Jackson smirked, following his best friend and Alpha. "I also begged a fur ball." Tobias Hunter squirmed as the cat glared up at him. He was impressed at how much the cat was growing on him, still a work in progress. Like usual. When Hunter walked into the hospital room, Isabella was asleep. He had a trail of doctors and nurses following him, shouting at him that he couldn't take that in there. Ignoring them, he gently pushed on Isabella's shoulder to wake her up, which she eventually did. "Look who's here to see you," Hunter whispered, sliding Tobias next to her. Isabella's big eyes slightly opened and instantly had a small spark in them. It was only little, but it gave Hunter hope. "I'm sorry for being so bad to you, Tobias," she croaked, sitting up quickly. Tobias tried to be grumpy with her, but within seconds he was cuddling up beside her like he hadn't seen her in 1,000 years. "Thank you," Isabella says with a weak smile. Hunter only manages to smile back at her as he tries to get rid of the lump in his throat. The door bursts open and Jackson runs in with a serious look on his face, making Isabella jump, not wanting to scare her with whatever the clearly bad news was. Hunter stepped outside just as Jackson reached him. Hunter pulled him to the side to make it harder for Isabella to see them out the window of her private room. "We're pretty sure we've found him and your sister," Jackson said clearly. Very out of breath. "Let's go," Hunter says, trying to walk away, but Jackson pulls him back. "No. You stay here with Isabella. I'll take a small group of the best to deal with him," Jackson explains. Hunter trusted him completely and knew he would do his best to capture Finn and save his sister. "Okay. Keep me updated all the way," Hunter nods. Jackson doesn't even reply before turning on his heel and running out. Hunter felt hopeless, but he knew he needed to stay with his mate and try to come up with a good explanation as to what was going on. When Hunter walked back into the room, Isabella was waiting with an expecting look on her face. She wanted to know what was going on, but Hunter knew that he didn't want to tell her. "What's happened?" Isabella asked, raising her eyebrows. Isabella knew Hunter better than most people, so even the smallest change in his body language she was able to pick up on, and there was plenty of changes. The most noticeable was the crooked, nervous smile on his face as he tried and failed to convince Isabella that nothing was wrong. Hunter was also stood rigid. The way he did when he was dealing with pack business or something was wrong. Isabella also noticed him fidgeting with everything around them to avoid making eye contact with her. "Nothing. Everything is fine." Hunter lied while Isabella narrowed her eyes at him. She patted the space on the side of the bed next to her, telling him to come, which he did. He instantly lay down with his head in her lap. He was pressing ever so gently against her, completely afraid that he was going to break her small, fragile bones, more so than ever before. Hunter looked up at Isabella's face and knew she wasn't going to give up. The raised eyebrows and pursed lips told him this as he hid his face in her legs with a groan. Hunter knew that Isabella would get so excited at the news because she had wanted to be able to make sure Layla was safe for so long that the thought of finding her would raise her spirits. The problem was, it was only a tip-off, so it might not be true, and there was no guarantee that Layla would be found alive. Hunter didn't know how he would break it to Isabella that Layla was dead while dealing with his own anger and grief. The chances are Isabella would go backwards in her recovery, not forwards, as Hunter knew Isabella just as well as she knew him, and he knew that if she found out that Layla had been killed by Finn, then she would blame herself for not helping. "Layla earlier. We have had a tip-off. We might and remember found Finn and Layla," Hunter explains, unable to even look up at Isabella again. He couldn't face the excitement that he knew would not be in her eyes. "Oh. What are you doing here, then? You should be getting ready to leave to go find them," Isabella said. Hunter might not have been able to see the excitement in Isabella's eyes, but he could hear it in her voice. "Jackson is leading the mission." I'm staying here, Hunter explains, preparing for the explosion that is his mate. What Isabella yells, sitting up quickly before having to lean against Hunter, feeling extremely dizzy. Calm down. It's not good for you or the baby, Hunter explains, planting a small kiss against Isabella's stomach. You are the Alpha King. You need to lead by example, Isabella says, weakly laying back down. Not only that, but she is your sister. Don't you think I know that I need to be here with you, Hunter explains. Where am I going to go? I am stuck here. I will still be stuck here while you're gone, and I will still be stuck here when you're back, Isabella explains with resentment in her voice. I just want you to get better, Hunter says, swallowing the lump in his throat. I know you are. I just want you to do what is right by the pack, which is going to run the missions that are this important, Isabella says, her voice softening. The door to Isabella's hospital room opens and a nurse walks in. She looks Isabella up and down with a smile. This nurse had been with Isabella every step of the way, and they had created a bond between the two of them. This nurse was the closest thing Isabella had to a friend in the hospital ward. At first, Isabella resented Nurse Jessica. She represented the hospital that Isabella was forced to stay into. She would be moody and snapped a lot as Jessica always seemed to be working. Eventually, Isabella grew to like Jessica and let her in more and more. Hey, Isabella. Everything okay? Nurse Lee asks. She always seemed jumpy around Hunter, and Isabella had no idea why, but she ignored the fidgeting that she could see. Yeah. Just trying to convince this one to go on a special mission, Isabella shrugs. She trusted Jessica enough to tell her what the mission was, but she knew Hunter wouldn't want her to say. Oh, okay. Jessica looked like she wanted to say something to Hunter, but she looked at the floor and moved further into the room. Avoiding all eye contact with Hunter, who seemed oblivious to it. Please, Hunter. I want you to be the one to find Layla and Finn, Isabella whispered, even though it was pointless. With Werewolf hearing, everyone, including Jessica in the room, heard what she had said. I don't know, Hunter says with skepticism lacing his voice. For me, go and get Finn. Make him pay, Isabella croaked. Hunter's head shot up as he looked into Isabella's eyes. She had been the only person in this whole situation that had always tried to protect Finn and his brothers, despite what they had done to her, and now she had done a complete 180. She now wanted Hunter to punish them. Hunter searched his mate's eyes to see if she was telling the truth. He didn't want to do this mission. Find Finn. Kill him, then. Isabella blamed herself that he was dead because she had told Hunter do it. He needed to know that this was really what she wanted. Yes, Isabella said, confirming that it was what she wanted. Hunter hadn't said anything, but the shock on his face must have said it all. Okay. I'll do it for you, Hunter said with a shaky breath. He looked up at Nurse Jessica. You are now personally accountable for the Luna and our baby. Yes, Alpha, Jessica said, still avoiding his eyes with a nervous look on his face. Ignore him, Jessica. You. Mr. Alpha, go and get ready, Isabella grinned, placing a kiss on Hunter's face. Inside, she felt worried about sending Hunter on this mission, but he was the strongest man in the world. No match for Finn, so she had no doubt that he would be okay. Especially with Jackson by his side. I just need to call. Jessica looked like she had to think about what to say next, and Isabella couldn't decide whether she was just nervous or something was going on. I have to call home. I won't be a minute. With that, Jessica bolted out the door. Once again. Hunter looked completely oblivious, but Isabella had noticed. Since being stuck in the hospital, she had started to notice a lot more about body language. She didn't have much to do there, so she resorted to people watching. Something was going on with Jessica, but Isabella had no idea what. Not long now, Bella, and all this will be over, Hunter said, placing one hand on his stomach and one hand at the side of her face. Tucking a piece of hair behind her ear, he pressed a kiss to his forehead. The tip of her nose, then finally her lips. I love you, Isabella breathes, as Hunter presses his forehead to Isabella's. I love you too, my Bella. Wait for me, Hunter, whispers, kissing her again before completely pulling away. Isabella instantly misses him but knows she can't tell him that or he would never leave. I'll always wait for you, Hunter. Isabella smiles, swallowing the lump in her throat. She wasn't sure what she had done to deserve a man like Hunter, but she knew she would give up her own life just to save his. Little did she know she might have to make this choice very soon. Isabella was lay in her hospital bed, resenting the wires attached to her body more than ever. She felt like she should be out there by her mate's side. Especially in times that were so important, and yet she felt so weak. That wasn't how the Alpha King's mate should be. She shouldn't be sending her mate out on his own because she was so weak that she could barely keep her eyes open, rubbing her eyes in tiredness but also in frustration as she let them flutter shut, only for them to snap back open as the hairs on the back of Isabella's neck stood up, sensing someone else in the room with her. Jessica, Isabella says in confusion, pulling herself into a sitting position. Why had she just stood there and not said anything? I'm sorry, Isabella, she whispers, her voice hoarse as she lifts her hand up. Fear instantly filled Isabella's body as she looks down at the nurse's hand. She relaxed a little when she saw that Jessica only had a phone in her hand, but as she ran through different scenarios in her head, she felt sick as she thought that someone was informing her that something had happened to Hunter. Isabella held out her hand to be past the phone, and when she lifted it to her ear, there was a silence on the other side. She pulled it away from her ear and looked at the phone to confirm that there was an actual call in progress, which there was. Putting it back to her ear, she now heard heavy breathing and moans in what sounded like pain. Hello, Isabella? A all too familiar voice sounded. If Isabella hadn't have been sat on the bed, she would have collapsed to the floor in that moment. Finn. What do you want? Isabella whispers, holding her hand to her mouth as her head swims with dizziness. I lost my leverage with your mate's sister. He starts as a small scream passes her lips. No, you didn't. How could you? She was your mate, she say, tears filling my eyes. Oh, be quiet, you dumb woman. They got her. They saved her, he explains, and the tears in Isabella's eyes turn into tears of relief. So I had to find someone else to take, he says. Isabella can practically hear the smirk on his lips as her stomach turns violently. Who not Hunter? Isabella says, her voice going even smaller. He still had that effect on her. Even though Isabella knew Hunter wasn't easy to take down, so the chances of it being him were very small, and yet the fear in her heart stayed put. No, but I do have his best friend, he said confidently before Isabella heard a large thud and a groan that quickly follows, telling her that Finn had just hit him. Jackson, she whispers, willing herself to keep breathing as she felt like she was ready to pass out. That's right, he says, time's running out for Jackson, so you need to come up with a plan pretty quickly. Where are you? Isabella asks, her voice quivering. She had completely forgotten that Jessica was in the room with her. I can't tell you that. She need to tell your mate so he can use the pack link, Finn explains, and his plan falls into place. He knew that his Hunter was aware of the trouble his best friend and Beta was in. He would go running into danger, where Finn would surely have a plan in place to kill him. Don't hurt him, Finn, she whispers, tears finally spilling over her eyes. It's me you want. Take me for Jackson. So I finally get to kill you, and the pain would be so bad for Hunter that he'd probably die too. Two birds with one stone, as the saying goes, he says more to himself. Let Jackson go, Isabella adds pleadingly. Oh no. Not until you get here. No funny business. Taylor can bring you, he explains. Taylor, she asked, confused. She'd never heard of anyone called Taylor, not even in the old pack. Oh, sorry. Nurse Jessica, he says with a sickening laugh. Isabella's head spins to look at Jessica. Well, Taylor, with the look of betrayal. She can't even look Isabella in the eye. Clearly ashamed at her own actions. Oh, by the way. How have your meals tasted recently? Ask her about that, he says before sending another punch to Jackson, whose groan has less willpower behind it. Time's running out, Isabella. Taylor, Isabella says in a questioning tone, her bottom lip quivering uncontrollably. I'm sorry. He has something over me, she whispers, lifting her head to look at me. What did he mean about my meals? Isabella asks, ripping all the wires out of her skins, trying not to wince too much. I've been poisoning them on his orders for the past couple of months, so you would get weaker and it would keep Hunter distracted, she explains, while Isabella's jaw drops as she sits there stunned for a couple of seconds. I trusted you, Isabella says, her voice breaking as tears fall out of Taylor's eyes. I thought it would be easy, but then I spent more time with you and we became friends, she says, her voice shaking. Friends, don't do this, Isabella screamed, sliding off of the bed to get dressed. Her head instantly spun, but she pushed it to the side with the best of her ability and started to get dressed. I didn't want to, but he would kill my family if I didn't, she explains. Part of Isabella softens, but the anger is much too strong as it takes over her whole body, thankfully giving her enough adrenaline to move around for now. Without another word. Isabella sneaks out of the hospital ward, hoping nobody would see her as they would quickly send her back to bed. She's still incredibly dizzy, and determination was the only thing keeping her going, but she had to do this for Hunter and for Jackson. Isabella went into the kitchen to search in the drawers. It took her a short amount of time to find what she wanted, which she hid in the waistband of her pants. Taylor, who had been following closely behind, hadn't said a word about what she had picked up. "Just take me to where he is," Isabella says with a newfound confidence. "It is time to end this once and for all. Jessica." Or Taylor. Lead Isabella to her car in the garage. Neither of the women were able to even look at each other. Isabella out of anger and Taylor out of being so ashamed of herself. Isabella had no idea where they were going, but she didn't want to ask. She didn't even want to speak to the person she had once trusted so much. Another one of the reasons she couldn't even speak to her was that Isabella was running through all the conversation her and Taylor had. She couldn't help but thinking, what had Taylor gone running back to Finn to tell him? And if Finn knew she was pregnant? The thought of Finn hurting hers and Hunter's baby instantly made her cradle her still non-existent stomach as her stomach turned. "Look, I am sorry. I know you won't believe me, but I am. You would do the same to protect your family," Taylor says, sounding more like she wanted to make herself feel better about the situation rather than Isabella. "You know what I don't think I would have, because if your family knew what you were doing, they would be so ashamed of you," Isabella says quietly, feeling on the edge of tears with every second that passed. "But they're alive. Even if they never wanted to see me again, they'd still be alive," Taylor retorts. Isabella wanted to fire back another response, but she came up with nothing. Taylor was right. It didn't make Isabella hate her any less in that moment, but she had to agree that if Hunter was in danger or this baby, she would have gone to extreme lengths to keep them safe. Not that she would let Taylor know this. "This is your chance to help me, Jessica, or whatever your name is. Is there anything you could tell me that would help me?" Isabella asks, crossing her fingers, praying that Taylor would have something that would be useful. He's smart. He thinks of all outcomes and prepares for them. "He's already sure that I've gotten close to you, so I know there will be someone on me at all times to make sure I don't help you when we get there." She shrugs with a sigh. "Not close enough to stop you poisoning my food." Isabella spits, digging her fingernails into the palm of her hand to calm her down, choosing to ignore her dig. Taylor continued, "He knows you're weak, so I could only suggest that you pretend to be even weaker than you are then when his guard his down you." "Strike," she says, glancing over at Isabella. A loud sound broke out in the car, making both women jump. It took Isabella a couple of seconds to realize it was her phone ringing. Pulling it out, she noticed that the caller ID says Hunter, but before she can answer it, Taylor rips the phone out of her hand. "No, you can't answer that. It will only end badly if you tell him where you're going," she whispers with fear lacing her voice. The first phone call ends, and instantly it starts ringing again. "Okay." "I won't answer it," Isabella says, holding her hand out. Taylor hands it her back cautiously, but visibly relaxes when Isabella rolls down the window and throws the phone out. After another 10 minutes, Taylor is pulling up to an empty mill factory. It seems very stereotypical, but Isabella shrugs the thought aside as she listens to the gravel under the wheels. The confidence that once filled her body was now quickly leaving, as Taylor jumps out the car and opens the door to Isabella's side. Taylor widens her eyes as if trying to communication something to Isabella, but she doesn't understand and gets out of the car as normal, before she can even be fully stood up. Taylor forcefully kicks out Isabella's legs from underneath her, making her fall to the floor, but Taylor quickly catches her from one side and drags her along the gravel. "She's too weak to even stand up," Taylor shouts, and it finally sinks into Isabella. Taylor was in fact helping her by making Finn think she was much weaker. Playing along with it, she keeps her head bowed down and makes no attempts to stand up. Isabella soon hears feet walking towards her, and before long there are 2 feet on the floor below her face. And it took everything for Isabella not to get up and run away, even if she wouldn't get very far, considering she was still very weak, even if it wasn't as bad as she was making Finn believe. "Left your head up," Finn demands, but Isabella stays still. Her bottom lip had started to quiver again as she tried to stay completely still. Before she could even register, then Finn had moved. His foot had come in contact with her face, sending her flying back, hitting her head on the hard ground below. He stormed up to her with anger clear in her eyes, then kicked her in the ribs, making her howl in pain. As she clutched her stomach in the fetal position, praying that her strong baby would be able to cope. "You said you wouldn't kill her," Taylor cries, rushing over to Isabella's side, but she is soon dragged away by her hair, her screams filling Isabella's ears. It was soon Isabella's turn to get pulled around by her hair. Being dragged along the floor cut deep into her skin, but she barely even felt a thing as her scalp exploded into burning pain. Finn had dragged her up to Jackson, who could barely even open one of his eyes that was swollen shut, but his one eye that was less bruised widened at the sight of her. Isabella then noticed the heavy silver chains wrapped around him and the chair he was sit in. Silver was highly poisonous to werewolves and burnt their flesh like firewood. And it also meant it made him so weak he couldn't contact anyone in the pack. Yet when Jackson saw that Finn had Isabella, he used the last of his energy to make another futile attempt to break out of them. "Hey, buddy." This was her idea. Finn grins as tears escape Isabella's eyes at the sight of her friend. "Untie him." Taylor rushes forward, and she was in fact right that there was another man behind her to make sure she didn't try any funny business, but there was no one else there. Isabella couldn't help but thinking Hunter would be able to beat them all on his own, but there was no way he could know where they were. Putting on thick gloves. Even Taylor winces slightly at touching the silver due to the severe impact it had on werewolves. Jackson slumps forward and is unable to stop himself falling off of the chair onto the floor beside Isabella with a questioning look in his eyes. Finn knew Jackson was no longer a threat. The torture he has faced would leave him incapable of battle for a number of hours, is not days. Finn once again wrapped his fist in Isabella's hair and picked her up before placing her on the chair. Her eyes filled with fear as she glanced down at the silver chains by her feet. "No, Finn. She won't survive if you put them on her. She's too weak already." Taylor sobs, holding her hand up to her mouth as tears stream out of her eyes. A large sound broke out in the deserted factory, telling Isabella that Finn had gone over to Taylor and backhanded her across the room with a large growl, as a scream escaped her lips. So far, Isabella had stayed completely silently, not giving Finn the satisfaction of knowing he was hurting her, even though all she wanted to do was scream and scream like her body was doing. "If I want your opinion, I'll ask." Finn screams, and even more furiously than before drags on the gloves to protect himself before wrapping the silver chains around Isabella. He didn't need to chain them off because he thought the pain alone would make her unable to move. Isabella had braced herself for the pain, and yet it never came. She felt nothing. How was this possible? Isabella stayed sat in the chair, finding some sort of comfort from the cold blade pressed against her body due to her tight waistband. It seemed to be stealing all of her heat and energy, and yet she knew this was her only chance at freedom. "Why are you doing this to her?" Finn Taylor asks, her voice shaking incredibly hard as if she was the one that Finn wanted to kill in the most painful way. It instantly perked up Isabella's ears up, though. That was one thing she could never understand. Why? My useless father. Loved her more than any of us, and she was just some girl whose even parents didn't even want her. She's a mutt, and yet he took her in. He spits, glaring over at Isabella, who couldn't believe what she was hearing. The alpha was the nicest man, and he loved all of his children. She knew he had a soft spot for her, but he never treated his sons unfavorably. "You didn't get enough cuddles from Daddy, so you're willing to kill an innocent girl?" Taylor asks, making Isabella's eyes widen. Taylor had clearly only just realized how bad this situation was. A roar slipped out Finn's lips as she stalked towards Taylor, who for once stood up straight. She didn't cower away from him. She was ready to accept what he threw at her. Finn wrapped his hands around Taylor's throat and started to literally squeeze the life out of her, but Isabella made no movements, even though she was itching too. She knew that if she revealed the lack of effects of the silver now, Finn would kill her before she could kill him. For some reason, Finn didn't kill Taylor. He let her fall to the floor while she gasped for breath so he could turn his anger back on Isabella, who kept her head dipped down with her head against her chest, trying to keep her breathing steady. Did she really have the confidence to do this? Finn continued to rant about how he lost at life, while Isabella tried to pull out the knife from her waistband without anyone noticing. Finn was too wrapped up in what he was shouting about to notice anything but himself, yet the man he had bought along with, who Finn had already called James, did notice. His eyes flickered over behind Isabella's back where her hands and the knife were, but before he could say anything. Taylor, who had only managed to get herself into a sitting position, managed to shakily jump up to throw herself at James to send him to floor. His loud moan and the thud as he hit the floor sent Finn turning around in their direction, meaning his back was to Isabella. This was her only chance. "What the hell?" Finn yells, making no movements closer. He seemed too engrossed in what was going on between James and Taylor to hear the thick chains of silver that had been moments wrapped around Isabella's small body fall to the floor with a clunk. Isabella only managed to hobble over to Finn before he turned back around. Momentarily shocked with wide eyes that Isabella had been able to escape, with no help he was frozen in his place. Taking her chance, Isabella plunged the knife out in front of her, which happened to sink the knife into Finn's stomach. She pulled out and managed to stab him once more in his hand that was reaching out to her before he uppercut her, sending her flying backwards and the knife in another direction. "You stupid woman," he growls. This was going to be in the end of Isabella, the next second. Taylor had once again managed to fool James, but this time she was jumping on Finn's back to distract him, but he quickly threw her off of his back. He held out his hand to James to tell him to stop so he didn't attack her. "Pick her up," Finn demands, which James does instantly. He holds Taylor up in front of Finn, who has a sadistic smirk on his face. "Any final words?" he says, raising his eyebrows. There is a flicker of fear in her eyes, but as quickly as it came, it was gone. She was ready. "Fight, Isabella." She smiles, but it quickly fades away, and the spark in her eyes leaves as Finn plunged his hand into Taylor's chest. The loud cracking of bones as he pushed his way through filled the large space. Finn wrapped his hand around Taylor's heart before pulling it clean out of her body, to which he just threw on the floor like it was nothing. Isabella couldn't help the blood-curdling scream that left her lips. How could he be so detached? While this had been occurring, Isabella was crawling her way back to the knife as slowly as ever as her head pounded and spun. She planned to keep the promise to Taylor, but she simply couldn't get there quick enough. Finn stormed over to Isabella. Sick of the games that had been happening, he wanted this finished now. Finn kicked Isabella again, and like moments earlier, the sound of ribs breaking filled the large space. He then, like he had done for Taylor, wrapped his hands around Isabella's neck, but he picked her up from the floor. He walked her to the closest wall where he lifted her clean off of the floor by the hands around his throat. Isabella saw the black dots covering her vision. She kicked out her legs as hard as she could and tried to scratch at Finn's eyes, but she could feel herself becoming weaker. Seconds later, a roar appeared. It felt so familiar, yet Isabella had never heard anyone so angry. "Hunter." Finn clearly let go of Isabella as she dropped like a heavy stone to the floor, barely able to stay conscious. She watched through thin slits in her eyes the situation occurring. Finn and James were up against Hunter and 10 of his best fighters, and yet they still tried. James was killed on the spot, but for some reason Hunter didn't kill Finn. One of the fighters held Finn up like James had done to Taylor. Hunter rushed over to Isabella's side. He slid down onto his knees beside her weak body. "Bella, Bella. Don't leave me." "I'm here," he whispers, pushing the hair out of her eyes, taking in all the cuts, bruises and bumps on her small body. "Take me to him," Isabella croaks, although he would much rather take her home. Hunter did as she asked. They picked up the knife from the floor on the way over. Hunter stood Isabella a foot away from Finn. She pushed off of him. She needed to do this herself. She stumbled forward. Nobody said a word. Even Finn, who was trying to fight away, didn't actually say a single word. "I've won now, Finn. You're never going to hurt anyone the way you hurt me again." "This," she started as she plunged the knife into his stomach again, to which he growled, "is for Taylor, and this." She plunged the knife into his lower abdomen. This time he howled in pain. "Is for Layla, and this." Pulling the knife back, she positioned it perfectly before forcing it into his chest. The spark in his eyes was almost gone, but not until Isabella got to say, "This one. This is for me." The next thing Isabella remembers is waking up in those familiar 4 walls, but this time, not the ones of the hospital room she had spent so much time in recently, but in her bedroom. She was hooked up to even more machines than she had been before. Looking beside her, not even making any effort to move just yet, she sees Hunter tapping away at this laptop furiously. He had a big armchair next to their bed, which she knew he would have been sat at the whole time. Isabella reaches out her hand and places it on Hunter's left knee, making him jump slightly, but his eyes widen and his smile is full of warmth as he spots Isabella's open eyes. Something he felt like he'd never see again. The doctors continually told him her body just needed time to physically and mentally recover. One good thing about werewolves is they often manage to stay unconscious until the mental injuries had healed. This wasn't always the case, and it didn't heal them all completely. If this was true, Isabella would never wake up again. But she would certainly feel better about it than if she had woken up any earlier. "Hey," she whispers shyly as Hunter places his hand on top of hers. "Oh, Bella." He whispers, his eyes filling with tears and a lump in his throat forming. I missed you. I'll always wait for you. That's what I said, remember, before you went off to find Finn. Now it was your turn to wait for me. Isabella smiles, which is quickly replaced with a grimace as she tries to get into a sitting position. Her ribs were no longer broken but still hurt. Well, you didn't exactly wait for me, did you? But I'll always wait for you, Hunter says, trying to look angry, but the smirk on his face says otherwise. He had Jackson, and Isabella tries to explain, but the comforting hand squeezing hers stops her instantly. I know what happened. Jackson told me, Hunter explains. He removed his shirt, then jumps carefully into bed behind Isabella. He pulls her gently into his arms and kisses the top of her head. Jackson, how is Jackson? And Layla? Please tell me she is okay, Isabella yelled, grimacing again when a stab of pain goes through her ribs. Jackson has been unconscious when Hunter finally arrived, and although she felt guilty about it, Isabella had forgotten he was even there. Shh. Calm down, Hunter chuckles slightly. Jackson is fine. A couple days in the hospital, and now he's back on his feet. Layla. She's still in the hospital, but she's awake, Hunter explains. Isabella knows there is more to it, but doesn't press further. How did you find us? Isabella asks. I was with the team who found Layla. By that point, Finn was long gone. Jackson had gone off with another team, so we presumed he was on Finn's tail. Instead of following, I brought Layla back to the hospital so she could get help, but so I could tell you that she was okay and... He explains. I wasn't there, Isabella says, filling in the gaps. Exactly. When I got back, I also got a message from the team Jackson had left with saying they couldn't find him, and when I tried to communicate with him, there was nothing, just like a brick wall. I still felt him, so I knew he was alive, but nothing. And then when I found you weren't here, I linked the dots that Finn had probably took Jackson and you were trying to be a superhero. Hunter said with slight annoyance in his voice that Isabella had put herself in danger. That still doesn't explain how you found me, Isabella says. Your nurse left a note for me to track her car, and that would lead me to you. He shrugged as Isabella burst into tears. Taylor had been the only reason Hunter had found her. The only reason Isabella had a chance to hurt Finn. The only reason she wanted to fight so hard. She's dead, and I was so angry with her. I never got to say thank you or goodbye, Isabella sobs. Of course, Taylor dying didn't make what she did with the food okay, but the good she had done easily outweighed the bad. I'm sure she knew, Hunter says, holding Isabella closer but careful not to hurt her. The baby, Isabella asks, clutching her stomach that was considerably bigger than before. The babies are fine. You took some force, but Mama Wolf kicked in. Hunter grinned proudly at his mate. Wait. Go back. Babies, Isabella says with wide eyes. Twins. They found out when they did the scan to make sure everything was okay, Hunter says. Isabella couldn't help the smile that found its way onto her face, but her head was also spinning. Wow. She says, suddenly breathless. Another thing. He could have just remembered it wrong, but... Jackson said the last thing he remembers is you being wrapped up in the chains he had, but then you basically just pushed them aside. They didn't hurt. Hunter says awkwardly. This was completely unheard of in the werewolf world. No, he remembered right. It's news to me too. I have no idea how it happened. I don't know, my parents remember. Isabella shrugged, no, realizing the enormous news this was. That's something to discuss for another time, Hunter says, waving it aside. Where have you been sleeping? Isabella asks, changing the subject. The sheets around her looked far too perfect for a fidgeting Hunter. Right here next to you. I've just been making the bed every morning because I didn't want anyone but doctors touching you. He shrugs, and it's only then that Isabella notices the bags under his eyes. You made the bed, she giggles, actually impressed at how flawless it was, as if reading her mind. Hunter replies, yeah. It didn't look this good at first. Well, I'm okay now. You should be able to get a good night's sleep, she smiles, rubbing his arm comfortingly. He didn't need to know that her head was still pounding at that her body ached. He would only worry. Yeah. Jackson is going to be happy you're awake too, Hunter says. The tone in his voice sounds off, so Isabella pushes. Why, I mean, nobody in the pack wants their alpha to lose his mate, but why specifically? Jackson, Isabella asks, raising her eyebrows. He's been a mess since that day. He feels really guilty that he was the reason you left the hospital and why you were hurt by Finn. And I may have agreed with him, Hunter says. Oh, Hunter. What did you say to him? Isabella sighs. She didn't blame Jackson at all. I told him that if you didn't wake up, then he would be kicked out the pack. I told him it was his fault and that I couldn't bear to even look at him. He's been avoiding me since. Hunter shrugs, trying to pretend like he didn't care. Isabella knew him better than anyone, and she could see in his eyes that he didn't really blame Jackson, but the person he wanted to blame was dead, so Jackson was an easy target because he already felt guilt about it. You're going to go and say sorry, Isabella demands. Hunter's eyes widen. His mate had only been awake 2 minutes, and she was already telling him what to do, but he secretly could listen to her yell at him all day as long as it meant she was okay. But Hunter starts but is quickly cut off. No buts. Hunter starts to laugh. Stop laughing at the word buts. We're going to go and say sorry right now, Isabella says, swinging her legs out of the bed. As soon as she stands up, she regrets it as her head spins, making her dizzy. You okay, Bella? Hunter says, pulling Isabella into his chest for a gentle cuddle. Take me for a shower, then we can go say sorry, she whispers, kissing Hunter's shirt above his heart. It seemed to take Hunter much longer to find where Jackson was, especially considering he could smell from a mile away and could use the pack link to ask Jackson where he was. Isabella knew Hunter was refusing to mind link him, but she was determined to see him and make Hunter apologize. If he wanted to do it the hard way, then she was happy and willing to go along with it. I think maybe you should just go back to bed, Hunter says, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Isabella knew he was only doing this so he could avoid the inevitable. Hunter. The quicker you get this over and done with, the quicker I can go and rest back in bed. Isabella shrugs with an innocent-looking smile plastered on her face. I hate you, Hunter mutters with a hint of a smile on his face. No, you don't. You love me. Isabella winks before Hunter scoops her up in his arms and spins them around while she squeals excitedly. You're right. I love you, Hunter yells. Pretty sure that everyone in the house heard he finally plants his lips on Isabella's. And I love you, Hunter. Isabella smiles, resting her cheek against his chest, feeling his light fluttering hard against her cheek. But we're still going to find Jackson, despite letting out an annoyed groan. Hunter continued walking around the pack house, knowing he wasn't going to win this one. He was going to have to say sorry to Jackson. Jackson, Isabella yelled, noticing the back of his head in a crowd of around 15 people. He turned round and his eyes lit up immediately. Mostly because one of his now good friends was okay, but also because it meant he wouldn't have to be killed by his best friend, starting at a run. Isabella quickly feels strong arms around her stomach as Hunter holds her back. Hey, you crazy woman. You've just woken up from being unconscious. Chill out, Hunter smiles softly, eyeing her up and down to make sure she is okay. Sorry, Isabella says, giggling softly as she now slowly makes her way towards a grinning Jackson. It's now Jackson's turn to scoop Isabella up into a hug while planting a kiss on her forehead, just like a big brother. It didn't feel quite as nice as when she hugged Hunter. They were made for each other, but yet Isabella could feel the warmth fill her body as she hugged him close. The last time she had saw him just like he had with her. He had been unconscious after rounds of torture. She was just thankful that he was alive. They had made it out the other side. Other people were not so lucky. When Jackson finally lets Isabella go, she turns round to notice Hunter looking annoyed and yet sheepish at the same time. She knew he was annoyed because Jackson had hugged her so affectionately and kissed her, but at the same time he already knew he was in Isabella's bad books for how he had treated Jackson, so he daren't say anything about it. Especially since Isabella sent him a glare before raising her eyebrows as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" Look. Jackson. I'm so... Hunter, started by the words, got caught in his throat as if a lump was stopping them. The slight pool of tears that only Isabella and Jackson could notice showed them how sorry he really felt. You don't have to say anything, Jackson says with a comforting smile, sending a light punch to Hunter's arm, sniffing up his own threatening tears. No, I do. What I said to you, it wasn't right. You've been by my side throughout everything, and I know you would never put Isabella in danger. I was just scared I was going to lose her. I guess I'm just trying to say. I'm sorry, Hunter says finally with a shaky breath. Isabella steps to the side just in time to get out of the way of two grown werewolves hugging awkwardly. They loved each other and they each knew that, but they were still too awkward to actually show each other physically how much they loved it each, with a few back pats. The moment was over, and everything was forgiven. Something that Isabella had started to notice was that people were making more of an effort to speak to her now. They were never cruel before, but they often didn't try to talk to her or get to know her. They were just scared that she was the king's mate. Now the story of what had happened was buzzing all over the kingdom. Nobody was sure how it had managed to become public knowledge, as Isabella had only told the people necessary. Hunter wouldn't tell anyone, and neither would Jackson, but somehow people had the general story, even though there had been some strange, twisted stories, such as Isabella had managed to fight off 20 grown men on her own. One thing that was of the utmost secrecy was the fact that Isabella was not affected by silver like other werewolves. It was completely unheard of, and Hunter thought it best not to make this public knowledge until they understood it more. Other than that, everyone had heard how brave Isabella had been, and Hunter was certainly not stopping these talks, as he was proud of her. Layla was still in a bad way after the abuse she had suffered at the hands of Finn. Not only was it made worse from the fact that he was her mate, so the abuse was worse, as he should always love her. But she felt like a part of her soul had been ripped away when he died. She also had a weaker mind than Isabella. Nobody could explain why, as Isabella seemed to have no hope at times, but she liked to tell herself that she knew Hunter was coming for her. She knew he was looking for her, and that is what kept her going, even when she didn't believe anybody could ever love her. Hunter had saved her without even knowing he had, and she would be sure to tell him every day that she loved him for that. Isabella was sure that now she could have her happy ever after with her mate. A baby on the way and all the friends she needed. Finn could never hurt her again. He was gone. Everything should be good in the world.